Oh, it's early.
Good morning, Chatty House. Can you hear us?
Can you?
Today?
I was gonna say priority numero uno. Can everybody hear us?
Mother, can you hear me? Here we go.
I'm not optimistic. Hello.
Hello.
Uh-oh.
Hello. We up in here.
Okay.
Yeah, but can you hear us?
I was gonna say you are up in here. That's facts.
We got you. But can you hear us?
There it is. Ms. Mac got us. Let's go. What's up, Mac? Let's go, Warren. What's up, everybody? Hopefully see everybody out at Sky River today. I'll be out there eventually.
Sky River Casino.
I learned today that I have additional post-show responsibilities. So that's fun.
Oh, yeah. I saw that.
Woo! What's up, Spencer? What's up, David? What's up, Katrina? Who all's coming today to D-Lo and KC out at Sky River? Also, Ramsey gets a Friday belt. Congratulations to Ramsey.
Oh. Good time. Snap that Michigan Wolverine.
Before the whole Kings debacle last night, I was going to do a bit where we talked about the Corbin Burns trade the same way we talk about like NBA or NFL trades.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
I was going to put together a whole thing about what this means for the back end of the Orioles bullpen and what does this mean for the Brewers.
Not
bullpen, but rotation. You know what I mean?
Yep. Yeah, I don't. Again, I love baseball, but I've backed away from baseball.
And it's also the Brewers and the Orioles. Like I don't.
Yeah,
it's a nice little move for the O's though. They're fun.
29 years old, out of Bakersfield. Oh, he's good.
Okay, Russell.
What'd they give up for that?
A little bit of a crazy show today, JTZ. Somebody won a Kings jersey. We're announcing that.
Oh.
Yeah. Yeah, Baltimore's really good. Out of nowhere, too.
Oh, yeah, we are definitely early today.
I'm pulling up, bro.
To test everything out.
I'm going to Sky River. I'm going to order. What am I going to order? I'm going to order a Moscow Mule.
Oh.
In a glass, not a copper mug. The copper mugs are just difficult to drink out of.
All right.
They're just a little cumbersome. And I don't have a refined enough palate to taste any kind of difference. So I'm going to order that. And then I'm just going to barge my way onto stage.
Oh, yeah.
Now, I'm definitely not going to eat.
That feels like the move.
I'm eating lunch here. I brought lunch from home. We have 30 seconds until our show begins.
Showdown.
Yeah.
Excellent.
Whoa! What are we talking about? Oh, shout out Joe. What's up, dog?
Oh.
All right. Hey, let's have a good show. The legal idea is about to play. Here we go. All right, here's the deal, bro. I want to preface all of this by saying I get it. I understand. Domantas Sabonis should have been an NBA All-Star. That is a fact that is nigh impossible to argue against. Okay? He played like an all-star. He is playing like an all-star. Should have been an all-star. We'll dive into who he should have gotten in over, all that. Okay. Bang. De'Aaron Fox probably should have been an all-star. If I said it on this show, I think he's making it. Like, put him in. Didn't make it, which is kind of nuts, but it's fine. We'll talk about who he should have made it over. We'll talk about the all-star selection process. We'll do all of that. And I get why it sucks. On the other hand, James,
However,
this is good for the Kings in every single way. The only way it's not good for the Kings is for selfish reasons of the fans. And that's right. You want to see your guys in big spots. You want to see them on the national stage. Like I said, I totally get it. But what the Kings are gaining here, what Domantas Sabonis and De'Aaron Fox are gaining here is a week off. They get to chill. They get to go on vacation. They get to go be with their family. They get to rest. They get to take care of their bodies. They get to do that. And now they have the chip on their shoulder of wasn't named to the All-Star team. That's all. Those are all positives for the Kings moving forward. And the positive of them making it is being like, yeah, I had an all-star. And you get to watch them play meaningless basketball for 8 minutes. And then it's just done. And then you're done. Okay. The benefits of them not going so dramatically outweigh the benefits of them going. I get why. I get and we'll talk, but this is end of the day in the big picture. I think a good thing.
I agree, but like them getting a break is right. And them, both of these players, like statistically, both should have been in.
Yes.
Like, there's no question. Both should have been in.
Yes.
Like, there has never been a player averaging 27 points with 5 assists on a top 5 team in a conference that did not make an all-star team.
Right.
All-star team.
Right.
But there's something that we all kind of live by. It's like the social contract, right? So we live our lives through basically a constrict of rules that we have to follow, right? Like, you can drive 100 miles an hour down the freeway, but you know there's a good chance you're going to get pulled over, right? You don't just go to your neighbor's house and steal something off their front yard and put it in your front yard. There's like the world evolves with a social contract. And by NBA standards, there is a social contract. There is an understanding that it doesn't matter how good your stats are. If you're on a bad team, you're probably not making an all-star. The only way that doesn't happen is if you're just so overwhelmingly good that there's no way for them to ignore you, or if you're a legacy player who just happens to be on a team that went out and is no good anymore, i.e.
Steph Curry.
So what I don't like about this particular day, yesterday, whatever you want to call it, like this 24-hour period, is that the NBA breached the social contract with the fans, with the Sacramento Kings. And to me, there is like an injustice here that should be rectified. But now it's like, okay, you got in on an injury bid, and there might not be an injury. So we don't know whether there's going to be an injury or not. But the fact that the Los Angeles Clippers have 2 representatives, and you can take the Minnesota Timberwolves, they're the number 1 seed in the West. And while I don't think Cat is an all-star in any stretch of the imagination, he spent 5 years of his career literally quitting on his team. And the vibes with him and coaching staff after coaching staff was so bad that, like, they actually at one point, he just refused to play for like 30 games, saying that his knee hurt. They went through every test, every single thing that they could possibly go through, never found any reason for his knee to hurt, right? This is a player who has a long history of just doing whatever he wants to do. He makes it because he's the number 1 seed, but then you get to the other players that make it instead of the Kings. And that's where, again, the NBA coaches have broken the rules of what is acceptable in the NBA. And you can't tell everybody you can't be an all-star because your team isn't good enough, or you can't be an all-star because somebody else has better stats than you. You can't tell them that. And then when you have better stats and you're a better team, you don't get in. So I don't care what anyone thinks about Anthony Davis. Anthony Davis should not have been an all-star. His team is bad. And he has
Isn't All-Star real quick? Isn't All-Star an individual thing though?
It's not though, because that's not the contract that the NBA has. Yes, it should be an individual thing, but it's not.
Okay.
And so yes, in by the numbers, the All-Star game should be about your individual accomplishments. But that is not the contract that the NBA has signed with fans for the better part of like 3 or 4 decades. Their constraints are very clear. You must have a team that's of this level, and you must have statistics that are of this level for you to get in.
To be clear, this is unwritten.
It's unwritten. It's the unwritten rules. But you can't just flat out violate the unwritten rules and think that it's okay. Because then, like, what does it mean? Like, the Pelicans should be pissed as well. They should say, hey, yeah, the Kings probably have 2 All-Stars, but number one, we beat the Kings a couple of times. But they should also be saying the Kings should have one and we should have one. And players like, again, like Paul George, sorry, man, there's one legacy player that gets in this year. That legacy, and realistically, there's 2. LeBron James does not deserve to be an all-star because his team is not good enough.
LeBron James got voted in though. He got voted in as a starter.
But that doesn't matter. His team is not good enough. He's in as a legacy player.
Wait, hang on, stop. What are you talking about? How is it there is a voting process that involves fans because this is a fan event and the fans are a big reason that LeBron James got voted in.
But the fan vote only counts for part of it. The players and the coaches count for another part of it. Well, no, the players and the media count for another part of it. What I'm saying is that by the unwritten rules of the NBA, his team isn't good enough for him to be an all-star. But we're going to give LeBron James an all-star bid because he's LeBron James. And the same with Steph Curry. You're going to give those guys their all-star bids because they are of a certain, they've earned it.
And they're
over the course of their careers. They're good players, but in all honesty,
so your entire argument, your entire argument here is just that if you're a 7 or below seed, you don't get an all-star anymore?
Well, no,
that's ridiculous.
No, that's not my argument. My argument is that is what the NBA has said for decades. That's not what you get. If you're below a certain level, if your team is not good enough, you don't get in. And every once in a while, they make exceptions.
Sure.
And I'm A-okay with legacy players getting in.
Right. You're in your 20th year.
Yeah. And he's still great. Like, don't get me wrong. LeBron James is still great. And he deserves to be an all-star because he's still putting up the numbers. But what you can't do is you can't give a Lakers team that is barely in the playoffs a second all-star. And if you're going to give a legacy play, whether it's like to a player like Anthony Davis, you can't do the legacy play. You already did it with LeBron James and you already did it with Steph Curry. Steph Curry stats, basically the same as De'Aaron Fox's. One of them plays on the 5th seed. One of them is what, the 11th?
Yeah. 11th, 12th.
11th, 12th.
I think that's
not a good team.
Sure.
So that's my issue. It's not that the Kings always get robbed or anything else. It's that there is a defined, this is how it works. And this is a contract that we have with the fans that if your team is this good, they should have representation in the All-Star game as long as they have players that are good enough to be in the All-Star game.
Yeah, I don't, like I said, I am fully on board. Like, if you're making a list of all-star snubs, Domantas Sabonis and De'Aaron Fox are the top 2.
1A, 1B.
Right. There's the top 2. I frankly, I haven't dived into the East numbers yet.
Yeah.
So I mean, maybe there's somebody in the East that got, but in the West, they're 1 and 2. And it's not particularly close.
No.
And a 5 seed should have at least 1 all-star. I'm right there with you. I think it's interesting though. And this is something I saw some confusion about on the internet last night. This is coaches that pick the reserves.
Yeah, the coaches pick the reserves.
This is not media.
Nope.
This is not fans.
Nope.
And it's not other players. This is coaches who pick the reserves. So I do think it's interesting that while we always talk about the national perception of the Kings, like, these are coaches who face this team. And is this a not indictment? Is this a sign of what opposing coaches think about De'Aaron Fox and Domantas Sabonis?
Maybe it is. I mean, clearly they don't get in. So if you're looking at it, you got to say, well, yeah, the coaches, for some reason, they don't buy it.
I also wonder how seriously they take this.
Yeah. Well, I know a lot of coaches just have their assistants,
right.
or they have like the locker room attendant do it, whatever
Right.
they don't take it serious.
Yeah.
But that again is where we get into this weird area that these things actually matter for contracts and stuff. Like you need to you should be taking this serious. And I know a lot of people are like, well, it doesn't really matter. They'll get in as far as like they'll be all NBA players. Like who made that guarantee?
Yeah.
Who made that guarantee that they're gonna they just showed you how they're gonna vote. What do you mean they're gonna be all NBA players?
Yeah.
Just because they were in last year doesn't mean they'll be in this year. And if Anthony Davis is gonna play 50 games, it doesn't matter what his stats are. They're gonna give him a nod over Domantas Sabonis.
Well, they can't.
Well, 65.
Yeah.
65.
Yeah.
If he hits the magic number, and then the Kings are gonna have to hold out that Joel Embiid doesn't make it because he doesn't make it to the 65 game threshold, which he probably won't, and then he won't be able to be eligible for All NBA.
This is the year that they're removing positions, right?
Yes, I think it is. Yeah.
Yeah. I was like I said, putting aside all this is good news so long term and stuff, putting aside all of that.
Yeah.
I was certain they were getting at least one.
At least
and
one.
That they got none is I'm already out on the All-Star game.
Yeah.
We've talked before about this. I'll tune in, it's on in the background, but my heart and soul is not set on who makes and doesn't make the All-Star team.
Yeah.
But on the other hand, this is already kind of a sham is a lot, but whatever. It's a sham already with how the game is played. I went and looked at the box score to check how many minutes De'Aaron Fox played last year in the All-Star game. And the final score was like 184 to 179.
Yeah. And what did he play? Like
8 minutes.
8 minutes? Yeah. And he didn't even take a shot. Or if he did, he took one and it wasn't even like haphazard. I don't think he took a shot.
He didn't impact the game in a game where there was 350 point score. Like, it's silly. The game's silly.
I almost wonder if part of his like the way he approached the game last year is part of the reason why this is.
I have a hard time believing that.
I don't know.
I can't imagine the people selecting are like, you know what, De'Aaron, but remember what he did last year in his 8 minutes? Nobody's doing that.
No. It wasn't his stat line. It was the way he approached the game. Because his level of disinterest was palpable.
I don't blame him.
Yeah.
Anyways. All right. We've got a Kings game to talk about. We'll do that. We'll have plenty of more All-Star stuff coming. 916-909-1320. 916-909-1320. Manny, I see you on the line. We will get to you, and we'll look ahead to Kings Pacers. We've got All-Star stuff. We've got a 49ers check-in. Plenty to get to on a Friday on the Insiders. Sponsored by Jiffy Lube. It's ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Center.
It's not the dunk. It's that you could tell that De'Aaron Fox didn't want to be in Utah at all. And he pretty much said so. But also the way that he walked into the game and was like, oh, okay, yeah, I'm not here for this.
What was I doing? I don't remember.
I would, Leezy, you asked about this. What do I think about De'Aaron Fox saying he doesn't care about the All-Star game in contrast to a guy like Jalen Brunson on the verge of tears once he was selected? I would say it's possible that Fox knew he was an All-Star and was like, yeah, I don't want to be there anyways. So there might be different context to that than what we think. Yeah. See, the baby daddy. That's what I'm talking about. Kyle loves it when I say the baby daddy.
It's my favorite thing. I hope that person comments every single day.
Well, it's got to be a good comment. Like, look, I'm all about the basics of like the social contract in sports. Like, when was it Josh Donaldson like went at A-Rod for stepping over the mound or whatever it was? Like, look, there are certain things that you don't do in sports, and there are certain things that, you know, like, again, DeMarcus Cousins was told for years that he couldn't be an all-star because his team was bad. And then finally they were doing okay at the deadline and at All-Star break, and his numbers were so astronomical that the league couldn't ignore him. And they had to put him in the game.
Who are we talking about?
Cousins.
Hmm.
And so, yeah, he makes a team, and he made 3 All-Star games as a player, I think 2 in Sacramento. One of which he was traded during the middle of. But if they're going to say that this is the standard, then they can't violate their own standard and then not be accountable for why they violated their own standard, because they won't be. We should make it someone's job in Sacramento to ask every single coach that comes through Sacramento, did you vote for for Domantas Sabonis and De'Aaron Fox for All-Star?
If only there was somebody who's at every home game.
Yep.
I'll call the other station and see if their guys will do it.
Yeah. Well, I don't think those guys doing the hollow stat stuff, it's a disservice.
Here we go. All right, we're in here. That's James Ham, Sacramento Kings insider. You can subscribe to the Kings Beat. Go do that right now. Kingsbeat.com. Get all the latest on the Sacramento Kings. I'm Kyle Madsen, and I have strong Kings opinions. Sacramento at Indiana tonight to take on Tyrese Halliburton and the Indiana Pacers. The Kings trying to get back in the win column after falling to the Miami Heat 115-106. The Pacers on the back end of a back-to-back. They played the New York Knicks last night. The Kings, it's their first night of a back-to-back before taking on the Chicago Bulls. And I know this is not new, but I find it fascinating that the Kings and Pacers are just tied forever now.
Yeah.
Not tied like level-wise. They're tied together forever now.
Well, I don't know, because we did just find out that Tyrese Halliburton is an all-star, and of course the Kings don't have any all-stars.
Oh, you know what? Great point. Did the Kings lose the trade? 916-909-1320.
Indiana won the trade. Clearly. It's over.
No, but everything that happens now moving forward, and I know we've talked about the Halliburton and Sabonis trade and who won the trade, and they both won the trade, or nobody won it, whatever it is. Tyrese Halliburton would or wouldn't be this player without the move, and same with Sabonis, whatever. But everything that happens now, every time these two teams play, as long as Tyrese Halliburton and Domantas Sabonis and De'Aaron Fox are in the league, and then beyond that, because, I mean, there's these sliding doors moments, these butterfly effects in sports, where if the Kings don't trade for Domantas Sabonis, well, maybe they're not making the playoffs next year. Or I'm sorry, last year. And maybe the team the Warriors played instead, maybe they beat Golden State and then beat the Lakers and they're going to the conference. Like, there's so many different things that, and maybe the Pacers aren't setting a record for offensive output this year. There's so many things that happen outside of just that move for these two teams that just affect the NBA forever now.
No, it's very true. And I think that they will be tied together forever. I think we're always going to look back at that trade. And, I think realistically, you have to get 2, 3, 4, 5, 8 years down the road to see who really, really won the trade. And look, Tyrese Halliburton is a tremendous player. He was a tremendous player in Sacramento. He wasn't quite the player he is now.
Sure.
But he was incredible. And you knew that his path to greatness was sitting right there in front of you.
The Pacers traded Domantas Sabonis for him.
They did.
Like, that's how good he was.
Yeah. They traded a 2-time all-star at 25 years old.
Yes.
An all-star center at 25 years old.
Yeah.
Yeah. So like he was really good. And that's why you had to give up something to get something. And for me, like I appreciate Tyrese Halliburton. Like his style of play is fun. His energy, the way he speaks to the media is amazing. His honesty was always spectacular. One of the best interviews that we've ever had. Like in the league. Like I put him up for me going through draft process for the last, decade plus.
Yeah.
It's him and CJ McCollum are by far the two best draft like interviewees ever. And I mean, he's just so smooth. He gets it. And So for me, I definitely appreciate the Tyrese Halliburton era, but like so many other eras here in Sacramento, it came to an end.
Yeah. And now it's going to come up all the time, forever and ever.
Yeah.
And so so now when these teams play, it's going to be a thing. And like I said, it's going to be as long as they're in the league, and then once they're out of the league.
Yeah.
If the Pacers eventually win a title, or if the Kings eventually win a title with one of those players on the team, like that is now stamped in NBA history as an league altering move.
Yeah, the greatest thing that could ever happen to the league, not really, but would be for the Pacers and Kings to play in the NBA championship.
Oh my God.
And just like put it all out there on display. Like, oh, look at this. Look look at that.
It already, we talk about the All-Star snub thing and the Kings national recognition or respect or whatever. There was already talk when the freaking in-season tournament started about, hey, get Kings Pacers up against each other. That'd be a lot of fun.
Yeah.
Like it's a very, very real thing. Projected starters for the Pacers: Tyrese Halliburton, of course, Buddy Hield, Aaron Nesmith, Pascal Siakam, and Miles Turner. The Kings, it's Fox, Herter, Barnes, Murray, and Sabonis. The Pacers are a weird team for me because I can't get a handle on whether they're good or not.
Oh yeah, they definitely feel like the 2020 Sacramento Kings,
but like better.
No, at this point, that's right where the Kings were too. Like the Kings were like above 500. They were at the All-Star break. They were right there. Like that team, they didn't play any defense at all. They just ran you off the court. They're super fun, but maybe they weren't 5 games over at this point, but they were still a team that like everybody in the league wanted to watch. And you want to watch them because you have no idea what's going to happen from one night to the next.
Right.
Like when you have 70 or 80 made baskets in a game, or 70, we're talking about even like 105 shots that are put up in a game. Man, there's all kinds of room for something great to happen. And that's what happens with the Pacers. Like the Pacers are a blast to watch. And again, they just made their big move to go get Pascal Siakam.
Yep.
That may be the move that legitimizes them as a true playoff contender this season. But either way, like this is a team that's going to be fun to watch for the next couple of years. And it's a frenetic pace. No defense played at all, but it is a lot of fun to watch.
To put their offense in perspective, their offensive rating, that is points scored per 100 possessions, according to Basketball Reference, is 121.4. It's the highest in the league and the highest ever.
Yeah.
The Kings last year set the record for offensive rating at 119.4.
Yeah.
According to Basketball Reference.
Yeah, it's a little lower on NBA. I think it's 118.6, something like that.
Sure.
But either way, yeah, it's
this Pacers offense is better than what we saw from the freaking Kings last year.
Yes, but their defense is much worse. And I know that's hard to say that the Kings, their defense is worse than the Kings defense last year. No, it is.
Yeah, the Kings last year, just to, again, put this in perspective, Basketball Reference, offensive rating and defensive rating vary a little bit depending on the site you're using. I'm using BREF right now. The Kings were 116.8 defensive rating last year. That was 25th in the league. Oddly enough, just ahead of the Pacers. The Pacers this year, 119.7.
119.7.
And it's 26th, which is exactly where they were last year in the league rankings.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, 119.7. That would be second to last. That'd be 29th last year.
Oh, that
just
is
ahead of the San Antonio Spurs.
Yeah, that's wild.
Really, really bad.
Yeah, that's some really, really bad defense. So yeah,
but despite all that, the Kings are 14th in offensive rating at 117.2, 17th in defensive rating at 116.5, 14th in net rating at plus 0.7. The Pacers are still 12th in net rating at plus 1.7. That's offensive rating minus defensive rating.
Yeah.
And that's why I can't get a grasp on whether they're good or not, because fundamentally, when a team is all offense, no defense, you go, well, that team's just not going to win. Like it's at some point you have to get stops. But the Pacers have figured out, at least through the first half of the year plus a few games, how to just still score more than the other team. And maybe this all falls apart and maybe they wind up 500, Or maybe they just keep scoring 130 a night and calling it good.
I think it really
it's not 130, but you get it.
Yeah, when you're talking about a team like the Pacers, this is a team like last year's Kings team. They have to prove it after the All-Star break.
Yep.
When everything changes, and like you can say it doesn't, and I'm just making something up. Trust me, when the real teams come out to play and everything gets more physical, the whistles go away, and it starts looking more and more like playoff basketball, and then a bunch of teams just like give up, and then a bunch of other teams are like building. That's where I want to see the Pacers and see if teams like, okay, we're going to take you serious now, and we're going to actually play defense, and we'll see how it goes now.
Or when you get into a playoff series, when you face the same team 7 times in a row,
yeah,
eventually you have to get stops.
You do,
because they're going to figure out what you're doing offensively, and they're going to make adjustments.
Well, that, and even in a 7-game series, everyone knows that like every NBA team is packed with scorers. There are guys that you would think that can't score at all, that people say, oh my gosh, that guy's a hack. He led every team in scoring that he ever played on leading up until the point he got to the NBA.
Yeah.
And so there are scorers hiding everywhere. I mean, it's like the Kings will face TJ McConnell tonight, who just tears them apart every single time they play. That guy, he can average 8 or 9 points a game for the season, maybe 10 points a game for the season. But when he plays against the Kings, he's a superstar. And that's just the way it goes. Like, some players are bad matchups, some players. But my point is that there are players hiding on every NBA bench, guys like that are just really, really top end scorers.
Should I be saying actually that the Kings are facing TJ McConnell and the Pacers?
Yes.
Instead of Tyrese Halliburton and the Pacers?
Yes, you should.
Okay, got it. Okay, I'll make sure. I'll make a note of that and do that moving forward. Thanks. The Pacers are going to be tough. The Kings are in Indiana tonight, game 6 of a 7-game road trip. Tip-off set for 4:30. How do the Kings get a win? We'll tell you that coming up, and plenty more Hoop Stock on ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Leader.
Thank you. Yeah, it's crazy how fast things are moving in the league. How, we go back to that year where the Kings were so crazy offensive and they averaged 114.2 points per game. The last Dave Yeager year, that's what I was looking at. Where were they at this point in the season? Let's just say late January. 26 and 25, 27 and 25, 28 and 25, right around 3 games over, not 5 games over. Like,
where were they after 52?
At 53.
No, I'm sorry. How many of the 49? Sorry.
49.
Yeah, because the Pacers are 27 and 22.
They're 25 and 24. And then they got up to 28 and 25. The Kings were that year. And it wasn't until the end of the season when like a couple of teams got separation that they really started to they cashed it in the last 3 games that year. Which part of the reason why Dave Yeager lost his job, because a lot of people wanted to at least get 500. And once the season was over, Dave didn't care. That Portland game, the last game of the season, I was in Portland for that. And Kings scored, I think, 84 in the first half. And lost. Yeah. It was one of those things where they just flat out didn't care. What did they score? Oh, no. They scored 87 in the first half.
Jeez.
87 in the first half and lost 131 to 136. And the Blazers, I believe the Blazers played 6 players, including Scalabiciere, who torched the Kings for 29 and 15. Myers Leonard, 19 and 11. Gary
Myers Leonard.
Jake Layman, starting, scored 19 points that night. 37 for Anthony Simons.
Hang on, we have friends here.
Oh? I've lost Kyle. I don't know what that is.
Shout out to Ramsey and Katrina. They pulled up.
What?
Yeah.
All right. That looks like an addition to Donut Friday.
What's good? It's Bad Bakers.
Oh, yeah.
We're big fans of Bad Bakers here.
There you go.
Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Bruh.
Ridiculousness.
Yeah, we got to come back. Oh, boy. A couple of housekeeping notes before we get back into the All-Star snub thing. Want to remind everybody that today, 4:00 on this very radio station. So here's what's going on. James and I are doing this from 10 to noon.
Yep.
At noon, D'Lo and KC will take over. They are live at Sky River Casino out there in Elk Grove. Highly encourage you to come out. 32 Brew Street, incredible spot. There's a bar, there's great food, and then there's a stage that D'Lo and KC do a live show from. The atmosphere is always out of control. A bunch of people from the Chatty House pull up, bunch of listeners pull up. Highly, highly recommend going out there to Sky River Casino. It's a beautiful setup, great spot.
Amazing.
It is such a good time. I can't wait. I'm pulling up. I will be there. Second thing is shout out to Ramsey and Katrina from the Chatty House. They just dropped off some Bad Bakers donuts, pastries, and other baked goods for us, and I can't wait to dive in. If I don't make it to the next segment, that's why. I might just be in a food coma.
It's very possible that both of us will be in a sugar coma today.
1,000%. So shout out to Ramsey and Katrina. Appreciate y'all for pulling up, and they will be out there at Sky River. I said, "Hey, you coming tonight?" And they were like, "Yeah, we're on the way."
They're on their way right now.
Yeah, that's
stopped in Roseville, even though they don't live anywhere near Roseville or up the hill.
Yeah. So appreciate them. Appreciate you guys, and hopefully see everybody out at Sky River. If you see me, say what's up. If you see, no,
I don't.
I know
I'm
you were
gonna be
TBD.
I will say TBD, but
Okay.
it's a trek for me to get there, and I have to go home after the show.
Right.
Which means I've got that would put me at like an hour and 20-minute drive to get there, and then an hour and 20-minute drive home.
See, for me, it's on the way home.
Yeah.
Like it's a little out of the way, but it is in the general direction of my home. So it's much easier for me to get there. But if James happens to pull up and you see him, make sure to say hi. Even if he has a strong Lonzo Ball take before you want to go say hi to him.
That's right.
All right.
Strong to quite strong.
The Sacramento Kings are at Indiana tonight, but of course the talk of the town is the all-star snubs of Domantas Sabonis and De'Aaron Fox.
Should we have to break in? We have breaking news. The Oakland A's have acquired right-hander Ross Stripling in a trade with the San Francisco Giants for minor league outfielder Jonah Cox.
Wow, this is big time.
This is how championships are built.
Yeah,
right here.
Bro, all right. So let's, you know what? Hey, gotta put a pin in the De'Aaron Fox, Domantas Sabonis thing. I mean, how important is that compared to the addition of Ross Stripling to this Oakland Athletics rotation? James, your thoughts?
Hang on, let me look up who Josh Stripling is.
Ross Stripling?
Ross Stripling.
Los Angeles Dodgers legend?
Yeah, there we go.
Toronto Blue Jays legend?
Yeah, he was 0-5 with a 5.36 ERA last year.
That's
he started
fine.
22. He played in 22 games, started 11 for the Giants. 89 innings pitched, 70 strikeouts. And he gave up 20 home runs in 89 innings. So that's not a good sign for our friend Ross Stripling, who is 34 years old.
It's a complete crap.
Because we are building a championship contender with 34-year-old fifth starters.
It's a clown show, bro. You want to know my thoughts on the Ross Stripling trade?
Okay, let's hear it.
Sell the team, dude.
Sell
That's
the
what
team,
I got
dude.
for you.
Yeah.
All right.
Sorry to break in with breaking news. I'm sorry.
No, dude. Anytime there is news of that magnitude, please get it on the air ASAP. Sacramento's sports leader. We got to make sure That breaking news is brought to you by BetQL. Download the BetQL app today. All right, Eric, don't turn it. Eric B in the chatty house says he's about to turn us off. That's fine. All right. Before we dive in, Manny, you're on ESPN 1320. What's up? Hey, Manny.
Hey, what's up, Kyle?
Chilling, bro. What do you got for us?
Two things. One, shout out to Katrina and Ramsey. First, don't ever tell anybody where Ramsey is because he doesn't like people know his location. And I know they'll have donuts there for the chatty house because they love us, right?
Yeah.
Now, regarding the All-Star game, here's one thing that for me is a fallout that I hope doesn't happen. But in this age of players being on social media, they're branding themselves, right? It's important part for a lot of these players. That portion is, how does this affect free agency? How does this affect people wanting to sign in Sacramento, where they feel like they might not feel recognized or feel their total worth as a player? This could have ramifications on that end of it, of other players even wanting to play here. And that's one of my biggest worries about this.
Thanks, Manny. I have a response to that.
Okay, I want to hear it because I think it's a great point.
It is. And it absolutely is. But the way you get on the map is you win in the playoffs, man. That's what all of this, and I know that's annoying to hear, and I know it's frustrating, but that is, if the Kings go to the second round of the playoffs this year, and then go to the finals next year, and then they're consistently in that mix, and then in 3 years or 4 years, they win a championship. Not a single player that wants to play here is going to go, yeah, but remember that one time they didn't have an all-star? That's not going to be a thing. But I get it. I get why it's a concern right now today.
I get what you're saying, but you're talking about a legacy team that always has this as an issue, that you're underappreciated because you play in Sacramento, that you don't get endorsement deals because you play in Sacramento, that you're not in the spotlight because you play in Sacramento. And so while I get what you're saying, I would say that 36 or 37 or 38 years, whatever the math is, of being in Sacramento, would say that might not be completely the way that it's played out.
But they haven't won a playoff series in 20 years.
No, I get that.
Like
but
that's
but even when they did
together.
Even when they did, when they won they're in the playoffs for 8 consecutive years, like Vlade Divac is still the best free agent signing this franchise has ever had. And that happened in 1998 before the run. There's never been another free agent that was better than that. And people can say, well, Malik Monk could get there.
He's been a nice player.
He's a nice player. He could get there.
Yeah.
But like the biggest money player they ever signed was George Hill, and they had to overpay George Hill by like $14 million to get him to come to Sacramento. Right. Like you signed
so you think so
Vince Carter, right? Zebo. You got those guys when they were done. They were aged out.
But I think I would, and maybe this is a chicken and egg thing, but I would argue that the non-all-star aspect of this, it's not like that's going to be the reason, but I think that it might be. let me see if I can back this up. Being in Sacramento might be the reason that De'Aaron Fox and Domantas Sabonis weren't all. In fact, you know what? I'm going to say it was the reason.
Okay.
If you picked up the Kings and dropped them in Madison Square Garden and picked up the Knicks and dropped them in Sacramento, Domantas Sabonis and De'Aaron Fox are both all-stars. Shoot, yeah. Keegan Murray might be an all-star in that situation.
Yep.
But they're in Sac. Okay. And I understand that, and I'm here. I'm with you. But I don't believe De'Aaron Fox and Domantas Sabonis not making the all-star team this year. I don't think that is what's going to be the thing that free agents are like, actually, you know what? Never mind. I don't want to go there anymore. If free agents already didn't want to come here, that's already the case.
I get that. I would even say that like Pascal Siakam would have been like the true test, right?
Sure.
If Pascal Siakam would have been he's a guy who has been an all-star, but at this point is more French all-star than he is a true all-star, which again, he didn't make the all-star team.
Right.
Right. And he may not make another all-star team the rest of his career. But if you put him on the Los Angeles Lakers right now, he makes the all-star team. And it's even if they're a bad team, you know? And so if you put him on the Phoenix Suns, he might make the all-star team, you know? So I think if you're Sacramento, it has to weigh on you.
Also, like championship winner, by the way.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, he's got a perfectly fine resume.
Mhm.
And if I'm him and I'm trying to build a Hall of Fame resume,
Mhm.
then I need to go where there's going to be an all-star, where I can go be an all-star.
Mhm.
And that might be in Indiana,
Mm.
but I don't know. I mean, he's going to play in a brand of basketball that's like crazy fun, and he would be the second option, where in
Mhm.
Sacramento he's going to be the third option.
Yeah.
And so I get why he might not have wanted to sign long-term in Sacramento. I also get why the Kings wanted nothing to do with a contract that went up to $60 million at some point.
Yeah,
So
no doubt.
no, I mean that it on paper it sounded like a good idea, but in reality, I don't think that there was a common ground.
Yeah.
But if I'm Siakam again, these things do play into your head. Like how many, if I'm trying to get to a Hall of Fame career and I need all-stars to get there and I need all NBAs to get there, can I get there in Sacramento?
Sure. Like, and that's just the small market problem, right? Like that's the thing that Oklahoma City deals with. That's the thing that Memphis will deal with, and New Orleans. And I mean, Zion Williamson wasn't out of his rookie year, and it was already like, okay, how do we get him to New York?
Yeah.
Like LeBron had to leave Cleveland, went to Miami, came back to Cleveland, and then went, all right, now I'm going to LA.
Okay, but
And this is just a perpetual small market issue.
yeah, but I would say that like if you're going to put up stats like Sabonis and Fox did, like where is the Damian Lillard love? Because it took Damian Lillard a little time to get in, but once he did, it didn't matter whether they were a champion. I mean, they went to one Western Conference Finals, but overall they weren't great every year. They didn't put up 60 wins, all that stuff. But sure enough, he makes it every year. So there is like a stigma when it comes to a team like Sacramento, and it's not just the fact that you're a smaller market. It might not even be. It's more about your history of not being a good team. And so I get it. I do agree a little bit with Manny there, where I think that this is something that does matter. It does matter to players, and I think De'Aaron Fox signing with Under Armour, it really does mean a lot. It means a ton to not just De'Aaron Fox and his family. It means a ton to the Sacramento Kings because now you've just learned that that's possible as a Kings player.
Yeah, no doubt. And I don't, like I said, I don't necessarily disagree. Like I had said at the top of the show that the only negative here is that Kings fans don't get to see their dude in the playoffs. And Manny brings up a good point. That is objectively, if you're a player who wants to make all-star teams and you're going to look at Sacramento and you're going to go, man, they got Domantas Sabonis did what? And De'Aaron Fox did what?
Yeah.
They couldn't get in. Like, dang, like that's tough. But on the other hand, I don't think that I have a hard time believing that any player who was like, you know what, anybody who's about to be a free agent who's looking at Sacramento and going, dang, you know what, they can pay me, and I think I can help that team to play a really good brand of basketball. I think I could really help out there. We could try and win a title there. I don't think any player who was already thinking that, and I think there are some who are, I don't think anybody's looking and going, oh, actually, never mind. I don't think that anymore because of all-star snubs.
No.
I think but on the other hand, I get why it perpetuates the don't go play in Sacramento.
Yeah, and
I very much get that.
I would say maybe this was tested and it proved to be the case this last year where Kyle Kuzma had an option to go to Sacramento and chose to go back to Washington, a team that was not going to be very good. Now you could say that that's partially because that's just Kuzma's mentality, that he chose to go back to a team that had no chance of being any good. And maybe he thought he could do something different. Maybe he thought he could average 30 something a game and they would be good. Him and Jordan Poole could become this electric scoring duo. Maybe that's where he thought, that's where he went.
Yeah.
But at the same time, he did choose a market that was a bigger market, but also a bigger metropolitan city. And he chose to not come to Sacramento, where I believe it's almost like I'm almost positive there was a clear path for him to come to Sacramento.
Okay.
I don't know whether it's about all-stars or not, because the Kings had 2 all-stars last year, and that kind of proves the point that, well, maybe it doesn't matter because he's like, hey, I could go to the all-star game, and because they had 2 all-stars last year.
I think it's worth so 2 things. One, I think Kyle Kuzma is just kind of an interesting dude. And
I agree.
And I don't know his mindset at all. But it's also worth noting that the Wizards, I think, were trying to paint a picture of, hey, it's you and Jordan Poole. Look, we're going to bring in Tyus Jones. Like we got, who's there?
Daniel Gafford.
Denny Avdija.
Denny Avdija. Yeah.
I was thinking Alperen Şengün, but that's Houston.
Yeah, but did you ever see Mr. Bean, like the movie Mr. Bean?
Oh God, not in a long time.
Okay, do you remember like he ruins a painting, and then like when the painting he like accidentally got the painting
yes
wet, right?
Yes, and he tries to fix it.
And then he draws like, I mean, that's the Wizards in this scenario.
Yeah.
Like you said, they're trying to paint a picture. They try to paint a picture, but it literally has like a giant cartoon nose.
Yeah, right.
And like it's drawn with a Sharpie.
Right. No,
and the rest of the painting is all beautiful in paint. But you know,
but keep in mind, we have to take the context out of. I don't want to get too far down this road because who gives a damn about the Sixers, right? Or Wizards, right?
Wizards, yeah.
But you have, hey, Jordan Poole was great the season before. He got punched in the face, had a bad season. We're going to get him out of there, and he's going to be good again. Tyus Jones is the reason that the Grizzlies were able to survive without John Morant. It's put him in a bigger role. And Kyle, you were going to be the centerpiece wing player. Let's go. They were not supposed to be 9-38 or whatever they are now. Like they weren't supposed to be this bad.
They were supposed to be like a 30 to 33 win team.
Right.
They weren't supposed to be a 23 or 24 win team.
This was supposed to be a year where you were building towards something very, and it's very clear that's not going to work.
Yeah.
So I think that's kind of worth, but again, maybe Kyle Kuzma is just a weirdo. Oh, Leezy dropped off. I was going to have Leezy. Come on. 916-909-1329, 916-909-1320. You have an interesting note here. About no, it's not.
No, I'm just like, I need to go read my notes.
No, and I genuinely hadn't even thought about this. That De'Aaron Fox for the last month or so has just been okay. And has nights like the one he just had in Miami where he's fine.
Yeah.
I mean, Miami was bad, but he's not typically bad when he has an off night. It's just kind of like, meh. He's okay. After being an MVP type player for the first couple of months. So I do wonder when it comes down to that, if he was averaging, what's he at, 27.2 right now?
Yeah, he's at 27.2, 4.1 rebounds, 5.5 assists, shooting 46.7% from the field, 38% from three.
Right. The stats are there. And so I'm going to say this fully acknowledging that he is the first player ever to average 27 points and 5 assists on a team that is the 5 seed or better.
Yeah.
And not make the All-Star team.
Yep.
I acknowledge that fully. So maybe there's no statistical argument that I'm going to make that would have De'Aaron Fox in the All-Star game here. Maybe he was just doomed because he wears purple and black. Maybe that's what it is. But real quick.
Go ahead.
But if he was still averaging 29.5, 30 points, I have a very, very hard time believing he's not going to Indiana.
No, I'm with you. I could see that. And in the month of January, which is 15 games that he's played, he's averaging 22.5 points, 4.5 assists, 3.3 rebounds per game. And, to be honest, the Kings have been hit and miss. I think that the erratic play of the Kings, this month he's shooting 43.4% from the field and 32.6% from three. Like, I get it. Like he had a bad month of January and he allowed that to happen. Like whatever it is, whether he ran out of gas or, the weight of carrying a team and scoring 30 a night was just too much, or
did he tank his own All-Star chances on purpose because he doesn't want to go? James, your thoughts?
No, Kyle. No. But here's the thing, Kyle. I can get that. You could say, hey, look, he had a bad month of January and that cost him his All-Star bid, right? Well, here's the problem that you have with that mentality. It's that the month of January for Domantas Sabonis is one of the most incredible months that you're ever going to see. So if we're going to weight somebody's All-Star bid on what they did in the month of January, and a guy averages 20.8 points, 14.5 rebounds, and 9 assists per game in 15 games, mind you. God. If that's what you're going to base it on, and let me add to it, he shot 66.5% from the field. Kyle, what do you think Domantas Sabonis in 15 games in the month of January shooting from three?
Oh, it's insane. I don't want to say a number because if I go too high, then it's not fun anymore. So like 43%.
How about 71.4% in the month of January.
The
So,
number I was going to say
again-
that I thought was too high was 56%.
Okay.
You said
He's
71.
10 of 14 from the field. He's leading the league in
From three.
rebounds.
From 3. 10 to 14 from 3.
From 3.
Yeah.
Yeah. He's leading the league in rebounds. He's actually scoring. He's averaging 20.8 points a game, 9 assists per game in the month of January in 15 games. We're not talking about a small sample size. So again, if you're going to say that Fox doesn't make it because his January was bad, then you can't take that away from Sabonis. He's been one of the best players in the NBA in the month of January. He should be considered for the NBA player of the Western Conference player of the month for January. His stats are astronomical.
They're crazy.
Yes.
They're crazy.
I mean, a triple double. Basically.
I don't, like I said, I am not going to sit here and do the, I'm going to take this side of the argument thing just to play devil's advocate.
Yeah.
I don't have a good argument. I would, like I said, I was on this station saying I thought they'd both get in and they both should.
Yep.
But if De'Aaron Fox hadn't made it, then maybe you go, okay, well, you kind of look at the position and you got this guy in and that guy in, and okay, all right, fine, I can get there. But with Sabonis, I don't for this season I don't have anything for you.
Yeah, to me, that's the one that's the embarrassment.
And so, what? Here's because I don't think that anybody's super interested in going to a press conference for an opposing coach at Golden One Center and going, "Hey, who'd you vote for?"
Yeah,
I don't think that's. But especially by the time the Kings get home, it'll be like February 7th. It'll all fine. But I would love to hear from Mike Brown. When All-Star voting comes up, what's your process? Because it might be I give the paper to John in sales.
Yeah.
Right. Like this guy, Dan, who just started working here, really wanted to do it. So I let him do it. Or does he go, I sift through the numbers and I really pour over it? Because I don't think that's what happens. I'm guessing whoever does the picking, whether it's a coach or whoever, they look at the list and they go, well, Anthony Davis, that's an all-star. And Paul George and Kawhi Leonard, they got to get in. Oh, Steph Curry, okay, he's got to get in. I think that's probably literally more the process than going, okay, let's see who's not. Oh, look at Sabonis. Oh my God, all those triple doubles. Look at it. Oh, January. Yeah. I don't think it would be nice if it was like that, but I just don't think it is.
We keep checking off the boxes of people who shouldn't be voting. You know what I mean? We're like, hey, the fans should not really have a say in this. The fans vote is ridiculous. And not only that, but there are people who have bots out there or vote farms that are
Andrew Wiggins made the All-Star team because a member of BTS told people to vote for him.
Oh, there you go. Right?
I think it was BTS.
Well, I blame BTS, and we can't have BTS on the radio on our intros anymore.
No, false. First of all,
I get what you're saying, but we already got to the point where the fans shouldn't have a vote, right? The media, I maybe they're objective, but again, you don't want the media controlling who makes what money down the road for all-star appearances and not all-star appearances. I'm pretty sure that, we looked at this yesterday. Domantas Sabonis just lost $1.3 million because of the coaches.
Wait, what? How?
He has a bonus clause. If he makes the All-Star team, he makes $1.3 million.
Excuse me, real quick. It was Bam Bam from GOT7, not Sugar from BTS. Go on.
Okay.
Very important that we're accurate on the insider.
Yeah. No, Sabonis has a $1.3 million bonus for making the All-Star team. He just lost it. And it's a bonus that is an expected bonus.
A sub bonus.
A sub bonus. There it is. But yes.
Sorry.
So I these things shouldn't really matter, but the coaches just took $1.3 million out of the hands of the Sabonis family.
In the NFL, when a player doesn't reach some incentive clause, the team can still pay them for reaching the incentive.
Okay.
Richard Sherman had a number of snaps played clause that he fell 20 snaps short of one year. It was very, very close. And the Niners just said, here you go. It counts against the cap, and here's your bonus. Can the Kings, is that legal in the NBA? Do you know?
I don't think it is. But I need to ask somebody because there's this thing that happened in Sacramento. It was Buddy Hield's last year in Sacramento. Well, his last full season, right?
Okay.
Buddy Hield had in his contract written that if he played over a certain amount of games and he shot over 85%, he shot 85% from 3, that he would get a certain dollar bonus in the final game of the season. So first of all, God bless Buddy Hield, because Buddy had this really fun thing about him that he didn't like to go to the free throw line at all, like avoided contact at all costs. Even though the fact that he's a phenomenal shooter, he didn't want to get to the line for whatever reason. He doesn't get fouled throughout his career. So he had clearly understood where he was. He was over 85% coming into the last game of the season. Kyle, this is some of this. It makes sense. Like if I play this out for you.
Okay.
The previous 4 games leading up to the final game of the season, previous 4 games, Buddy Hield did not go to the free throw line once. He had got himself to his number, and he had not gone to the free throw line. We get to the final game of this season.
I respect this so much.
Yes, this is Buddy Hield in a nutshell. I could tell you this season, his final season, full season in Sacramento, I think he had like 32 games where he did not shoot a free throw.
I know I'm not supposed to, but I love Buddy Hield. Go on.
In the final game of the season,
Yeah.
he gets fouled shooting a 3 and doesn't want it. Like, no. I didn't get fouled. Gets fouled shooting a 3. Steps to the line. You can see the little tiny hamster in his head, running on the treadmill, like, oh, no. Bricks the first free throw.
Oh, no.
He hits the next 2, drops to 84.6% from 3. And
From the free throw line.
From the free throw line. For the next, 15 minutes of the game, he does everything in his power trying to draw a foul. He's diving into people. He's trying to get back to the line. Never gets to the line. Finishes season at 84.6 and does not get his bonus. So I would like to know if the Kings actually paid his bonus or not. But that is Buddy Hield. Buddy Hield, everybody. Buddy Hield.
You know what? Hey, Buddy Hield gets some applause for that. I love this so much. Thank you.
Yeah.
You could tell me anything about Buddy Hield on the basketball court like that, and I would just believe it. I love him so much. Like I said, I know I'm not supposed to. Hey, we're giving away a Kings jersey. We're going to do that next. And also, the Super Bowl is next week. Like this time next week will be like full-blown Super Bowl preview.
Oh, yeah.
And we've got a couple of updates for you and some updates on your Las Vegas Raiders. They've got a coaching staff coming together. We'll talk about all that next on The Insiders. Sponsored by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
I'm going to run. I'll be right back.
I cannot tell you guys how inconvenient it is for me personally. I'm joking here, tongue in cheek. Okay. I cannot tell you guys how inconvenient it is that James decides to leave at this particular break. Because what I try to do, I know nobody is super interested in this, but real quick, I try to have the podcast hour uploaded within so right now our first hour just ended. I try to have the first hour of the podcast up by the time the next segment starts. And you can subscribe to the James Ham and Kyle Madsen show wherever you get your podcasts. Shout out. So now I can't, because I'm going to sit here and talk to you guys. I can't go over and do what I need to do on the podcast uploading. Not that big of a deal though. It's fine. Jay, to be completely honest, I'm still like really going through it piece by piece, artist by artist, to make sure that I have my thoughts fully gathered before I give my take on such a momentous event as the Soul Bloom Festival. That's not babysitting. I just hate, like, it'd be like having friends over and I just sit there not talking to anybody. I like you guys. I like talking to you guys. No, it's fine. Oh, here comes James. Okay. No, it's fine. I just I'll just do it next break. It's not a big deal. Thanks. It's the Visalia Oaks. Now the Rawhide. They were one of my favorite pieces of sports memorabilia I have. So the Visalia Oaks are in the Cal League. So I interned with the Stockton Ports. I called like 20 games for them in 2011, I guess. I forget. Shout out to Zach Bayrudy, by the way, voice of the River Cats now. Love Zach. He was broadcasting Ports games at the time. When I went to go do my internship, they have a scoreboard outside with Velcro like plates, and they move those around based on, well, Visalia, this team, the Oaks, rebranded to the Rawhide, and the Lancaster Jethawks rebranded just their logo and their word mark and all that. Well, I found laying around in the press box the old Visalia and Lancaster nameplates. And so I grabbed them and I look at the media relations lady and I was like, can I have these? She was like, yeah, sure. And so I just have the old Visalia Oaks and Lancaster Jethawks nameplates somewhere in my house. I know where they are. They're in this box I have. But yeah. It's my favorite random piece of sports memorabilia. It's not worth anything. I'll probably never do anything with it, but I like that I have it.
That's pretty cool.
Thanks, man.
I have a lot of autographed baseballs.
Sure.
And then I like my whole bar is like pictures and Sports Illustrateds and autographed stuff. So
I wish I had done that more as a kid. Done the like autograph thing.
Yeah. My brother for my birthday one year bought me it's 2 still shots from Happy Gilmore.
Oh, sick.
And it's of the Bob Barker fight scene.
Uh-huh.
And the one is autographed by Adam Sandler. One of them is autographed by Bob Barker.
That's dope.
Yeah.
That's super cool.
Yeah.
By the way, FYI, among this box of goodies is Senorita bread.
Oh my gosh.
You want some?
You're going full Kenny.
Yeah. 5 seconds. I got a lot to get to in the second hour. That's James Ham. King's Eater. I'm eating.
Yeah.
King's Insider. Subscribe to the King's Beat at thekingsbeat.com. And James, say something while I finish this delicious Senorita bread that a couple of our listeners dropped off from the Bad Baker.
Hey, I was impressed. Like I told you when we were talking to Scott Goldbranson during the season, towards the end of the season, we're like, hey, would you be okay if Antonio Pierce is back, right, as the head coach? And I think Scott was of the opinion, like, not really. Like, they needed to go out and get somebody else, right? They at least needed to have an extensive search, which they did not. I said, but you know what? If they're going to go out and bring in super, super high level assistants, then I'm down. This makes sense to me, right? Because if you surround a guy, if he's the right figurehead, if he has the voice, if he's captured the imagination of the room, and you can put the right pieces around him to help him find success, I think you can do something there.
Mm-hmm.
And all of a sudden, Kyle, that's what they're doing.
Yeah.
Like they brought back Patrick Graham.
Yep.
There's rumors of Marvin Lewis is joining the coaching staff as like an assistant head coach or something.
Right. That'd be great.
And then on top of that, he's rumored to bringing in Hugh Jackson. And then we see yesterday, but as like a position coach, not as like a head coach.
Mm-hmm.
But then Kurt Kingsbury. Cliff Kingsbury. My bad. It looks like is joining the staff as the offensive coordinator. I don't know.
Fascinated by the Kingsbury hire
Yeah.
because I would love to see what he looks like just as an OC and not as a head coach.
Yep.
His offense in Arizona wasn't great. It was a lot of like Kyler go do stuff, and maybe having a more drop back oriented passing game will change what Kingsbury does as a play caller and as a play designer. Maybe not being a head coach will help. I love the idea. The one thing I will say in these kind of instances is I'm with you. I wanted the Raiders to hire Antonio Pierce. I thought that was the move that unless Bill Belichick or Jim Harbaugh wanted to come coach your team, you go with the guy who got the vibes going the right direction. I think they made a mistake letting Rich Bisaccia walk, frankly. And they now have I think, more proven option like Pierce. Okay. So you surround him with people who have been there, people who have been head coaches, surrounding him with a good support system, but you're also surrounding him with people who might be trying to get back into the head coaching game. And that is where you hear about this in the NFL. This coach brings in this guy to run his defense, and then there's backstabbing and sabotaging. And okay, so he brings in Cliff Kingsbury to run the offense.
Yep.
Offense isn't particularly good for 4 weeks, and it's like, hey, what are you trying to do here? Does that set in? And maybe they're fine. Maybe there's a full understanding. Everybody's cool and it all works out. I love that.
Okay.
But that's the thing I would super caution against if you're Antonio Pierce.
Yeah, it's difficult because what you don't want to do is you don't want to go in with, just your guy or like an inexperienced guy, but you want to give him a shot because you're worried about that exact thing.
Yeah.
But he needs to be honest and admit what he doesn't know and what he does know.
Totally.
Right. And so if you can be that guy and you can control the room, then I think you can get this thing going the right way.
Yeah. And I think if you're making it very clear up front when you're interviewing Cliff Kingsbury, like, dude, this is Antonio Pierce's job. Or if you're Antonio, you're saying, this is my job.
Yep.
You can help us win. Here's how you can help us win. And if you're Cliff Kingsbury, frankly, you're gunning for your next head coaching job, but not necessarily with the Raiders.
Yeah, go get it the right way.
Right. The way you're doing that, and the way if you're Marvin Lewis or Hugh Jackson, if you're trying to become a head coach again, you help Antonio Pierce have success.
Yeah, I think it's pretty clear too. You just kind of laid out the right way and like, look, we want you to find success here, and we would love it if you get back to being a head coach somewhere. And that's totally fine. But if we feel like you're doing things we're going to make it known. We're going to make it known, and then you're going to be like persona non grata around the league.
Yeah.
Like if this is what the idea is to sneak in the door and wreak havoc, then you got to go. And, like we've seen that in Sacramento quite a few times with, it's not the number one guy that you hire. It's the number two guy that, people who don't have pure motives.
Yeah.
The motive should be to win.
Yep.
Just win, baby.
Dude, it's never been more just win, baby, than right now for the Raiders.
Here's an interesting question for you, Kyle. We're not going to fully discuss this all the time, but if you were the Raiders and you're bringing in Cliff Kingsbury to,
I think you're thinking of Kirk Goldsberry.
Yeah, maybe. Like if you're bringing him in, would you consider calling the Bears and saying, "Hey, Justin Fields, are you guys done with him? Are you like, what would it take?"
Yeah. I think if you're the Raiders, you have to call about Justin Fields regardless.
Okay. Because that's sort of the style of quarterback, a smaller quarterback who has like plenty of ability to run and throw. I don't know. I just something I throw out there.
Yeah, I think it depends. Really, it depends on Kingsbury's evaluation of Fields. I think. Yeah, that's if he's like no chance, then you don't. But if Kingsbury's like, you need to give me a guy who can run, then yeah, sure, why not?
Yeah.
The only issue is you run into is he's going into year 4. He's going into the final year of his rookie deal. You have a 5th-year option with him. So you'd have limited time before you'd have to shell out money to keep him. But
okay, but at least you.
I don't hate the idea.
Yeah. Okay. Interesting.
As far as the 49ers, they are playing in the Super Bowl against the Kansas City Chiefs next Sunday. They released a practice report for Thursday. I thought it was kind of interesting. Kyle Shanahan said during the bye week for the Super Bowl because Super Bowl week is so packed with stuff that you can't get like normal work in, that they're going to have their game plan fully installed by the time they get to Vegas.
Okay.
And you do some work in Vegas, but because you've got family stuff and you got media obligations, you got all this, you're just losing hours that you normally have in a day.
Yeah.
So I thought that was kind of interesting. Eric Armstead, George Kittle out of practice yesterday. That's notable for sure, but my eye is on next week for them.
Yeah, you still have a week to see if these guys are ready. I don't think you're gonna have any problems.
No sense pushing Armstead, who's got foot and knee injuries.
Yeah.
George Kittle with a toe. There's just no sense. But like I said, if you get to Wednesday next week and those guys aren't back in practice, now it's worry time. So nothing there yet. And then Jed York yesterday spoke with media and told this story that Kyle Shanahan knew during like the first week of the preseason that Brock Purdy was probably the best quarterback on their roster his rookie year.
Yeah.
I'm like, no, why didn't you just start him?
Okay.
I know you can't, but it sounds kind of funny.
I have a strange parallel story. My second year covering Sacramento Kings, Paul Westfall pulled me aside and said, hey, like after 2 days of training camp, he's like, hey, this Isaiah Thomas kid is a flat out baller. And I'm like, really? He's like, yeah.
60th pick in the draft.
I'm going to have a very difficult time keeping him off the court. Like, wow. So I said he's making the team. He's like, oh, he's going to do a lot more than make the team.
Dang.
So these things happen.
Yeah. But you can't go start Isaiah Thomas when it's because
not when you drafted Jimmer, number 10, and you had Tyreek Evans, number 4 the year before that.
Yeah. So I push back on the idea that the 49ers got lucky to draft Brock Purdy, because you put his name on the card and you took that card up and you read it and drafted him. You went through that process and you did it. However, they got very lucky that he got in to games at all, and B, that he got in when he did. That was lucky.
Yeah.
And it turned out, you know what? I've criticized the heck out of Kyle Shanahan for his inability to evaluate quarterbacks. I think he's bad at it, but
got one right.
Got this one right.
He did.
At least so far. So
far.
We'll have a ton of Super Bowl stuff coming up for you next week. The bye week in between is just kind of a weird spot content wise, because you don't want to dive into previews because that's next week. So it's kind of, what are you doing? But we had some injury updates for you, and then the Raiders were nice enough to put together a coaching staff. So that's your NFL fix for the day. Kings Pacers tonight. How do the Kings get a victory in Indiana? We'll tell you that next on the Insiders.
Oh, Pacers injury report just came out. I had been checking earlier. The Indiana Pacers are listing Tyrese Halliburton as questionable with left hamstring strain injury management. He did play last night in New York, which is weird that we're seeing these pretty brutal back-to-backs that the Kings are playing. They're playing teams that have to travel crazy. Benedict Mathurin is questionable with a right great toe sprain. I've never heard of it, your big toe, called a great toe sprain.
Sprain or spring?
Sprain.
Oh, I thought you were saying spring.
No. And yesterday I did not say bitch. I said bitch.
Dude, bitch minutes.
Big bench minutes.
Big bitch minutes, baby.
Jalen Smith is questionable with lower back spasms.
Oh, snap.
Miles Turner is questionable with a left ankle sprain. And then Oscar Shibwe, Isaiah Wong, and Kendall Brown are all questionable with a G League / two-way distinction, and we don't know if that means that they will actually play or not. Well, I would say that they're on high alert, so if other players don't play, they might be able to make an appearance. I need to know what Keon Ellis, how many games what his game total is at. He's got to be close.
But he's like 29
What?
games.
That he's played?
That's my guess.
Well, yeah, but it's not about games played. It's about games active.
Mm.
Yeah.
Is that right?
Yeah, I'm almost positive. He's at 28 games.
Oof.
He's at 28 games played, but games active, he's got to be pushing 50. So they're going to have to decide what they're going to do with him right after the All-Star break. Or not, just put him in the G League and have him be a two-way player. I don't know that helps him or you, but that's the way it goes sometimes. I might check in on that.
You should come check in on this senorita bread.
I should have checked in on that senorita bread. The Stockton Kings have added Gabe Levin.
Watch out.
Let's see, I've signed forward Gabe Levin.
Okay, here we go. Kings at Pacers tonight. That's James Ham over there. I'm Kyle Madsen right here. Had some keys to a Sacramento Kings victory. Sacramento looking to get back in the win column. They fell to the Heat 115-106 in Miami on Wednesday night. How do they get that W, though, against a 27-22 Pacers team that is number one in the league in offensive rating, setting a record for points per 100 possessions? One of the worst teams in the league, bottom 5 team in defensive rating, though, and number 12 in net rating. Let's get some keys to a Kings victory. James Ham, start us off. How do they get that W, number one?
Remind the league why you should have been an All-Star.
Yeah.
Go out there and punish a team. That's what the Sacramento Kings need to do. TJ McConnell cannot run circles around you.
Nope.
Pascal Siakam, like half of their rosters is questionable.
Mm-hmm.
Like, go in there into Indiana and show them exactly why you should have been named to the All-Star team. I mean, big games from Domantas Sabonis and De'Aaron Fox.
This is where when I talked at the top of the show about the Kings being like this benefiting them in a way where De'Aaron Fox and Domantas Sabonis didn't make the All-Star team. This is kind of where I meant that. Where, dude, wear that chip on your shoulder, man. Like, go out and prove that the NBA got this wrong. Because if they go out tonight against Indiana, and Domas, has a double-double or maybe has a triple-double, but he's 16 and 13 and 10 and okay, fine. And Fox goes out and isn't particularly good and they struggle to beat the Pacers, then I think that justifies a lot of
you're just feeding into the narrative.
Yeah, for sure. I'm totally with you, man. That needs to be a chip that they wear, whether they wanted to go or not. Like you said, maybe De'Aaron Fox didn't want to go to Indiana, but De'Aaron Fox wanted to be All-Star De'Aaron Fox.
Well, he wanted to at least be respected and have his name called.
Yeah. So whether he and I don't know, I'm sure Domas wanted to go back to Indiana and do that whole thing. But whether they wanted to go or not, I mean, that doesn't matter. They got snubbed big time.
Totally agree.
Yep. All right. My first key. Oh, nope. No. Good job, James. You got some applause for your first key. Well done. My first key is clean the glass, man. The Pacers, for all the things they're good at, they stink at rebounding. They're very, very bad at it. And the Kings, particularly Domantas Sabonis, is very, very good at it. So I would like to see the Kings not only win the rebounding battle tonight, but you can dominate there. You can put this game away. You can pull away in this game by being good on the offensive glass. I want to see Kevin Huerter down there. I want to see Harrison Barnes down there. I want to see Keegan Murray down there, along with Domantas Sabonis, and blowing them out in the rebounding category. And if they do that, I think they win this game by a lot.
Yeah, that's a good key. And
Thanks.
I would point out, last time these two teams played, Kings 38-34 rebound advantage, but you're facing a team that is playing on the second night of a back-to-back that had to fly from New York to Indiana overnight. and then get ready to play, and a bunch of questionable players.
Mm-hmm.
Go out there and punish them on the glass. Like,
Yeah.
I get you. They're going to miss shots. That's what happens when you're on the second night of a back-to-back. Take advantage of that.
Yep.
Good key.
Thanks. Number 2.
Beat them at their own game. Get out and run them off the court. They love to push the tempo. You push the tempo. You've got the fastest guard in the league. They do not.
Mm-hmm.
Go out there every single time they make a basket, inbound the ball and run. Every time you get a rebound, look ahead. Like, very simple. This is a team that should be tired. Go take it to them.
So I think we're going to have a 3 keys first here. My second key is going to disagree with your key.
Oh.
I think you can kill them in the half court. The Pacers want to run. I know they're on the second night of a back-to-back, and I know that even if their questionable guys are playing, they're maybe a little bit banged up and not feeling 100%. I think if you're the Kings, sure, when you pull a rebound, look ahead. If Keegan Murray's down there, get it up to him, and he gets his free 2 points. Do that. But I think you can just kill them in the half court. They are so bad defensively. They foul like crazy. They don't guard anybody. And if you get into that frenetic pace where all of a sudden you're throwing the ball around, or maybe you're missing a shot, now they're getting going, I think that's how you keep them in the game. I think, hey, if they make a shot on that on one end, that's fine. Take it out of the basket, burn some clock, get into your offense. And I think you can find easy buckets against them in the half court all freaking night.
Okay. We'll see.
Yeah.
We'll see how that goes. I'm expecting this to be like the combined score of like 270. Yeah.
Oh, dang. So you're taking the over.
I'm taking the over. I don't know what the over is, but I would say 270 plus.
Okay.
I think this is going to be a little bit of a wild one. And I also think you got some players who are a little angry.
All right. Number 3.
Show Pascal what he's missing. Siakam, like, he did have some say in this, right? The Kings were ready to make a deal for Pascal Siakam. They had the Toronto Raptors in town, and whether it was how much the Kings were willing to pay him in the offseason or something else, like whatever it was, he decided he really didn't want to play with the Kings, and the Kings decided they didn't want to trade for him, and both moved on. But this guy needs to see that he could have played for what could have been a championship contender with him on it.
Yeah.
And I mean, that's it.
Yeah. I don't know how much the players are motivated by that. Like, I don't.
And if I look across, I'd be like, hey, Pascal again, let's go thump this dude. Let's say, hey, you don't want to be part of our club? All right. See ya.
Harrison Barnes is going to be like, hey, thanks, man.
Thanks, man.
Appreciate you. I didn't want to go to Toronto.
That's right.
Much appreciated. All right. Number 3 for me. Off-ball defense.
Oh.
You have to limit their ability to make plays off the ball and away from the ball, especially if Tyrese Halliburton's in the game and he's distributing. Like, that's where he's going to kill you. He can shoot it. He can fill it up a little bit, but where he is going to kill you is with assists and getting his teammates easy buckets. Like, you have to be really, really sound off the ball tonight, not letting them get in a rhythm, not letting them get easy baskets, and limiting the damage that they do moving the ball around. Particularly even TJ McConnell. Like, when he gets underneath the basket, I mean, how many times did they lose guys on the baseline last time they played the Pacers?
Yeah. I mean, it was horrific. I mean, TJ McConnell finished with 20 and 10, but it felt like he had 45.
Yeah.
Like, he just kept making one layup after another.
Yep.
And if Halliburton doesn't play tonight, which, again, we'll get to the injury report, but if Halliburton doesn't play tonight, like, look, this is a guy who just tore you up, like, with the very specific style. Like, figure out what happened last game. And I'm with you, Kyle. Like, the off-ball defense, like, you got to have a body on Miles Turner. You got to have a body on Jalen Smith. You can't let them, and Isaiah Jackson, you can't let them just have Lob City on you. And if you do, you're going to lose. Yeah.
I'm fascinated to see when TJ McConnell is on the court tonight, how the Kings go about defending him. Does it look the same? Do they make that adjustment? Or does he just get to the baseline every time and then use the basket as a screen and go up and under and score?
If you allow him to do the same thing that he did last time, just give him a first-round pick and trade for him. Just like put him on your roster so there is no more question about whether there is a mysterious guy named TJ McConnell out there that will destroy you every single time you play him.
He's the Michael Jordan of Matthew Dellavedovas.
Exactly.
That's what he is.
Yeah, no, it's absolutely, that's a brilliant call.
Thanks, man. Yeah, those are, if the Kings do those 3 things, 6 things, I guess, technically, they'll win tonight.
14 things. If they do these 14 things, Kyle, they got a shot.
I said 3, but we each gave 3, so that's 6. Yeah, I mean, what it comes down to, and the whole like getting out and running thing. Yeah, if you're running and you're getting easy baskets, then fine.
Mm-hmm.
But if you're gonna do that, then you need to play the best transition defense you played all year, because the Pacers will go give you one right back.
All right.
Even on the back of a back-to-back, man. They are a very, very talented offensive team. And if you're not on your P's and Q's defensively, they're going to kill you.
That's true.
Yeah. So I would love that, though, to see the Kings in a game. Just be like, nope, we're slowing it down and we're just going to dice you in the half court. That's what I want to see. Give me that pace of like 97 tonight.
Keep the pace. All right. All right. I say run them off the court. That's where I'm at, but I'm with you.
All right. I'm going to be texting you during the game. And if the pace picks up even a little bit, I'm going to be like, this is a mistake.
This is a mistake.
If the Pacers score a fast break bucket, I'm going to be like, see?
Blowout happening.
Real quick before we get out of here, we got some play-by-play coverage coming up right here this weekend on ESPN 1320. College basketball, 8:45 a.m. If you're up out and about Saturday morning, college basketball, UConn against St. John's. And then at 5 p.m., we've got some NBA basketball for you on Saturday. Lakers versus the Knicks. And we've got some bonus basketball coverage for you on 102.5 FM HD2. The Bet, Sacramento, 3:15. That is Duke at North Carolina, 3:15. One of the best rivalries in all of sports. And then at 7:15, St. Mary's at Gonzaga, a rivalry for sure. Not one of the best in all of sports, but definitely a rivalry. That's at 7:15. And then Sunday at noon, we'll have the Pro Bowl games. It'll be the flag football game between the NFC and AFC All-Stars. That's coming to you Sunday at noon right here on ESPN 1320. All right. We got to get out of here, but don't touch that dial. We got plenty more hoops talk and stuff coming up on ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Leader.
What's going on, Chatty House? Anything happening?
What? Why'd you text me this?
Because we should have put that in there. No, we talked about it during the break. We didn't talk about it on the air.
Oh, I didn't hear you.
Oh, no. Okay. No,
I thought. Wait, hang on. I thought that wasn't on the air.
No.
It's fine.
Yeah, it's fine.
Hang on, I gotta go for a second.
Yeah,
I'll be right back.
Aldrin Shea. It's not weird to be a Kings fan because of Slamson. I think the really interesting thing about what the Kings do out there at Golden One is they try to create an atmosphere where they know that every single game there is a child that is there for their first time. And so they're trying to make it as festive and crazy and perfect for that scenario every night. And part of that is the Lion. So Leezy, Jerry Reynolds mentions King should get Jalen Smith. Do you still agree? No, I like Jalen Smith, but I think Jalen Smith, for me, he needs to, I don't think he instantly improves you. Like there's possibility that over the course of 2-3 years that he's really good for what you're doing. And I like his skill set, but I also think that I don't know that he's ready to take on a massive role with a really good team yet. Now, whether he can be a role player on like a 9th, 10th man, sure. But I think for right now, it's a little difficult to put him in a category as a game changer. Like if that's one of the moves you make, I kind of put it in the same type of move that we talked about last year where like Darius Baisley could have come to the Kings and did not. I'm not going anywhere. I just have to plug in my laptop. Oh. Yeah. Shout out Jerry Reynolds. He did turn 80 this week. I need to text Jerry. I forgot to do that. It was good having him here. Oh, we're back.
No, we're not. Sorry, I'm back. I need to stop doing that.
Oh, got it.
Real quick, can I interrupt you briefly?
Yeah.
I saw Jill gassing up a taco place. What is it?
Oh, Jill was?
Yeah. This was the first message that I saw. The tacos are bomb. I def recommend trying them. And then I saw something about a food truck.
Oh, Brand. Yeah. It's Adams Saldon. Oh my gosh, James. Banzinos.
Where is it?
He just got his taco truck going. He's the guy who tweets De'Aaron Fox will be an all-star and the Kings will win an NBA championship every day.
Hilarious.
And he did that. He did that all last year. And there was actually, I know that he does catering, and the Foxes had him cater an event at their home.
Sick.
Or at some spot.
We're back. So I love the chatty house, man.
Yeah.
I looked up last segment because I'll try and look up and catch it. I can't read it during the segment because, we're doing a radio show. But I just looked up and saw our friend Jill Adge gassing up a taco place. Like, hey, where is this? Banzitos Tacos?
Yeah.
I can't wait to go try it.
What we should do is we should have him come here.
Pull up
one day, and we could just go out in the parking lot after the show, hang out at the taco truck, invite everybody out and say, hey, show up and hang out, and we'll have the taco truck come up.
Yes, do that.
Okay.
No, I will buy tacos all day. I'm here for it.
I definitely like to visit a taco truck, and yeah, I'm in.
All right. Great. This is the thing that's going to happen.
It's going to happen.
You talk to the people I'll wait for you to do that, and then we'll get this set up.
We'll have Aaron step in and
that, or we could just not.
Well, yeah, but I mean, Big Boss Man can pay for the taco truck to come out.
Oh, good idea. Good idea. Right,
he could be the guy the hero that brings in the taco truck, but we'll make sure that that we invite everybody.
Does the taco truck have tequila? Because that might be a deal breaker for our guy.
I will bring the tequila, Kyle. That's fine.
Or no, red wine. Sorry, red wine is his vibe.
Oh, yes.
Yeah. All right. Good to know. Same, right. By the way.
Yeah.
If there's also wine, you give me wine and tacos. Boy.
Yeah.
It's going to be a good day. Another reason it's going to be a good day is because D'Lo and Casey are out at Sky River Casino. Highly encourage everybody to head out there. They will be live from noon to 4 at 32 Brew Street at Sky River. Incredible bar, great food, awesome setup with the stage. They do a live show. The atmosphere is so much fun. If you've not been out to a live show, cannot recommend enough that you go hang out. Even if you're like an introvert and you don't want to talk to anybody, you can just hang out at the bar. It's not like people are going to be like, hey, are you here for the event? You just hang out.
Yeah.
And if you want to go mingle with the folks, you can, but you definitely don't have to. 32 Brew Street again, out at Sky River Casino in Elk Grove. D'Lo and Casey are out there today, noon to 4 for a live show. And I believe there's a watch party afterwards for the Kings game.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, I know. Oh my
God, that's where
that's what I would pull up for.
I kind of want to head down.
To pick one.
I do want to head down, but I just it would be a difficult call. I'll see if I can make it.
No, I know you're like I said. I don't think anybody would begrudge you if you're not going.
Yeah.
Let's give away a Kings jersey.
Oh yeah.
All right. So our friends in promotions have selected a winner of a Sacramento Kings jersey. So if you're unfamiliar, we do our Jiffy Lube Fast Break Player of the Game. After every single Kings game, we give you a Jiffy Lube Fast Break Player of the Game. There'll be some code word that we use. So if Domantas Sabonis is our player of the game, we'll use Domas. Sometimes it's Sabonis. Sometimes it's rebounds. like some kind of code word that goes along with our player of the game. When you enter that code word at ESPN1320.com, you enter to win a $100 Jiffy Lube gift certificate. And also, through the end of the regular season, we will be giving away a jersey at the end of each month, a Kings jersey. So when you enter to win that Jiffy Lube gift certificate, you also enter to win a jersey courtesy of Jiffy Lube. So we have selected a winner for January. We'll give away another one at the end of February. We'll give away another one at the end of March, and then we'll give away one at the end of the regular season. So congratulations. Our first Kings jersey giveaway winner is Carlos E. Carlos E. in Rancho Cordova. Apparently, there were multiple entrants named Carlos. So this is Carlos E. Last initial E in Rancho Cordova. You are the winner of the Sacramento Kings jersey giveaway for January, courtesy of our friends at Jiffy Lube. Our promotion staff will be reaching out to you. So congratulations to Carlos E. in Rancho Cordova for winning the Kings jersey in January. But you can enter to win one. You listening, who's not Carlos E., you can enter to win one again after every single Kings game right here on ESPN1320.com. James and I will give you a Jiffy Lube Fast Break Player of the Game, and you enter to win a $100 Jiffy Lube gift certificate. You also enter to win a Kings jersey. 1 down, 3 to go.
1 down, 3 to go.
I don't know what player it is. I probably should have figured that out.
Yeah, big shout out to our guys at Jiffy Lube, though.
Oh, totally.
Absolutely amazing.
Yeah.
So, no, I'm excited. This is cool. I love that we're able to do these prize giveaways.
Yeah, it's like my favorite thing.
Yeah.
I love giving stuff away.
I would agree.
We didn't get to the Steve Clifford sound from yesterday.
Oh, I think we should listen to Steve Clifford sound. I have, again, great, I
can't wait.
Yeah, let's hear it.
I know you've got not only, so I'm interested in 2 things here. One, I'm interested in your thoughts on this, what he has to say. And if you didn't hear it, the context of what I'm telling James will make sense here in a second. I'm interested in your thoughts on this. A, as somebody who's covered bad teams and a coach saying this about his own team.
Mm-hmm.
And B, just as a media person, how you feel about a coach being this brutally honest. And then I know you have a story along these lines as well that I can't wait to hear. But here's Steve Clifford, the coach of the Charlotte Hornets, talking about his own team, the Charlotte Hornets.
Thing about the NBA player, if you want him to listen to you, got to tell him the truth. So I tell them they know there's little room for error. I also tell them the facts. I mean, our problems aren't their effort, their work, how much they want to win. Our problem are we're under talented. Okay, and there's nothing wrong with telling them that, and that they do have to play well, and we have no room for error, and we can't make mistakes. And so we do, when we practice, we do have to have great reps, and there's got to be great carryover to the game. And to me, that's the way you do it. I can't do it any other way. Everybody has a different way to do it. To me, if you want an NBA player to listen to you, there's 2 things. One, you have to be able to help them win and get better. Okay. They have confidence I can do that. Not that I'm smart. I just worked for great coaches and I learned a lot. So I do know what it takes to win in the league. And 2, you can't lie to them. Can't lie to them. We can win Friday. We'll have to play great, and maybe they're not quite at their best. There's nothing wrong with that. That's the way this league works. But the only way you give yourself a chance is if you're prepared. And if we come in, we have a good day tomorrow, and we have a good shoot around on Friday. Otherwise, we're not going to. Listen, right now, if we're not pretty good, we're not beating anybody.
Damn. He just fried his own team.
Hey, man, truth hurts.
That's just...
If I'm
God.
okay, so if I'm Steve Clifford, I say those words and I give my team a hug, and some of the guys are gonna be like, no, I'm not, like, you're not hugging me, dude. But I'm also looking at the front office and saying, sorry about that. That's tough. That's really tough. So I'll tell you, like, when you sent this over to me and I heard this, my first season covering the Sacramento Kings. A year later, 7 of those players were out of the league. Like,
jeez,
it was the lowest payroll.
7?
Yeah. So
half a roster.
A year later, I mean,
oh my God.
that first year I covered the team, Darnell Jackson, Pooh Jeter, Luther Head, Antoine Wright, Dante Green ended up being out of the league. Hassan Whiteside ended up being out of the league. Like the roster, Jermaine Taylor, it was more than 7. Jermaine Taylor was out of the league. Like it was a bad NBA roster. And I remember we got late to the season, and people can remember how this happened. The Utah Jazz had a meltdown, and it was basically Jerry Sloan versus their point guard, which was
John Stockton.
No,
Darren Williams.
Darren Williams became a problem.
Yes.
A big time problem behind the scenes.
Underrated at the top of his game, by the way. Darren Williams is awesome. Anyways, keep going.
But on the off the court, he started to become a real problem.
Right.
And they ended up choosing to go with Jerry Sloan, and they traded Darren Williams. We get to the end of the season, and the Kings had played them right before the All-Star break, but then they played them again at home, and it was late in the season. I was sitting with Paul after we did media scrum, after like in pregame, right? So now we do it in a press room. It used to be a coach has a choice wherever he wants to do the media scrum. Paul Westphal chose to sit on courtside and just have cameras surround him while he sat courtside, and we would do a media scrum. So I was sitting with him afterwards, and we looked over, and their roster was trash. It was so bad.
Mm-hmm.
And I said, man, like poor Jerry Sloan. Like, look, he's been this great coach for all these years, and here he is, like, you know, in one of the final years of his, and RIP Jerry Sloan, one of the final years of his coaching, and he's got a team that looks like this. And he looked at me and he goes, James, have you looked at my roster? And I said, oh man.
Damn.
Yeah, I guess you're right. You're right. My bad. He's like, I get that he had a good roster, but at least he had a good roster. I haven't even had a good roster.
You're the wrong guy to complain to.
Yeah, like
not complain to, but talk about that too.
Yeah, like no, poor you know, Jerry Sloan. He's like, this is the world we live in. Either you got talent or you don't. Like, it is what it is. And so I feel for him.
Like, as a beat writer, though, this is, well, okay, so I don't want to say this is the this is gold, right?
Yeah.
Like, you have the head coach on the record saying that his team stinks. I guess a beat writer, that's like, oh my God, like, here's the story.
Yeah.
And now the gold would be if he said that to you on the record, like, away, where you could. That
wasn't an on the record discussion. That was an off the record discussion.
No, right.
Yeah,
but if you're the James Ham, if you're on the Hornets beat, the Charlotte Hornets beat, not Sac State, shout out, Stingers up.
Yeah.
If you're in Charlotte and you're on the Hornets beat there, the gold there is, like, the gold standard would be him in a side conversation with you on the record saying this.
Yes.
Where you get it exclusive instead of in a press conference.
Yeah.
But to me, this is so much more, again, just as a person who works in the media, that's so, what he said is so much more valuable than, you know, we're just going to work hard every day. We're getting better every day. And, you know, there's a lot of, not winning a lot of games, but, you know, there's a lot of silver linings every night and a bounce or two of the ball here and there. And it, just a cliche thing, right?
Yep.
I respect the hell out of him. Maybe Steve Clifford is a bad coach, and I know they have injury problems there in Charlotte too, and they have a Miles Bridges problem, and I get all the stuff that comes with that. But he's right. Nothing he said is wrong. And I think the bigger deal is that he's conveyed this behind the scenes already. At least that's what he says he's done.
Yeah.
But if I'm a player, like, you say that behind the scenes, I'm like, dang, you know what? Thanks for keeping it straight up. I need to be better. I go to what do I got to work on? What do I need to do to contribute?
Yeah.
But then he starts doing this publicly, and you're like, dude, like, bro, come on. You're supposed to have your guys' backs. Remember,
This is completely BS.
That's how you have a player's back.
Yes. You can suck it.
That's not what I meant.
It's a complete crap.
That's what I tried to hit. Yeah, that, like, you want your coach to publicly have your back. And that's where I fall a little bit, because, like I said, as a media person, I'm like, dang, yes, a coach saying what's on his mind. But then the other part of me is like, as a fan, or as a person putting himself in the player's shoes, it's like, dude, you could have handled this more tactfully. Like, you definitely didn't have to throw the dudes under the bus very, very publicly.
I get that. But I also, like, you can't hide from it, right? You can't hide from the fact that like anyone who knows basketball can look at that roster and go, okay, well, your roster's not very good. Now, your roster would have been better if LaMelo Ball was playing the entire season.
Yeah.
Like, that totally would be the case, right? And they could be fun and exciting and all that stuff. But you even went out and you just traded your point guard. Like Terry Rozier just got traded for Kyle Lowry, who's not.
He will never wear a Hornets jersey.
Yeah, they're going to waive him most likely, and he's gonna be able to go find a new place to play, right? So like this is I understand what he's doing, and I just think at some point, Charlotte has to stand up and like go out there and be better as far as bringing in talent. And they've overpaid a bunch of people. But again, talk about how many times has that franchise struggled with having to grossly overpay middle of the road talent.
Mm-hmm.
And it's part of the NBA. It's part of why the Kings have struggled over the course of their, 38, 39 years in Sacramento.
Mm-hmm.
So it's tough, I get, but Steve Clifford also took that job. Not once, but twice. Twice he took that job. And so I don't know what to tell him. Like did you not look at the roster before you got here? Did you not understand where this thing was going? Did you not have conversations about how much money you're going to pump into the team? Or are you not going to pump money into the team, Michael Jordan, because you're selling the team to someone else who may or may not pump money into the team?
Yeah.
Like, so when you take that job, there should be an understanding. And again, that's why Paul Westphal never went on the record and just like took a machete to the team, because it's like, okay. I mean, he may have taken a machete to like his own career when he wrote a letter to the media about DeMarcus Cousins needing to be traded and not needing to be there anymore, which he did do, and then was let go a couple of days later. But again, that was approved.
Do you think real quick, was he let go because he wrote the letter, or did he write the letter because he knew he was going to be let go? Like he saw the writing on the wall.
Well, I mean, it was early in the season. Like, and I mean, the way Jeff Petrie, which I've used on this program many a time, he called it a philosophical vacation. He said that Paul Westphal had taken a philosophical vacation, but it was a lot more complicated than that.
Sure,
because that letter that Paul Westphal sent out it's not like he went out and pressed send. He had that letter approved by management before he did that, and so after the fact, if they want to fire you after the fact, after whatever the backlash is, okay. But you can probably say he wasn't wrong.
Interesting.
Hindsight, he probably wasn't wrong.
Interesting. Yeah, I think if you're, I don't know, the Hornets are one of those teams that I just kind of forget exists.
Yeah.
I mean, and I think it's partly because of the LaMelo Ball injury, but it's partly because of what Steve Clifford's talking about. Like in the NBA, if you don't have stars or just relevant players, it's just super hard to win on any given night. And like you said, they can win if they play perfect, but that's just an impossible margin of error to operate within. And like you said, even if LaMelo Ball is playing, are they a little better? Like, sure. But that's not a team that's threatening to snag a playoff spot. They're not even pushing for a play-in spot. And
I don't think. I mean, you never know. You never know. I mean, he's a player who makes the players around him better.
Yeah.
So, but the fact that he can't play, like that's a problem.
Yeah.
And the fact that you don't have other talent around, and then the fact that you just went out and traded one of your more talented players for nothing, basically.
Yeah. Well, now they're in full-blown tank mode.
Well, yeah.
Now they're trying to lose. Now they're under-talented on purpose.
Yes.
So that's why if you're the front office, you're like, yep, that's kind of the plan.
Yeah, it's not a great look. Not a great look. So,
ouch.
Yeah, I wanted to bring up too. The reports have been put out there. The great actor Carl Weathers has passed away at the age of 76. Of course, Apollo Creed.
No.
Apollo Creed and Chubbs Peterson from Happy Gilmore, but
Grief Karga from Mando.
Yeah, absolutely incredible actor. Passed away at the age of 76, confirmed by his longtime publicist.
Dang, man.
Yeah, that's a bummer.
That's really sad.
Yeah.
He played football professionally? How did I not know this?
Yeah, I don't know how long he played football, but
Signed with the Oakland Raiders as a free agent in 1970. Played in 7 games in 1970.
okay.
Converted to strong safety in 71, and then got released in 71. Signed in the Canadian Football League, and then I went to San Francisco State. I had no idea that he was a football player before he was an actor.
That's wild.
Had zero clue.
Did
Like
you,
it makes sense because he was Apollo Creed and he was yoked out of his mind. But
yeah. And did you know that the Sacramento Kings drafted Bruce Jenner in like 1970? Not the Sacramento Kings.
I'm sorry,
the
what?
Kansas City Kings drafted Bruce Jenner in like 1976 as like a stunt, and then he showed up to training camp, and they actually like he was, but nothing ever nothing ever came of it.
Wait, he showed up to training camp earnestly, like I'm ready to go. Where's my jersey?
I think that
or did he show up as part of the stunt?
No, I don't. I think that he was there. Like they brought him in,
Like he went, put me in. I'm ready to play.
something like that.
Let's go 3-man weave drill.
Yeah. I mean, he was a triathlete.
He definitely has a trash jump shot, though.
Probably.
Absolutely no chance Bruce Jenner had a wet jumper back in the 70s.
Yeah.
Absolutely no chance.
Just the randomness in it
That's an Al
been-
Davis move, bro. Like, hey, you're a triathlete. Yeah, get in here. Let's see what happens.
Yeah, it's like was it Ron Brown or the Niners with Ronaldo Nehemiah, the great like Olympic hurdler.
I heard Washington for the A's, like a designated pinch runner
Oh yeah.
who came into the World Series as a pinch runner and got picked off. Hilarious. Yeah, hilarious. Yeah. I always loved the Usain Bolt should play in the NFL. No, he shouldn't. He should not.
No.
There's so much more to being an NFL player than running straight.
Yeah.
Like he's faster than everybody on the field, but like a little. And if you get an angle, he's gonna get wrecked.
Yeah.
Like,
Well, I mean, the Bears did it with Willie Gault. They brought in Willie Gault,
sure.
who was, I mean, that dude could cook.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, he was at a Kings game like 2 years ago. I was like, hey, like someone's like, hey, that's Willie Gault right there. I'm like, that is Willie Gault. What is he doing here?
You could pick Willie Gault out of a lineup.
Yeah. I mean, sure.
Even now?
Well, he was much older than he looked before, but when someone told me that's who it was, I'm like, oh yeah, no, that's Willie Gault. Yeah.
I don't like to say I cover the 49ers because the people who are at practices every day and who travel with the team and are at games every day, like that to me is covering a team, like going to practice, like being in the building, being in the locker room, like that to me is covering. I blog about the team.
Mm-hmm.
I follow the team extremely closely and more closely than a lot of people. There are 49ers players who I just like their face would not, like I got nothing for you.
Really?
Yeah, they got helmets on.
Okay.
Like you see their headshot, you see their headshot, but that doesn't help you if you see somebody in person.
But I grew up with like baseball, basketball, football cards as like a big part of my
that
my
makes sense.
upbringing, and so like that's where stats stick in my head. I can see like the back of a Topps baseball card in my head and like read the stats off of the baseball card.
Mm-hmm.
But the same with the picture. Yeah.
I know this is what you were trying to say, but you just said you can look at the back of a baseball card and like read the stats.
Oh no. Like I can see the stats. I can see the stats in my head still from the back of a baseball
got
card.
It. Okay.
Yeah,
that just sounded funny.
Yeah.
I too can read the back of a baseball card. Thank you.
Yeah.
Hey everybody, Seth's here. Everybody say hi to Seth. Oh, Seth's gone. He's out of here. He's
Or
just gonna linger
right
over
next
my
to you,
shoulder.
like
Yeah,
standing next to you with his
this
beard,
is totally
like
fine.
lingering.
Seth is our brilliant. I'm gonna say IT guy, but he's like way above that. Engineer
extraordinaire. Yeah.
Oh yeah, engineer extraordinaire. Nice.
There it
dude.
is.
That's-
Jinx.
dude, double jinx. Engineer extraordinaire, supreme ruler of all things Odyssey, Northern California.
That's right.
I think that's what I'm going with. Is that right? Yeah, I got it.
Yeah, he's just,
okay.
yeah.
That's right.
He's
Very cool.
also part of the Triangle of Avoidance.
Yeah, Triangle of
was
Avoidance creator,
formerly
founder.
the Circle of Trust.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah.
Founder and disbander of the Circle of Trust.
Yes.
Seth's the man. He's going to help me get set up here and help Joe get set up. He is running the board for D'Lo and KC. They are out at Sky River Casino. I will be out there. James is TBD. It is D'Lo and KC noon to 4. And then they are having a watch party out at 32 Brew Street at Sky River Casino in Elk Grove. It is going to be the place to A, hang out from noon to 4, but then B, to watch the game tonight. Even if you can't get out there for the show, pull up for the watch party. It is going to be an absolute blast. Like I said, I'll be out there. Can't wait to see everybody. James, this has been a super fun week. I appreciate you greatly. I look forward to next week where we will get to preview a 49ers Chiefs Super Bowl matchup. Want to remind everybody too, Purple and Black pregame show that begins at 4. That's me and James talking Kings Pacers. So make sure to tap into that before the Kings tip off at 4:30. All right. Thanks everybody for listening. For James Ham, I'm Kyle Madsen. D'Lo and Casey are coming up next right here on ESPN 1320 Sacramento Sports Leader.
Bye, friends. I might see you tonight. I might not. It'd be like that sometimes.
Oh.
Yo, that's
Check.
we can't hear you, James, but I'm sure. How's that look? Oh, that ain't it. KC. Oh.
Oh no, he didn't. I think this has to be.
Yeah.
Hi everyone. If you've been injured in an accident that was not your fault, listen up.
Chatty House, what's good, baby?
To answer your questions for
What's
free.
good? What's good? What's good?
And find out if you have a case and how much it's potentially worth. Call 800-384-1340. I'm here with
Nice little setup over here. All right, we good. How's it look? Everything?
Chatty House. Maria, first off, thank you for having me here. It's always nice to answer the listeners' questions. Now, as far as who should call in,
Our boy Jason is in the Chatty House and in 32 Brews. That's the way you do it right there. We see you. We see you.
we'll find out if you have a case and how much.
Yeah, buddy.
Thanks, John. You heard it. Take advantage of this
like
opportunity and call now. 800-384-1340.
Advertisement sponsored by Legal Help Center. May not be available in
Good.
all states.
This is an important notice to consumers facing $10,000 or more in credit card debt, medical bills, or other unsecured debt.
Yeah, that's
Not
the look
be
right
required
there.
to pay it all back, because there are
That's the look right there. What's good, Chatty House? Appreciate y'all. Missed the ones that aren't here. Dr. David, I saw your message. Johnny G, missing you. Mark, 209ers. Just to get in on the Chatty House joke, they let Michigan out of the senior citizen home to come hang out with us.
Michigan in the house. Hey, ain't no Stephen Brown, though.
Yeah,
Ain't
Stephen
no
Brown.
Stephen Brown, 5'3",
Stephen Brown ain't
135.
showed up. Oh, Scooter on his way. Oh,
in debt and are able
that's amazing.
And who is it? Isn't it Manny you call Canelo?
That
Let's see if
is
Canelo pulls up.
amazing.
Canelo was? What was he doing there? Well, I'll be damned. He wasn't announcing a fight with David Benavidez. I know that.
Oh man.
I just remembered. I'm probably going to miss Canelo's
Do you
fight,
need
so I hope he
headphones?
does.
Do you need headphones? I do, but they're the in-ear ones, as long as you don't mind that.
Everybody give it up for Jonathan real quick. Shout out Jonathan, always. Matter of fact, I take that back. Don't give it up for Jonathan. He wore a Packers shirt a couple of weeks ago.
20 seconds. All right. Hey, Kyle. Hey, Kyle Madsen. My man. My man. I see you. Oh, man. Carl Weathers passed away.
Oh. Damn.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, that's terrible.
Wow.
That's terrible. Okay. We are jam-packed to the rafters.
They're hanging
here at 32 Brew Street.
They're hanging from the sting seats.
Sky River Casino. We welcome you in here to the Friday, February 2nd episode of D'Lo and KC. We don't have our normal drops with us, so y'all know what it is.
Acknowledge
welcome in.
me.
We appreciate you so much for being here. I don't mean to start on like a weird note. I know like fans are really fired up. There's a lot to talk about. Every single time we do this, it's overwhelming that people come out to support this show.
Yeah, man.
With signs, with D'Lo and KC gear, drove from Livermore and Auburn. I hope everyone who is watching this show or is here knows we never, ever take this for granted. Ever.
Nah, never, man. It never gets lost on me that we got people that support us daily, support us, whether it's listening or merch or just kind words when we see them. We do a live show, they show up, man. It's never lost on me. I'm sure it's never lost on you, man, but we appreciate it so much every single day, every time.
A lot goes into shows like this, including our man Jonathan setting everything up. Our man Joe is in the studio. Kyle Madsen's helping him out. Jesse's here. So it's a big production, man. And so thank you to everyone who comes out and supports this. Thank you to everyone who is on their way out. Just because you're not here right now doesn't mean you can't make your way out here. 32 Brew Street, inside Sky River Casino. We're watching basketball tonight.
That's right.
With no Sacramento Kings All-Stars involved.
Come on, man.
Come on, man. We had spent a great deal of yesterday preparing for the likelihood of either Domantas Sabonis or De'Aaron Fox not being named to the NBA All-Star team. At no point in yesterday's show or in any show leading up to yesterday's show did we prepare for the idea that neither would make the NBA All-Star game.
That's crazy, man.
I know everyone has a lot of feelings about this. By all accounts, De'Aaron Fox has feelings about it. Mike Brown has feelings about it. We're going to talk about all of that, but what a slap in the face to this Sacramento Kings franchise, who has been one of the better basketball teams in the last 2 seasons.
Facts. I mean, I'm definitely at the point. I know Jill talked about it. I know you talked about it as well. But I mean, I need to see the votes. I need to know who voted for who.
Yeah.
And if I was James Ham or if I was, we can't say Chris Peterman.
Well, we can say it, I guess.
I'm not sure. I'm not trying to get anybody in trouble. You know how that goes. But
just wait till next week's over. Yeah, we got a surprise for y'all.
If I was our main man, Tony Harvey,
yeah.
You know what I mean? Every single time these teams come to the Golden One Center, I'd be asking the coach, did you vote for Domantas Sabonis or De'Aaron Fox for the All-Star team? And if you didn't, can you explain why? And what's going to happen? The funny thing is, they're not sneaky. What's going to happen is they're going to be some liars. They're going to be some fibbers. They're going to be some cappers on this whole coaching thing. Because I bet you the majority of them are going to be like, yeah, I voted for him. And then the math ain't going to math.
You know what bothered me a lot last night was watching those guys on Inside the NBA, obviously acknowledging the snubs of De'Aaron Fox and Domantas Sabonis, more so De'Aaron Fox than Domantas Sabonis. But I think it was, I don't remember if it was Chuck or Kenny. I feel like it was Chuck talking about
Chuck. Kenny.
He was talking about they valued winning. And that's why Karl Anthony Towns and Anthony Edwards got in. Now, there is absolutely no question that Anthony Edwards is an NBA All-Star. Karl Anthony Towns is an NBA All-Star caliber player. But if that's the argument and you value winning, explain to me why the hell Anthony Davis is in this All-Star game. I'll do you a better one. If this is about winning and you're going to go on the most watched NBA program and tell us that the coaches valued winning, I need you to explain to me how out of the 10 teams that are in the NBA playoffs right now, only one of them doesn't have a representative. You had 2 last year playing at a higher level than they are, or playing at a higher level now than they were last year. Playing at a higher level than they were when they were both named All-NBA. And y'all didn't value that? You had a unanimous coach of the year last year with a team now in the exact same position. You valued winning. Fine. Up until the day before last, Oklahoma City was the #1 team in the Western Conference. Y'all didn't force another Oklahoma City player on there.
Right.
This is it's nonsense. We use the term legacy, right? Karl Anthony Towns has been looked at. And again, this isn't shade on Karl Anthony Towns. We're talking about the best of the best. Karl Anthony Towns now is considered an upper echelon player because he's made these all-star teams, because he's gotten this love from the media for so many years. The same is true for Anthony Davis, and the same is true for Steph Curry. But the fact is, those 3 players are not having better seasons than De'Aaron Fox and Domantas Sabonis, and that includes Steph Curry.
That's a fact. That's where I was going to go. I'm glad you said him at the end. And this is no shade on him. I love Steph Curry. I love Steph Curry, man. He's one of the greatest we've ever seen. He doesn't belong on this All-Star team this year ahead of, I'll say Cat, because I do understand, hey, they're the 1 seed, give them 2. He doesn't belong there ahead of Cat. He doesn't belong on there ahead of De'Aaron and Domas. And I'm not here to cape. It gets convoluted. I'm not here to cape for anybody or anything else like that. But if it's about winning, how is Steph Curry on there? And if it's not about winning, how is Trae Young not on there?
So, okay, yeah, so I thought of that. I was thinking of that this morning because I truthfully and almost embarrassingly was far more pissed off about this than I thought I would be. Like I was like you saw, like I was
He came out of the studio. Like Ahmed Johnson.
That's actually not far from the truth. He was in the kitchen area. 102 was playing,
almost burning the
well, he almost burned the building. This is a
whole nother story.
He won't get the reference, but this is Ryan from The Office over here. He almost burned the building down yesterday.
I got set up. We got faulty equipment in there.
But I walk out and he's 25 feet away from me. Hey. Neither of them made it, and just walked out the door like I was leaving or something, like I was storming out of the building. Just yelled, neither of them made it, and just walked out. And then, like, I just found myself, like, mad. So I was so mad. We had a bunch of work to do yesterday. I forgot about all of it. I was consumed by the fact, like, yo, this is such a slap in the face to this organization. But I was thinking about it this morning in Trey. They named Julius Randle to the Eastern Conference team, which Julius is a fine player. The Knicks are near the top of the conference right now. We're going to talk about them later because I'm going to need someone to explain to me why the hell Jalen Brunson was crying on television last night. But he's not playing. Like we already know that. So that's their out. Trae Young's going to make the All-Star team, and he's going to be an injury replacement for Julius Randle. Gotcha. And a little bit of research showed me that with Trae Young likely, I mean, Julius isn't playing. We know that. That's already been established. Julius Randle's not playing in the All-Star game. My belief is Trae Young is going to replace him. Yep. One guy in the top 18 in scoring in the NBA won't make the All-Star team, and he's 9th. Man. One guy. You want to stretch it out to the top 26? You can throw Desmond Bane and Lauri Markkanen in there, along with De'Aaron Fox, and they're 19 and 23, I think. And De'Aaron is 9, and he won't make the All-Star team.
It's embarrassing, man. And I need people to answer for this. I need them to explain themselves. If you made your pick, if you made your selection, that's cool. That's what you do. But you can't hide behind anonymity here.
Yeah.
Like you've got to explain this because none of it is making sense. When you have numbers like you just laid out, when you look at the numbers that Domas Sabonis is putting up, and we talked about who has ever been left off, there isn't even people who've done this.
Right.
And they're not even on there. So I really need, and I understand you only get a certain amount of time, you only get a certain amount of questions, but I would love for Hunter Patterson, Tony Harvey, James Hams, maybe they rotate the whole situation. But every coach that comes through Sacramento, starting with Detroit in about a week, Monty Williams needs to answer, did you vote for Fox or Sabonis to make the All-Star team? And we're just going to start checking people off. What they said or what's going on. We're just going to start checking them off.
And by the time
they need to answer for this.
By the time the end of the season gets here, you're going to have 29 coaches saying, yeah.
That's what I'm saying. I'm telling you, they sneaky. That's what's going to happen. And the math ain't mathing. I need answers, man.
Yeah, it's frustrating.
And they better be the truth. Hurts like a bad tooth. We lose a mad youth.
Okay, that rhymed. Yeah, Drake bars here. We haven't had those in a while. I know a lot of people were frustrated with what De'Aaron Fox said as well. The I don't care about being an all-star thing. We're going to talk about that. Every fan is entitled to feel however they want to. Like there's nothing, you're entitled to feel however you want to. But I think De'Aaron needs to, we'll talk about it. Okay. I want to be careful how I tease that because I don't want it to come across the wrong way. We're just getting started. We're live out here at 32 Brew Street inside Sky River Casino. Whether you're watching on YouTube, Twitch, Twitter, you're listening on 1320 AM, 98.5 FM HD2. If you're listening on the Odyssey app or you are live here in person, we're so thankful for you. We've got a lot to do today. Will Z is going to come join us. Of course, we got basketball. We're going to hang out here at side 32 Brew Street. 70 TV screens showing the Kings and Pacers. You need a place to watch the game with other Kings fans tonight. Come through, man. We're going to be here, and we're going to talk a lot of Kings basketball. We're going to talk a lot of NBA basketball. We are just getting started here, live from Sky River Casino on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Did you see they started a professional volleyball league? I've been calling for this for years. Professional volleyball.
Are we still on? Oh, there we are. Tough break for Jared Vanderbilt. We watched that injury live. That was a weird one. Yeah, it's a right foot injury. We thought it was something way, way worse. We'll talk a lot about that game too. I think there are some lessons to be learned from that game last night. The Lakers and Celtics. Good Kid, Dad City.
Good Kid, Dad City. I saw the family photo shoot at IKEA. That was phenomenal.
Booty Giuliani.
I thought he was in the chat. Good Kid.
No, he's right there. Appreciate everybody doing the social media stuff, man. We're trying to add all of that stuff to all of our different stories. So thank you guys. I was so upset. Did y'all see KSFM's post today we posted something on our KSFM. I'm going to say we because I don't want to, throw anybody under the bus. We posted something on our KSFM Instagram page, and it was all these rappers, and it said, Happy Black History Month. And the first goddamn face I saw was Eminem. I was like, hey, look, I don't know who made this. Salute, it's nice work, but maybe this isn't the way we go here for February. And then I found Mac Miller, and I'm like, come on, man. Then it became Where's Waldo? Drew Down, what up, baby? We're missing you, Drew. Terrence, what's happening? What's up, Jill? Let's see you, Jill. So we actually got the camera close enough to see that.
I don't see Eminem. I do see Paul Wall.
You don't see him?
I don't see. Oh, there he is down there at the bottom.
That's all I could see.
I see Paul Wall, though. I do see
Yeah,
that.
see, I didn't even see Paul Wall. What it do, baby? It's the Iceman, Paul Wall. What record is that? Oh, it's Grills. D, what's up, baby? Doing a great job, Joe.
Still tipping on fofos.
How's Kenny Reagan today? I don't know. Gotta ask him. Okay. I did have some semblance of a rundown. I don't remember what it said, though.
See, now I know they got it.
We're back live here at Sky River Casino, dealing with KC, 32 Brew Street. Come through, hang out. We're going to be here doing the show live for the next 4 hours and beyond as we watch Kings basketball tonight.
A couple things to address real quick. We're going to talk about the Kings. I want to know what you got to say about De'Aaron Fox. Two things. I know they got a job to do here in 32 Brew Street. I appreciate their job. This is a phenomenal place. They got everything you need here at 32 Brew Street. I love this sports bar. But somebody tell me what the hell that is doing on the screen right now. I'm not having it.
Oh,
I'm not having
up
it.
on the
what
screen.
What the hell is that?
Is the last time the 49ers and Chiefs played in the Super Bowl.
What the hell is that?
Oh, dear. They're trolling you. That is amazing.
I don't like
Next
that,
thing
dog.
you know, they're going to put Ronald Reagan's inauguration speech on the screen.
Definitely turn that. That ain't my boy. Contrary to what the streets are trying to say.
Well, the
that
streets,
ain't my boy.
Streets,
no, get that
hey,
sign
streets
out
was
of
loud. Yeah, bring
get
that up here.
Sign
Bring
the hell out of here. What is that? What the hell is that? Hey, get that out of here.
Who knew?
Hell no.
Biggest heel turn in the history of the business right here.
Hell no.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable.
My man put in time and work into what he did, so I'm not going to disrespect it, but I want to rip it up right now. It needs to be ripped up.
Red, white, and blue, and everything. Look at that. It's on that good paper too.
That's what I'm saying.
Let's frame this and put this in the studio.
I'm not going to disrespect it, but it needs to be ripped up.
Let's put this one in the studio.
Oh, shout out to 32. See, that's why I love y'all. That's what I'm talking about. They got that mess off the screen immediately. That's why I love 32 Bruce.
Turn the channel. That's good.
It's still on the it's still on the screen back there, but I ain't gonna say nothing.
You're such a baby. You are so. Hey. Next week, I'm just telling y'all, whether you're watching or you're next week's gonna be unbearable. Oh my God. Next week is going to be unbearable.
So look, there's one other thing I want to say real quick. There's a business to take care of. We got my man Gino in the building today. Shout out my man Gino, Raiders fan. I just want to say to a Raiders fan, Warren is a Raider fan as well. I just want to say, another one in the house, I don't have a problem with Raiders fans. As long as y'all keep it respectful, I'm going to keep it respectful. But the second y'all start talking crazy, we're going to have to start talking. Gino ain't say nothing. Gino ain't say nothing. Ain't nobody saying no. It's good right now. It's good.
No.
It's good. Gino said we good. We good. Once again, I want to see the Raiders do well. I do. I'm not even lying to you. I want to see the Raiders do well. But
I'll just collectively.
People start talking crazy to me. What am I supposed to do? Not talk?
I'm just gonna collectively ask this question: who brought up the Raiders?
Well,
did anyone out there bring up the Raiders?
This was for peace. I saw my man Gino, I saw my man Warren, I got my man in the back.
Yeah,
this is for peace.
But
we
it's
on
fine.
The good foot already.
No, but who insinuated there wouldn't be peace for you to give that big declaration of peace?
Man, I've been seeing tweets since Saturday.
Boy, you got to.
I know how some of them roll. So when I see them, I got to say, hey, I'm coming in peace.
You got to get off Twitter.
Twitter, great.
Or X.
Especially when the Niners win, it's great. Got receipts, all that other stuff, man. We'll talk.
Yeah, we'll talk about that. Hey, start a GoFundMe account for Domantas Sabonis. He missed out on $1.3 million because of the coach's incompetence yesterday.
That's the other thing. That's the other thing that I don't like about
talk
this.
about
that's
it.
The other thing.
Yeah, talk about it.
That needs to have it where these votes are public.
Yeah.
Because Domas, he's not losing sleep. He's fine. But it's the principality of the situation.
Yeah.
Right? If you made me miss out on 1.3 million, I need to know why. I need to know who you are. I need to know why. And you can say these things shouldn't be related to achievements like that. That's a whole nother conversation, but it is what it is. That's the rule right now. So I need to know, Monty Williams, why didn't you vote? Why did you make me miss out on $1 million? Like, what did I do wrong? What did I not do? What did this guy do over me? These questions need to be answered.
I know a lot of fans had the same kind of thought. Like, I hope this motivates those two guys. I hope they go out there and just beat the hell out of the Indiana Pacers tonight and just go on a tear headed into the All-Star break. And I don't think they're wired like that.
No, I don't think that's the type of people we're talking about.
Yeah, I don't think that's them. Like, we've seen Dame do that, right? I think Dame is wired like that. I don't think Domas or De'Aaron is, and De'Aaron's disposition is fascinating. So let's talk about that for a second. Shout out Big John Poles in the back. I'm almost positive he's wearing a Smash Them Boys hoodie.
We got two of them in the building.
Yeah, he's got a Smash Them. Oh, we got a couple. Delivery Joe in the house.
Shout out Delivery Joe.
Hey, let this be a lesson. Words have consequences. Words have consequences.
Look,
and it's nice that Jason is here taking the role of Drew Down today. Jason is here. Drew Down. Jason is here filling your role, trying desperately to get our attention. Jason, we see you, baby. We see you. See, that's your doing right there.
I was just talking about the game. I didn't know it would go onto a shirt.
Yeah, and now you got 6'9" John Poles walking around with a shirt that says "Smash Them Boys." How do you think? What do you think that makes John Poles look like?
I never said to put that on a shirt.
Well, words have consequences. Dave Garcia doing what he always does. He watches the show.
He does a great job.
Made a Fire Empty Calories hoodie that is available on DLoandKC.com right now for 25% off.
But I didn't tell him to make that into a shirt.
We didn't tell him to make an Empty Calories shirt either, and he did it. And this is what I mean.
In that case, he used his better judgment. The other case, I don't think he did.
Well,
that's my
you
boy.
and Connor Sutton are 100% at fault
for this. Shout out to my man Connor. Shout out to Roro. That's my man too. They started the preseason and training camp. Sac Republic getting ready to get after it.
Let's go back to the disposition of these players. De'Aaron had said to the Sacramento Bee he didn't care whether he was an all-star or not. And that's perfectly fine. And that kind of fits De'Aaron Fox. Like, we had a conversation, I think it was last week, about the face of the league or who could be the face of the league. It started with someone kind of mentioning it in a column about Tyrese Halliburton. Tyrese Halliburton, the face of the league moving forward. And someone asked in the chat, and you brought the question to the radio show, is, well, can De'Aaron Fox be the face of the league? And the immediate answer, at least for me, was no, because he doesn't want to do stuff like that. And this is an example of that. I don't care if I make the all-star team. And here's the tough part. Here's that like tightrope that you have to walk. I respect De'Aaron Fox a great deal for his honesty. And I think that's one of the things we've always appreciated about De'Aaron is you don't really have to guess, right? I mean, sometimes you do. When the do-rag is on, he's being passive aggressive.
Well,
he's
a
a little frustrated.
You know what time it is.
When when he's not dunking, he's upset with something. And like
somebody's got to go.
But we've learned to read De'Aaron Fox's language. But De'Aaron is honest. And that's one of those things where you brought it up. This was a great point by you. You brought it up where, like, from a Rich Paul perspective. And I love that because usually I take the agent perspective. And you took it as like, if I'm Rich Paul, hey, De'Aaron, that's cool. Don't say that out loud. I'm going to take it a step further. And if I'm Vivek Ranadive, it's like, hey, everyone appreciates your honesty. Like, it's one of the things that makes you you. But in this regard, don't be so honest. Say the exact same thing that you said regarding USA basketball. Hey, it's a great honor. If I'm recognized by my peers or the coaches, like, wonderful. And that's it. It takes 2 seconds. That's all you have to do. Yeah. I've seen what these guys do at All-Star games. You've seen what these guys do at All-Star games. It's not a break. From the moment their last game is played, they hop on a plane, they fly to whatever city it's in, and they got to work. Whether it's appearances for the NBA Players Association, NBA Cares, or just the stuff associated with All-Star games. It's a lot of work. I don't fault De'Aaron for not wanting to be a part of it. Just don't say it, because now this offseason, when the schedule makers are sitting down and they're looking at, well, what are we going to put on ESPN? What are we going to put on TNT? And you're looking around and we got a couple of all-stars in Minnesota. We got Shea, one of the biggest stars in the league. Steph Curry is still here. People are still tuning in to see Steph Curry. We got Nikola Jokic, one of the great players of the generation. LeBron James is still in the league. And Sacramento's got a purple beam because now they don't have no all-stars. Now you hope that's rectified when the all-NBA teams come around. And there's more that has to be factored in with all-NBA teams now because of the 65-game threshold. But remember, when the votes came out for De'Aaron Fox, no media voted for him to be in the All-Star game. No one's paying attention to what he's doing this year. Last year, there is, I think, a lot of truth to people who say, well, last year they were 3. That's like eye-catching. Like, well, I think that's something that benefited Julius Randle and the New York Knicks. Right. Oh, 3. It might be a half game difference between 3 and 5, but it's 3. Oh, it looks so much better. Now it's 5. Record might be exactly the same. His numbers are higher, but it all looks different. And remarks like, oh, I don't really care if I'm an all-star. I do think it plays into this. And it's a responsibility that he has. As great as Domas is, De'Aaron Fox is the face of the Sacramento Kings. If I'm Vivek, as D-Lo, as Damien, the radio show, whatever De'Aaron feels, he feels. Like, I can't do anything about it. But if I'm Vivek Ranadive, the owner of the Sacramento Kings, I'm like, hey, maybe lie this once. Or maybe just play the answer a little more simple this one time. But I don't care. That's kind of an ugly phrase. Yeah. And I don't think you want that associated with the face of your franchise because it is, whether we call it a popularity contest, no matter what we call it, it's an honor to be recognized as an all-star. And once you get 1, 2, 3, you start to get the Karl Anthony Towns treatment. Well, he's certified. You start to get the Steph Curry treatment. Even though those guys are having all-star worthy seasons, if it comes to a certified player and a non-certified player, guess who gets the nod? Yeah. And now De'Aaron is back to being a one-off all-star.
Yeah, no, you're 100% correct. And sometimes in these situations, you could say it's unfortunate. You could say, I would probably lean towards it's just part of the job. It's part of the job description. Sometimes you got to do things for the betterment of everybody else. You think LeBron James really wants to go to the All-Star game this year in Indianapolis?
No.
You think Steph Curry really wants to go? Not really. But they understand being a part of that helps the league. They're ambassadors for the league. And them going is what's going to help the league. Number one, just in popularity and growth for the league. Helps not only the league, but the other players in the league as far as the money they can get. And that's on a grander stage. On a little bit of a smaller stage, De'Aaron Fox, you're the face of the Sacramento Kings. you going to the All-Star game helps boost the profile of this franchise. And I thought it was a great point that you made. Or if I'm Vivek, I'm like, hey, you gotta chill on that. Like I'm trying to put something together here. We're trying to build something as a franchise. We're even trying to, if you want to say Monty McNair or not, we're trying to like erase the stigma of the Sacramento Kings. And you're the biggest part of that problem. I know you may not want to go. I kind of need you to go. If there's an opportunity, I need you to go. I need you to go represent for us. And is it fair? That's debatable. Like I said, fair is where they judge pigs. Stephen A said that, actually. I don't want to take credit from him. But that's part of what it is. And I'm not like, oh, you get paid a lot of money, so just do whatever. But that's part of you getting $100-something million. That's part of it. And you can get I don't know his contract. You can get $150 million without doing this. But I think if we're all working together and in sync, that should be part, like, all right, I know I don't want to, but we're in this thing together. Let me do my part. So is he a bad person for it? Is he a bad leader or, a bad face of the franchise? Absolutely not. It's just something we would like to see on his end.
It's heavy is the head that wears the crown. Yep. It's a very literal crown for this king. Like, you're that dude. These types of things, you like it or not, you got to embrace a little bit more. Yeah. I mean, and whether, I don't think that remark factored into him getting into the All-Star game one way or another. But I also don't think it helps the overall conversation about the Sacramento Kings. The Kings, last year was fantastic, but the Kings are still in the process of digging themselves out of a 16-year rut that they were in. And De'Aaron is the biggest part of that.
Yeah. I don't think, maybe I shouldn't even say that. I'll just ask the question. I think it could have affected that. And James Ham brought up something on the Insiders today where he talked about, he just looked back at not the stat line of De'Aaron in the All-Star game, but how he played. He looked like he wanted to be 100 other places in the world than on the floor in that game. And I don't think it's inconceivable if Eric Spoelstra is putting in his vote. He's like, I could go with Cat, or I can go with De'Aaron Fox. I remember how De'Aaron Fox played last year in Utah. You don't want to be there. At least I know Cat will want to be there. All right, I'm gonna write him in.
Yeah.
I think it's not who's to say it's right or wrong. I'm not saying that, but I think that's human nature if somebody's paying attention. Because you combine that, he said he doesn't care about the All-Star game before the Chris Biederman thing. The way he acted like he didn't want to be there last year, and now you got somebody placing a vote, and if it's close, that may be a deal breaker for some people.
Yeah.
So I just whatever he wants to do is what he wants to do. I'm not here to tell him what to do. I'm just trying to help kind of explain why, if it's close like that, saying those comments may come back to haunt you at the end of the day.
Yeah, regardless, if the object is to give recognition to the best basketball players in the league, the NBA, its coaches, and to a greater degree, its fans and its media failed. There's no egregious all-star, in my opinion. I did think the Julius Randle selection was a bit eyebrow-raising, but I also recognize they do this regularly where they'll give someone a nod knowing they're not going to be able to play, and that way that person gets whatever benefits that come from the All-Star game, which is another thing that has to end. Like Domantas Sabonis losing, and I get in the grand scheme of a $225 million, $220 million contract, whatever Domas signed for, maybe $2 million isn't that big of a deal, but still it's written into his contract as an incentive to be an all-star. And if we're not acknowledging the best players in the league, we got to eliminate that.
Absolutely.
We got to eliminate that from from contract negotiations, because that's something that's going to come back when all NBAs are selected.
Yep.
They're obviously going to be monitoring 65-game schedules now, but they're also going to look at how was this player an all-star. Okay, I'm going to start with the all-stars and then start checking names off.
Yep.
All right, Joe didn't make it. He came out. Tyrese just missed it, got to cross him off or whoever. And now you're like, okay, well, who's next?
Yeah. And to your Julius Randle point, I'm not so sure they did it that way, the way you said it, where they knew he wasn't going to play. I don't know when the votes were in, but he got hurt on Saturday. So unless the votes were, you had to get it in, and that's assuming everybody waited to the last minute of Monday or something like that. Because some of the information that you got, at least, you got that on like what, Monday, right?
Yeah.
So there was an idea before Randall got hurt.
Yeah.
And I think they genuinely put him in there.
Yeah. No, it could be true. Yeah, could very well be true. It was just a far more frustrating night than I expected. It was a frustrating night for Mike Brown, as well as he talked with our man, the Hall of Famer, Mark Spears, and he called it a glaring wrongdoing, saying, worthy players are left out of the All-Star game every year. And he's right. But when Will Z got us the stat, hey, who's done what Domas has done and missed the All-Star game? And Will Z came back with, well, no one's done it. No one's done 20, 13, and 8 before, so there's nothing to measure it against. Every time someone, whether it's Harden or it's Jokic or it's Joel, anytime someone sniffs a Wilt Chamberlain stat, it's all over ESPN. Domas is doing something only Wilt's done, and I ain't seen it nowhere. Domas is the only guy in the league who could go for 47, and they're going to cover the starless Lakers beating the Celtics instead.
Right. Yeah, I'm really baffled by the criteria and what they're looking for. Number one, if you want to go with rewarding winning teams, and to be honest with you, like, I don't know if we need to be rewarding 3 teams with 2 guys. Like, number 1 seed, cool. I know Book is having a great year and KD got voted in. I mean, I don't know if they need to be rewarded with 2 people. Book is deserving for sure. Even the Clippers, you know how I feel about the Clippers. I think they're the best team in the West. I don't know if they need to be rewarded with 2 people.
Mm-hmm.
That shouldn't be something that just everybody's getting here. And then let's not even start with the Lakers. But how you don't have 1 Sacramento King on there is unbelievably baffling, because even if you go with the whole we're rewarding winning situation, please explain Anthony Davis. You want to talk about empty calories. Anthony Davis is an unbelievably talented ball player, but clearly his numbers affect absolutely nothing about winning. Clearly. Has nothing, because it's the best season he's had in years.
Yeah.
And they're on a team
500.
that's scratching to get 500.
Yeah.
There's a team that's scratching to get into the play-in. So you want to talk about empty calories. Anthony Davis, in my opinion, has no business on the All-Star team.
But that's that certification we were talking about earlier.
Yeah.
AD certified.
Yeah. No.
He AD was bigged up coming out of college.
Yeah.
He's made all pros. There's this thing that hangs over him where if he's healthy, and then now I think a lot of these voters, be it media voters, fan voters, or the coaches, thought, oh, well, he's finally healthy, and look at the numbers that he's putting up.
Well,
and I guess it's Jared Vanderbilt's fault that the Lakers are bad, or Taurean Prince, or I guess it's Darvin Ham's fault that they're bad. Right. But apparently it's not LeBron James and Anthony Davis's fault.
And what really needs to happen and I'm not saying you're wrong, I'm just saying if that's what's going on, why are we even selecting all? Just put them on. Everybody that's already made it, just put them on the All-Star team again.
Yeah.
Like if that's what it is, like, oh, he's certified, he's a 8-time All-Star, so if he's averaging 23, we're going to have to put him on there again. Then what are we even selecting for? Because we're not going year to year. We're not living in real time and watching these games and understanding what's going on with the story of the season. We're just going off, 8-time All-Star. 23, I don't need to look at his record. Just put him on. Like, just do it that way. This tells what it really is. And then we can better grasp it. But we're told by coaches that winning matters.
Yeah.
The coaches tell us, oh man, they do so much for winning. That's the excuse for having triple single on there for so many years.
Yeah.
He does so much to affect winning. This guy ain't got a stat to the first. But winning's supposed to be important until it isn't.
Winning's important when it fits your argument. But I'm with you. Ask questions.
I tell you, Tone, I know Tone is listening. Ham, Hunter Patterson, rotate.
Yeah, Chris Biederman's in Indiana right now, I think. Ask
him. I'd ask
Rick Carlisle, president of the Coaches Association. Ask.
Hell, you know what? I might start doing it. I go to some of the games. When I go to the game, I might go down there and ask somebody. I'll do it.
Yeah, they right there under the tunnel. It's not like it's hard to get to. Like, hey, coach, did you vote for Domas?
I'll do it. I'll ask him.
Because you know he torched your ass the last time you guys played. You didn't vote for him? I'm genuinely curious how many people lie. I'm not even curious who says yes or no. I'm just curious how many people lie. I feel like some of them hoes are going to lie.
I know they are. I know they are. Because this all needs to be put out on wax, man. These votes, all this needs to be put out on wax.
We'll continue to talk to Sacramento Kings. Of course, it's the Kings and the Pacers. Tonight, we're going to watch the game here at Sky River Casino. We're going to watch the game here at the beautiful 32 Brew Street. 70 TV screens here, all with Kings basketball on them. Our man Leezy's in the house. Leezy, what up, baby? Leezy. Yes, sir.
Hey, and we got a mic too. Are we doing that in between?
Yeah.
Or during
no,
the
we're
show?
gonna do that during the show.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, we're gonna put the mic down there. Oh, it's already down there. It's right there.
Yeah.
Yeah, so y'all can come up, ask questions. Y'all can be like callers today. You could be the third person on the show. I know Will Z's coming through. Kyle Madsen's gonna come through. We've got we vibing today, baby.
Yeah, man.
We vibing today. Steelo and Casey live here at Sky River Casino on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Okay, headphones. I need you to get wound up a little bit. I need you to get excited. Instead of a little down on you.
No. They can sit somewhere else.
No. That's all. I'll have some a little bit. I just have to. I know what goes on.
Hey, did you know that? Kings rear.
I'm going to put that with some backwards.
Without a shirt. I always forget that Carl Weathers was in Happy Gilmore. Hey, can we get should we position that mic. How should we?
Happy Gilmore. I think I've only seen Happy Gilmore like twice. I'm not like a big Adam Sandler fan. It's whatever.
Hey, anytime anyone wants to interact with the show, just walk up to that mic right there, and we'll catch you at the corner of our eye, and we'll talk. All right, we're back here live, Sky River Casino, 32 Bruce Street.
Yeah.
Great to see everybody showing up in the D-Lane Casey. I just got a DM from Bobby Gerald.
Oh.
Bobby Gerald coming through
up,
Sky
baby.
River Casino.
South Sac, stand up.
Yes, sir. That reminds me. My man Dan, the record man, is here. Dan, you would love Bobby Gerald. You got to meet Bobby Gerald, man. Dan, the record man, has thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands of records that he sells at these events. He's got one coming up at Tilted Mash this Sunday from noon to 5. He brings like 10,000 records out in crates, and you just dig through them, and 90% of my collection is from Dan, the record man.
Shout out to him, man.
Dan,
Shout out to Dan, the record man. We got a record player for Christmas, man. Wife was talking about she might get some records, man.
So Dan's coming to Roseville for the first time, and he's got WWF Pile Driver, the album. Oh yeah, you know that's going in my collection. What y'all know about Pile Driver? What y'all know about Pile Driver? Yeah.
WWF crazy for that one too, by the way.
Yeah, man.
They crazy. They need to change the name on that.
Huh?
That's the WWF need to change the name of that move.
Well,
what is Randy Orton's move called? The one where he gets him on the ropes in the DDT. I'll be popping for that.
What is it called? Vintage. Oh, I just think it's the DDT, isn't it? The hanging.
I thought
DDT?
it had a special name.
Yeah. Oh, that's Vintage what they call. That's the name of the move.
Yeah, that's
Vintage Orton. No,
that's the signature.
I just thought that's what Michael Cole always said. I didn't know that was the name of the move.
It's Vintage Orton. He thought that's.
I thought that's just what he was saying. I didn't know that was the name of the move.
Yeah, that's a classic one right there.
All right, I'm with it. By the way, Rich Paul acknowledged what we already knew. What is it? The KTLA. Hey. It turns out the KTLA reporter was wrong.
Well, no, let's not do that because Rich Paul don't respond to just anything. He don't respond to just anything. So he responded and he squashed it. But it.
Well, you think he squashed it because it was gaining a little too much momentum?
But once again, I'm just saying, if once again you said he was a nobody, and you said you.
No,
were
I didn't
nobody.
say he was a nobody.
Well, yeah. And you said you were.
Well, he wasn't Woj,
and that was wrong. But if you would have tweeted that out, would Rich Paul? Well, yeah, he probably would have. If I would have tweeted that out, would Rich Paul have come out and said he wasn't going to be traded?
If it gained, yeah, he would have. First of all, yeah, you got a bigger following. You got a bigger following than the KTLA guy. But the one thing they would have looked at.
Now. I'm going to tweet something right now.
Oh, please don't do this. Please don't. Please.
I'll tweet something right now. I'm going to use
Kenny
Anthony
for Reagan.
Davis. I'm going to say Anthony Davis.
Anthony Davis, what?
Might be get traded, and then Rich.
No, don't do that. No, don't do.
Rich Paul going to respond to me?
See. No, because it's not going to be. It won't. You think it's going to get the same traction that the KT.
Rich Paul gonna respond to me. That's my whole point. Rich Paul. Something happened where Rich Paul was like, "Nah, it's not." I gotta say.
Well, what happened was it gained traction
because the guys verified.
No, the guy is in LA. If you tweeted De'Aaron Fox, because part of the thing that you look at is okay, the guy's in LA. He's a reporter. All right, like maybe there's something there. If you tweeted, hey, I heard De'Aaron Fox is at the top of the Kings list to trade. Yeah, that's probably going to get a response because it'll gain traction because you're who you are in this city.
I think his history had a lot to do with it. They dug up his history. He's got like 5 spot on calls. I think that had a lot to do. All I'm saying is Rich don't respond to just anything. He don't respond.
I agree with that.
So something was going on there. He either was wrong, the guy was wrong, and Rich was like, nah, this guy kind of verified. I got to respond to this. But there's been other reports where Rich I don't remember last time I heard they talk about trading Anthony Davis all the time. I ain't heard Rich Paul say nothing.
I don't know. That might be true. I don't know. That's just
But he did
ridiculous.
squash it.
You're not trading like I like the Jeannie Buss isn't trading LeBron James.
I never believed it would happen. I just thought, oh, this guy is kind of.
Has anyone checked that guy? I don't remember his name. Has anyone checked the account?
Either.
Did he hit him with a my bad?
What did he have to say? What did he have to say in response?
I don't remember. I have no idea what the guy's name was.
Like David Paguli or something.
And you didn't retweet it.
No.
You just brought it up on the air.
I just saw it, vetted him a little bit, and I was like, "Well, that's interesting." That's all it is. That's interesting. But I never thought they would trade. I mean, you don't trade LeBron James. Maybe you trade Anthony Davis, but you don't trade LeBron James. You know, the other thing that happened, though, to your point, was they start talking about it on TV.
Oh, I see that.
Not necessarily the tweet.
Yeah.
But people were like, it isn't a bad idea to trade. I could see da-da-da-da-da. And that's probably another reason why Rich decided to respond. They started. I think that I saw 2 separate clips from ESPN of them talking about it.
Someone tweeted, Darvin Ham, untouchable. Austin Reeves, untouchable. LeBron James, available for trade. Yeah, okay. Okay. I'm buying that. I tried to find it. I can't find this guy.
I don't know the guy's name.
I don't know if he's fallen quiet since his little proclamation on trading LeBron James. Would that be the wildest trade in NBA history?
Yes.
If just the Lakers out of nowhere traded LeBron James?
Yeah.
That's wilder than Shaq?
Yeah. That's why I was just about to say, what are some of the other
Shaq's
trades?
probably the only close one, but I feel like Shaq didn't surprise people in the league, and Twitter wasn't a thing, at least not like this. I don't think it was a thing at all when Shaq was traded to Miami. Mm-hmm. So
KG?
No, because it had long been like KG's wants to win. I don't think there is one. I think Shaq is the closest, and I don't think that's particularly close.
It isn't our time, so I guess I'm just I don't want to say spitballing, but we never really know. But when Wilt or Kareem got traded, I think Kareem got traded like in his prime.
Yeah,
that was kind of crazy. And then Wilt, think about Wilt going from Kevin Durant. He went from the Sixers to the Lakers.
Yeah.
That'd be crazy.
Imagine.
In today's time. The Lakers. That's like the Dodgers adding Ohtani.
Imagine if Twitter was around when Magic said he wanted to be traded.
Hey, how many times did Magic say that? Was it just twice or just once?
I think he just said it the once with Westhead, right?
Yeah.
Wasn't that the only one?
Yeah. I thought there was another one because I thought it was, I guess that was Westhead.
Because he was with Riley the rest of the way, right?
You're right.
Or no, he was with Riley and then Mike Dunleavy at the end.
Dunleavy, 91.
That was his last coach, right?
But he didn't say he wanted to be traded.
No. I mean, those are the only 2 other coaches he had after that.
Yeah. No, I guess it was just that one time. I thought it was multiple, but not just one time. Yeah, that would be crazy. Well, we were around when Kobe said it, and people forget about that. Kobe said it twice in one day.
Kobe. Who did Kobe say it to? Dan
Stephen
Patrick?
A.
Oh, Stephen A. Stephen A. Yeah. I want to be traded. I want to be traded. What was the crux of that Dr. Buss lied to him?
Yeah, I think so.
About the Shaq stuff?
Yeah.
Like he let Kobe take the fall for Shaq when Dr. Buss wanted to get rid of him?
Yeah.
Wanted to get rid of Shaquille?
Yeah. He said and then they stunk too.
And then sent the Chicago Bulls to hell. Like the whole thing was Kobe's going to the Chicago Bulls, and the Chicago Bulls just like froze and forgot how to play basketball. Yeah, that was a wild time.
Yeah,
that was a wild time.
LeBron would be. Yeah, LeBron James getting traded.
Part of what makes the NBA great is the drama, though.
Oh yeah,
like it's the professional wrestling aspect of all of this. It's the soap opera. It's the storyline. It's the backstage stuff. Like what happens on the floor, it's compelling. Like it's the main thing that draws us.
Right.
But it's the hoops hype and the insiders and all of that other stuff that really sucks us in.
Yeah, that's different from every other league, even the NFL. That's World Wide Woe talking about, he always has the sign when something happens that we talk about of 0 days since the NBA's been unnecessarily dramatic.
Right.
And it's just what they do, man. And I think it's the best league in the world. I enjoy it thoroughly.
It's certainly the most dramatic league.
Yeah. It's the best show.
It is. Especially when you have moments like last night where the Celtics lost to the Lakers without.
Wow.
So here's I'm giving Jesse a hard time.
Max Christie was too much for him.
I guess so. Here's the thing about that though. Message to Kings fans, it happens all the time. Obviously, we're hyper focused on what happens to Sacramento. That's the team that we're watching the most. That's the team that we're watching the closest. But it just happened to the Celtics. Inarguably, the best team in the entire league.
Yeah.
It happened to them last night. It happens a lot more often than we realized. You brought up a couple of days ago, Oklahoma City. At the time, I think they were the top, certainly a top team in the league. They lost to the Detroit Pistons. Yeah, that stuff happens. It's frustrating when it happens. The Celtics fan base is frustrated by that loss. It was to the Lakers on national television. It's embarrassing. The Oklahoma City Thunder, their fan base, they're frustrated by the loss of the Detroit Pistons. But it's far more common than we realize.
Yeah, man, and it's not gonna happen on a regular basis. But I'm just a firm believer, and I know, you should do this, you should do that. But these guys are in the NBA. You know how good these guys are? Like the G Leaguers that were in Memphis, some of them dudes can ball. Gigi gonna be nice.
Mm-hmm.
Like they got some guys that can play. The Lakers, obviously, D'Angelo Russell, he's a baller. Austin Reeves was balling last night. They got guys that can play. And between just a human letdown from some of the Celtics, because LeBron and AD aren't there. It's human nature to let down just a little bit, let your guard down. And then you combine that with the three-point shot. These things can happen, man. They can happen. And what you hope for is they don't happen often.
Yeah.
Which I can understand. Anybody like Matt George might say that hasn't happened to the Celtics as many times this year as it's happened to the Kings.
Mm-hmm.
And I understand that. So you hope it doesn't happen often, but yeah, these things do happen.
Austin Reeves is a frustrating player to watch because I feel like you can't appreciate him because he's a good basketball player. He's solid, but it's almost the Draymond Green component where because it's the Lakers, because LeBron liked him, it's like completely overblown.
Yeah.
You can't just go, Austin Reeves is a good ball player. Oh, he means so much to the Lakers. Oh, wait. Sorry, they're 25 and 25. I didn't know.
Yeah.
But he's one of those players who you watch. Last night's a perfect example. Regardless of who was on the Los Angeles Lakers, Brown and Tatum are still over there. They still, Drew Holiday is still over there. You still have, some marquee defenders, particularly Brown and Holiday on that Celtics team. And he had a night. He cooked. He used the opportunity to have himself a little night. And it's just hey, I appreciate that. I respect it. Yep. But if you say anything positive, it's it's not positive enough. It's the Draymond Green component. Draymond Green is a solid ball player. No. Oh, you don't know basketball. He's the greatest defender that's ever lived. Oh, all right, dog. You get into these weird, just to never get roped into a conversation with a Warriors fan. Never, ever, ever.
No, man, it's a waste of time, man.
Just if a Warriors fan,
don't know who.
If they start tweeting you, just walk away.
They don't know who.
Just put your phone down and walk away. I tweeted that thing about this dude is I retweeted his volume clip. This is the most delusional athlete in the history of professional sports. And one of the guys that we like in the Bay Area, Candlestick Will, he responded he did he should have won the Defensive Player of the Year award. Well, no, he shouldn't have. Kawhi should have, and he did. Yeah, but Draymond had more first place votes. Yeah, but that's not how this works. It's done in totality, not by. And then I realized, what the hell am I doing? Why am I explaining this to this individual? If you don't understand how awards work, bro, Google it.
Do for you.
Yeah, just look it up. It's easy. You had no problem looking up the first place votes. Look up this.
Yeah.
You'll be fine.
Can't do it, bro. Can't do it. And then our guys, they were at it again this morning, having a good time with Sabonis.
Oh, I bet they were.
You know, it's just one of those things when you talk about the Warriors and Warriors fans. We talked about this last year. They know the end is here. This little storybook run they've been on, it's over. It's over, and they're acting out.
See,
understandably, they're acting out. They're lashing out at others. Sabonis ain't never do none of them, but it's over. Hey, remember I told you at the beginning of the year, they was talking about we got to get the fifth one for Steph.
Yeah.
Brother, the fifth one. You're lucky to get the fourth. All right, let's be honest with you. The fifth, y'all ain't never seeing another championship. What are you talking about? Enjoy your four. That's great memories.
Yeah.
But the fact remains, it's over for them geezers. It's over.
Steph could get a fifth. It just ain't gonna be on the Warriors.
No, yeah, it ain't gonna be on the Warriors.
I just noticed something.
This is back to the Todd Fuller days.
I just noticed something. And y'all, they ain't paying no attention to us. They was laughing a little too hard at that Warriors jokes. Hey, are y'all Warriors fans? I knew it. She was laughing way too hard at that Warriors discussion. I was like, something fishy's going on back there.
Hey, man.
Hey, we welcome everybody here to Sky River Casino.
Like I said, with all due respect, it's over. They all know it's over. And the fact that we pointed out, they get mad at us. What you get mad at us? It's like I tell the kids when I'm coaching them. What you want me to do? Lie to you?
We'll see.
You want me to tell you a lie that you made a good pass when you didn't? No. You want me to lie to you and say you got a chance to win another championship? I'm not going to do that. I'm going to tell you the truth. It's over. It's over for them geezers.
That's why Bonte and Butch were celebrating Domas and De'Aaron not making the All-Star game because they don't have nothing else to be excited about.
Once again,
they did 4 hours of 49ers coverage yesterday because there ain't nothing to talk about with the Golden State Warriors no
simple
more.
as that. And look, the reality of the lottery is slapping them in the face and they're lashing out.
And,
I understand. Those are my guys, but it just is what it is.
And they've shown they don't know exactly what to do in the lottery. They get some nice ball players. They get some really good ball players. They just don't know what to do with them.
They ain't even got their pick this year. They ain't got their pick. It's
that's a problem.
Yeah, it's like top 4 protected or something like
no
that.
wonder they hanging.
They might keep their pick. They might be the 4th team in the league. I don't know.
Hey, we'll see how bad the league wants Steph to have 5. It's a top 4 protected pick. Oh my God, the Warriors have jumped in the lottery. Again, what would they do with it though? Draft another player who they won't play?
Yeah, it's whatever.
Because the writing on the wall, like with Kuminga, bro, play that man. This isn't even this for anyone who watches that basketball team isn't a discussion anymore. It hasn't been a discussion for a while. Play that man.
Where are you gonna play him? You just paid $100 million to some random. You just paid $100 million, and he demands to start. He demands to get his playing time.
Steve Kerr need to grow a backbone. I know he got a bad back, but grow a backbone. Like, hey, sorry, dog. This is better for the team. This is for the future. If this is really about 5 for Steph, let's go get 5 because we're going to get it with Kuminga. We're not going to get it with you.
Yeah,
Can you imagine what Kuminga would be if you actually committed to that dude? That dude's a hooper.
He is a hooper. I like Kuminga. Now, unfortunately, he had a Draymond-esque situation the other day and knocked out the reigning MVP for a couple months.
Yeah.
Potentially. I don't think anything's official
Yeah,
yet,
so we haven't.
Initial reports.
Yeah, Shams backtracked that quick, didn't he? Oh, my gosh.
I don't think I'd ever seen that before.
Shams got a scolding from somebody about that report. I don't think I've ever seen Shams. Shams told us the big 3 was folding and never corrected it. He got a call last night, and just to clarify an earlier tweet, I'm sorry, when the hell did we do this? All right, Shams. I see you, big dog.
I don't think I'd ever seen that before from Shams.
But yeah, So I guess this is where it's confusing. Did he tear his meniscus or not?
That's what Shams got that information. It's not made official by the Sixers, so that's why Shams had to backtrack. But Shams didn't just make that up. He got that information, and I don't know if he wasn't supposed to get it or wasn't supposed to go out with it yet or what, but he got the information that he tore his meniscus. Hopefully he didn't. But this also had me think, I told Jesse after we heard it, this lends a little more credence to what Kendrick might, like the thinking that Kendrick Perkins had. Even if he didn't tear his meniscus, this guy's legs is taking a beating this year. If you want to save the rest of this contract, you might want to think about sitting him for the whole season. It's not the craziest thing in the world.
It's not. I get it. Like, I get it. But, like, then what? Like, so you just hope, like, next year this doesn't happen?
Yeah.
Oh.
No, that's what, I don't mean to sound like that. But yeah, you hope that, because he had a long season last year, put a lot of miles on him last year. You're hoping essentially that about half a season of rest and an off season will allow his body to recoup, and maybe it's stronger to go through, a championship, a potential hopeful championship run.
Do you think he was playing for that second straight MVP?
Yeah, I think that has something to do with it.
Because he two things are true. Up till this point, at least in my opinion, he was clearly the MVP. That's also not going to happen now. Like, he's not going to win the MVP again. But I felt like he was. I felt like he was, and like, it's not. I'm not faulting that.
No,
like, I completely
all,
understand it.
He's trying to get there. He's trying to. Joel wants to be legendary.
Yeah, and I love that.
Yeah,
that's one of the things I love about Joe.
That's part of the things that come with it. If he could be a back-to-back 2-time MVP, he's trying to get all the MVPs. If he could be a 7-time MVP, he'd do it. So he wants to be great. He wants to be remembered as, I truly believe he wants to be looked at as one of the greatest, if not the greatest big man to ever play. I think that's one of the things that motivates him. So yeah, he was getting after it, trying to make it happen.
How close is he to that conversation now? I'm trying to think. Like, I mean, you hit the three obvious ones with Kareem, Shaq, and Wilt right out the gate. Jokic is probably in the conversation. We haven't even talked about Olajuwon yet.
I'm about to say, is he better than Akeem? Is he
I
better
don't
than
know.
David Robinson?
I'd probably go him over David Robinson. Olajuwon's tough. Olajuwon's one of the most respected big men. It feels like Joe's closer to a Shaq type big man, and like Domas is closer to an Olajuwon type big man. Like, Olajuwon was graceful. He had a lot of finesse. He had like a basketball IQ through the roof, where he saw the floor in a way that a lot of guys in his position can't. I think and we talk about this all the time, one of the tough things about Domas and the way he sees the game and the way he plays from his position is that Jokic does it too at a slightly higher level. And it's like, okay, so it's not unique. For Olajuwon, especially at his time, it felt like it was really unique because it was David Robinson. It was Patrick Ewing. And it was like, man, something a little bit different about the dream.
Yeah.
And then Shaq came along and Jesus.
he wrecked everything. I think you can make the argument Joel's top 5 big man of all time, because he's probably the best, most talented in evolution of the game, has a lot to do with it, but the most talented scorer for a big man we've ever seen. I mean, he's a 3-level scorer as a 7-2 center. Like, that's ridiculous. He handles the rocks. He does all this, man. And I think he's top 5. And one of the guys that never gets mentioned, who I don't even know how to put him in this situation, but one of the guys who never gets mentioned, Moses Malone. Like, Moses was like the guy where, like, yo, if you want to win, go get Moses, for about 5 years. The Sixers became a championship favorite because they have Moses Malone. So I don't know where he falls in all this. Some guy just won a lot of money, I think. Sorry, I'm distracted. This guy, he jumped up, was dancing. I think he won a lot of money.
You okay?
I'm great.
Okay.
I hope he can let me borrow $1.
Joel has only played 65 plus games twice in his career. Was one of those last year? The last 2 years he's done it? Those are the only 2 times Joe's played 65 plus.
It's tough, man. That's tough.
He might not win another postseason award. Can you imagine, like, the years go by and Joe's not named to an All-NBA team again?
Man.
I get the spirit of the 65 plus rule, and I don't think that it's, well, I don't know. I don't think that it's wrong, I guess. I feel like it's going to go away. It's not going to go away next year. No. And I think Adam's got to make a point first, and then maybe the rule will go away. But, man, it's incredible to think that, like, Joe might play 60 games or 62 games and not be, like, think about the season Tyrese Halliburton is having. Yeah. He misses 3 more games. I think it's 3 more. I think he's universally agreed. He's leading the league in assists.
Yeah, he's an All-NBA
and wouldn't it be named one of the best guards in the league?
He's an All-NBA player. And you talk about losing money. What is he losing, like $40 million potentially because of this?
Yeah.
Because of the benchmark on the extension and all this other stuff. I think he's losing like $40 million.
They gotta, that's, well.
Talk to your boys.
I was going to say,
all you players, talk to your boys. We got to play.
You brought this on yourself, right? And you just kind of have to deal with it probably for a couple of years. Then I think the league will get fed up with it. Mm-hmm. And I think it'll really come into play when you have like a 63 game player or a 64 game player. And it's like, we're really not going to say player X is one of the 15 best players in the league because he missed 1 extra game. Yeah. And by the letter of the law, that's exactly what you're going to have to do. Yeah. But then you're going to have to change the rule.
Yeah, if you're Adam Silver, I mean, I understand setting precedent, but you also can use common sense. Like you could, Adam Silver or whoever, Joe Dumars can step in and say, this guy that played 62 games is eligible.
But see, that's the problem. This is all NBA is media, right? Mm-hmm. We're asking media to exercise common sense. See, that's the problem. It's not just the players who it's like, hey, man, y'all kind of blew it. This is what we're stuck with for now. It's also, we don't trust them to make the right decision.
That's true, too.
Right? These are people who have made, ridiculous picks in the past for MVPs or for Defensive Player of the Years or for these different All-NBA nods. It's the same. It's the same thing.
Not facts, man.
It's the same thing. Steeler and KC live at 32 Bruce Street inside Sky River Casino.
We got the open mic for all our people in here. We got the open mic.
It's open mic night at 32 Bruce Street. You got any questions, man? Jump up to the mic. We'll talk. Y'all will be the phone lines today. You'll be the chatty house. Salute to everybody watching on Twitch, YouTube, Twitter. Shout out to everybody listening on the Odyssey app, 1320 AM, 98.5 FM HD2. We are here for the duration of the live show, taking it into the Kings and Pacers. Yeah. Come watch basketball with us, with our all-star list team. The Kings and the Pacers, we're watching here at 32 Bruce Street inside Sky River Casino on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. What y'all eating? I see nachos and Rich. Salute. Rich. All right, salute. Rich and Rich. What's up, Big Rich?
Both Rich is in the house. What up,
baby? That looks nice. What's that? Oh. That's what we should have. We need a drink. We're gonna be here a long time. What do you want to drink?
Pina colada.
Can we get a drink?
I don't like coconut.
That is gross. Can we get a drink?
Good kid, Dad City. Appreciate you, big dog. Much
Appreciate
love,
you.
baby.
Booty Giuliani.
Booty Giuliani.
Yes, sir. Gavin Newsom. We see you, boy. I'm missing one. What was the other one?
What was it? I can't remember.
Booty Giuliani, Gavin Newsom. There was one more.
Ramsey in the house. What up, Ramsey?
Ramsey struggling to breathe. I'd never seen Ramsey's hair before. That was the first time I've ever seen Ramsey's hair.
Ramsey be faded up.
Yeah, he's clean.
He be faded
that
up.
Boy right there. Yeah. You want cranberry and vodka?
Yeah, cranberry and vodka. Tito's is good.
I'm gonna stick young Zell with that bill if he shows up. Hey, shout out to everybody watching, man. We appreciate everybody in the chatty house. We wish y'all could be here. What's up, Tyler? I see you, Tyler. I can see everyone's names. I can't really see. Peyton, I see you. Told you. Shit, we'll talk about that next. Where's that from?
Saying, yeah, I'll tap it.
All right. Every time I say something low into the microphone.
I found him. I don't know. There's David Pigalore. I don't even follow the guy. He just came up when I put D. Boss.
Boss. Wow. Where are the flags? Oh, Jesse's got the flag. Yeah.
David Pigalore.
Yeah. Flag on the. There's a flag on the play.
Oh man. Oh man, I think I'm blocked. Oh no. He unblocked me.
Oh man. It is so hot up here. Now I know what Bob Hope felt like.
My man, come on, man. That's why I love Sky River 32 Brews, man. They stay looking out, baby.
Not everybody got that Bob Hope joke, huh? You got it.
What happened?
Remember the Dundies? He was like, it's so hot in here. Now I know what Bob Hope felt like. You watch The Office, don't you? Oh, Jonathan, Jonathan, absolutely. I would think Jonathan is an office guy. Oh, okay. Well, hey, there it is. That's fine. 15. Lazy,
what up, big dog?
Lazy, we love you, boy. Yes, sir. Okay. Back here live, Sky River Casino, 32 Brew Street. Come through, hang out with us. Hey, shout out to Advisory, man. This is the only piece of King's gear I have.
Shout out to them.
And man, that they did that. Yeah. With that brand that they dropped, with that line that they dropped at the Golden One Center a few weeks ago.
Time.
Yeah,
that was big time.
Yeah, I love and that's one of our people, man. That's local. So Advisory, salute. Mad love for your line.
Speaking of one of our people, you know, we'll cross things over just a little bit here. Salute.
Oh, you can give me. Yeah, I'll take that right here. Thank you.
Salute.
Hey,
there we go.
Yeah, now it's a party.
Hold on, let me get.
Now it's a party. Yeah, go ahead. Hey, if you're at the house, if you're in the chat, put your drink up.
Yeah.
Cheers, Rich, Charlie, everybody here. We appreciate y'all, man. Thanks for being with us. This is the first time I've drank during one of these live shows. So, hey, Joe in the studio, ride that dumb bum, player. It's about to go down. It's about to go down.
But what was it? Oh, no. I was saying, you know, we're giving love to Advisory, and rightfully so. One of Sacramento's own. This weekend, the Queen of Sacramento is about to come home with some hardware.
Yeah, Victoria Monet.
The Queen of Sacramento. I'm putting it at, I think she's getting 3 Grammys.
3 out of, it's 7, right? She's 7.
Yeah.
SZA's 9. Yeah. Hey, did y'all catch the Soul Bloom announcement yesterday?
Oh, yeah. Shout out to our people at Soul Bloom.
After a day of trolling us and making memes out of D-Lo and KC, Soul Bloom dropped the lineup right around 4:45 or so.
Yeah.
And of course, Alex Figs hits me up and says, man, I wish I could have seen your reaction on the live stream. But SZA, who's nominated for 9 Grammys this weekend, is headlining the first ever 3-day Soul Bloom. And for those who aren't familiar with Soul Bloom, It's the biggest R&B music festival in the entire country. And it's right here in Sacramento. It's at Discovery Park.
And to be honest with you, it's turning into one of the biggest music festivals in the country.
Facts. Yeah.
And you're right. When they started this whole thing, you'd say R&B. I think we could take that off and just say it's one of the biggest music festivals in the country, and it's right here in Sacramento.
Well, SZA could be a game changer for them moving forward. Like, they've had some great names in the past. Kaylani last year,
Tiana Taylor, Janae
Brett
Aiko.
Fayez. Yeah, those are that's probably that. It was probably one of Tiana Taylor's last performances, and to have SZA headline this joint this
Summer
year.
Walker was here a couple of years ago too.
Yeah, right. Yeah, so this is
SZA, like you said, that's you're in another stratosphere.
Yeah, SZA's is like a super. I'll put this in sports. Like, she's a LeBron James level superstar. That's where SZA's at right now.
All-Star game, regardless.
Yeah. She's a legacy induction into the All-Star game.
And they got my girl Snow Allegra on Friday. Oh, well, my wife will be there on Friday. She made sure to let me know. I'll be there.
You know what the call? So this brother named Dom Kennedy is performing on Friday.
Start playing his music in the house and everything.
Dom Kennedy,
the announcement
in the Caraway household, is on the level of Serge Ibaka, to where if Kenny's lovely wife just makes the wrong type of eye contact, it's over for our man.
She even told me, she said, I'll be there on Friday. I don't know where you'll be at.
I was going to say,
on Friday.
you know what the cold piece is? We might not be. We got radio shows to do Friday. We might actually miss that first part of Soul Bloom. And Jazz is like, she's rubbing her hands together like Birdman, like, oh, yeah.
Yeah, she's
That's a wrap.
Oh, yeah, I'll be there on Friday. Yeah. Well, my girl Snow Allegra headline. That's my girl right there. I Want You Around. I say this a lot, but one of my favorite songs of all time. Probably top 20. I love that song.
So it was a fun weekend being made fun of on it was a fun evening, I should say, being made fun of on Soul Bloom, their social media pages all day. More rumors out there regarding the Sacramento Kings. This one says Sacramento would rather discuss trade opportunities centered around Kevin Huerter and Davion Mitchell than Harrison Barnes at this point. Quote, a dream scenario for this team would be pulling off a trade for Kuzma and Jones at the trade deadline. So here's what I'll say about that. I think it's 100% accurate.
I agree.
Because how many times and I'm not, now be clear to what I just said. I think that's accurate. I don't think it's right, but I think it's accurate. And here's why. We could do some crowd participation stuff. How many times has Mike Brown threatened Harrison Barnes' job?
Never.
How many times has Mike Brown said, hey, you know, we might go with Trey Lyles tonight. See what Trey Lyles can do in that position to bring Harrison Barnes off the bench. Oh, I was just wanted to see what was going to happen. How many times has he done that? He hasn't. But if you go back to training camp, obviously everyone knows I'm referring to Chris Duarte and Kevin Huerter. Well, the opportunity presented itself in the regular season for Mike Brown to make the switch from Kevin Huerter to Chris Duarte. And as frustrated, as many times as we got frustrated with Harrison Barnes, to this day, Harrison Barnes is the only player that Mike Brown has publicly made an excuse for. And I don't want that to come across the wrong way. I don't want excuse to come across the wrong way. I don't know what other word to use. Right. He's the only player to this day that he's bailed out. Oh, we don't run plays for him. He's the fifth option. He's blah, 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 blah. And it's like, okay, something has clearly changed in the last week or so. But again, whether you think that report is right or it's fair, I think there's a lot of accuracy to it. If Sacramento had their way, and I'll take it a step further, I think if Mike Brown had his way, he would trade Kevin Huerter instead of Kyle Kuzma. Or, excuse me, he would trade Kevin Huerter instead of Harrison Barnes.
Yeah, I agree with everything you say, and the reasoning behind it as well. I mean, once again, I don't want to be disrespectful or have it come off some type of way, but he's protected Harrison Barnes the whole way through. I think there's a level of trust that he has with Harrison Barnes. It's one of those things, like James talks about it often, where coaches, you can depend. Harrison does things that you don't see that you can just depend on every day. Look, I feel like I got a pretty keen basketball eye. I'm not seeing it. Well, I hadn't seen it before the last week and a half. I hadn't seen it with Harrison Barnes, but I'm not in the practices, not in the film rooms or anything else like that. So maybe he was doing exactly what they told him to do leading up to the last week or so. But to your point, there's probably some type of security blanket effect that he feels with Harrison Barnes. And he may look at it as, Harrison's not playing well right now, but if we get Kuzma and bring him to the bench, that'll really, we've heard that before too. Hopefully, if it were to go down, I hope so. I'm not trying to super kick Harrison out of Sacramento. I like the guy.
I'm sorry.
I want him here.
I love you.
I like him, but I need production at this point. He wasn't giving it up till about a week ago. So if things have changed and he finds a way to be productive, I'd love to keep Harrison here. But I think more than anything, to your point, Mike would love to keep Harrison here.
Yeah, and Davion is. I like the way that Davion has played in this time, but clearly, I think the sample size of, and I guess this is probably true for Kevin Huerter too. The sample size of getting a feel for what Mike wants and doesn't want, like it's starting to grow a little bit. And there are various points last year where you're kind of reading between the lines. You're kind of trying to figure out, okay, what does Mike think of this player? Right. Everyone is still learning each other. It's all very new last year. This year, that's not the case. So in training camp, when Mike insinuates or not insinuates, he actually did it. When Mike says there's going to be a change here at the two-guard position, I was just going to do it for a game. Well, okay, fine. You didn't do that anywhere else. Right. Now, obviously, you're not going to do it with De'Aaron. You're not going to do it with Domas. And you're not going to do it with Keegan. I got that. Perfectly fair. Harrison has been absolved of all of this. Mm-hmm. So whatever has happened in the last whatever that one game in 7-ish days or whatever it was that has brought some life to Harrison Barnes or changed kind of the complexion of this offense, salute. Yeah. That's fantastic. But I think when you look at the totality of the season, you can see it. Like, he loves Harrison Barnes. He loves what Harrison Barnes brings to the game. And if Kevin Huerter's, in a vibe, in a flow, hey, let's go with it. If he's not, he's one of the quickest guys to get the yank. There was a game, I can't remember which one, but he had started to break out of that slump a little bit, but then he had like a 10-point game. And again, I don't remember which game that was, but he had like a 10-point game. But then when you look at the minutes, you realize, Mike was off him pretty quick. And he wound up playing, instead of the 30 minutes and some change he's been playing lately, it was, 21, 22, something like that.
Yeah. If, just speaking hypothetically, Trey goes down, and it's hard to know who else would be involved, but just work with me here. What do you think Mike does at the starting two-guard spot? Is that Keon Ellis?
At the starting two-guard spot?
Because I asked because I don't think it'll be Malik. Maybe it will. Maybe they'll end all that, and they'll be like, all right, we finally starting. But or do you go super big?
So is the idea Harrison's going to the bench?
Yes. Well, he could. I'm saying he could go, with a super big lineup. I don't know.
So
Kuzma, Murray, and Barnes.
So there's an idea, Kuzma at 2, like that's a thought. Mm-hmm. Or to what you just asked, if Kuzma does start in place of Harrison goes to the bench, Malik goes to the starting lineup. Now, Harrison, your role is to do what Malik Monk did with this second unit. The issue with that is, in this idea, Davion's gone. So is Keon
Tyus Jones.
Well, Tyus Jones is your backup point guard.
Yeah, you got Tyus Jones. So
Or maybe the idea is Tyus Jones could lead that second unit.
Yeah. Well, no, that's what. Yeah.
I mean, like in the way I meant lead it in the way that Malik does.
Got you.
And then
Got you.
if Herder's
Him and
out,
Harrison together.
now you have less reservations about starting Malik Monk because you feel like your bench is a little bit more solidified.
Yeah.
Part of the concern, and I actually understand this, we've been talking about it now, for a couple at least a week plus. I understand taking Malik out of that second unit. Now Malik is struggling right now, but it's you need it's like Malik or bust with that second unit sometimes. Yeah. And if Malik's not hitting, the second unit's like, oh man, you're not getting a double-digit score out of there. You're not getting a playmaker. You really don't got anything going there.
That I love Herder and Davion. That's a hell of a trade. If you can make that move.
Oh, I agree.
If you can make that move, that's a hell of a deal right there. Wow. They get the Jesse Tapia sign of approval. You make that deal. Kuzma and Tyus Jones essentially for Herder and Davion.
Oh, we're getting Monty on the phone. That's good stuff.
We're getting Monty on the phone.
That's good stuff. We're getting Monty McNair on the phone. Man, even the boss is here. I haven't seen the boss in like a week and a half. Y'all behave. Hey.
Be on your best behavior.
Everybody sit up straight. Our boss is here.
Be on your best behavior, damn it.
Just act right. Hey, hi. Hey, Stacy. Everybody act normal. Act normal. I like the idea of this move, though.
I'm a little worried about the two-guard position, though. Because I like Kevin Herder in that role with how he stretches the defense, can hit the wild card, but I'm a little worried about it, but I still think that it's a great move.
What do you think Mike doesn't like about? Okay, sorry. This is my assumption. What do you think, if my assumption is correct, Mike doesn't like about Kevin Herder?
His defense. His defense. And his lack of physicality on the perimeter defensive. That would be my first. I
guess, I don't know. I guess I just have a problem when we pick and choose who's not playing defense. And I mean, I guess I don't watch film, right? Like I don't know what Mike's looking for. So if we see, I think a lot of times we see defensive lapses and we see a defensive lapse from the Sacramento Kings, or maybe we see a defensive lapse from a singular player. And we talk about this a lot, how sometimes it's difficult to judge on defense because you might watch a particular player get past, say, Harrison Barnes, and Harrison Barnes' job was to direct that player in a certain direction, and he did that. And it was the second line of defense that wasn't where they were supposed to be. Like, defense is done like that in the league. So sometimes it's difficult to differentiate what was a team mistake, what was an individual mistake. But I wonder, like, is Kevin Herder the first line of defense and he always falls? You know what I mean? Because it does feel like the conversation has always been around Kevin Herder, and you don't have to you don't have to know the game plan to know that there have been times, particularly early in the year, where I think Kevin Herder was in his own head, or Mike Brown was in his head, maybe both. But you don't have to like know what the Kings' game plan is to know Kevin missed that.
Right.
Yeah, Kevin missed that. Regardless of what Domas was supposed to do, or Keegan or Dean or whoever, Herder missed that. And I feel like he's gotten a lot better, though.
I think he has too. And when you talk about toughness and physicality, the way he gets on the boards, I think that's vital. I think he's beginning to get more consistent with the shot and giving you kind of what you're looking for. You're looking for him to give you 12 to 15 a night. And given the minutes and the shot opportunities, I think he's gotten in a groove where he can give that to you on a regular basis. So, I understand the spirit of the question. Me personally, I think the Kings are just fine with Kevin Herder. But if you can find a way to get Kyle Kuzma, I think that changes things. Because now Kyle Kuzma, I think his numbers are actually down three-point shooting-wise this year, but he gives you a little bit of that spread the floor element with him out there. He's a good rebounder. He's the guy that we talked about yesterday, can score off the bounce and score on three levels. So I'll be worried losing Kevin Herder, but I think you make up a lot of that and then some. with having Kyle Kuzma in your lineup.
Okay.
But it don't look like Harrison going anywhere.
So that's
just, I mean, that report, but just the feeling. And I don't feel like he's going anywhere. Or they're going to try and do everything they can to work a deal with anybody that doesn't involve Harrison Barnes.
So let's try this. I'll take Kuzma out of the equation a little. So I'll sort of take Kuzma out of the equation. We are 6 days away from the trade deadline. Yeah. Do you think the Sacramento Kings make a deal that involves Kevin Huerter?
No. Well, no.
Do y'all think the Sacramento Kings thumbs up? Do y'all think the Kings make a deal that involves Kevin Huerter? No. Yes. I got the Batista from Zay over there. He gave me the.
I would say it has to be a deal like we just talked about. If it's not that, they don't do it.
Like a big deal like Kyle Kuzma.
Like they're not gonna do it. Like
Jones.
if it's just Tyus Jones, I don't think they send Kevin Huerter anymore. If it's Kuzma, and it almost feels like I was reading some stuff this morning. It almost feels like they're like locked in on Kuzma, and if Kuzma happens, great.
Well,
if not, they'll just move on with the rest of their season.
The funny thing is they've been locked on Kyle Kuzma for like 3 years. Monty, and that's the fun part that I think we all like forget in all of this. Monty McNair has been trying to get Kyle Kuzma on this team for 3 years. Yeah. Dating back to Shavano being in Sacramento. He tried to get Kyle Kuzma here.
Hey, to a certain degree, you could say Keegan Murray is a Kuzma prototype. Like Monty McNair.
Sure.
If I can't get Kuzma, I'm going to get somebody like him.
Sure, he might be better, but I got you because I mean Keegan Murray's already a better defender than Kyle Kuzma is, and man, I this is a question no one can answer except Matt George. Matt George will tell us. Yo, what is that dude's ceiling? Keegan Murray. Because like we that was the thing headed into the draft, right? Wow, his ceiling it's probably not as high as a Jaden Ivey's. It's probably not as high as a Benedict Matherin's or a such and such and a such and such and a such and such. Right. But then it was like, okay, that man, okay. Dude can he can shoot. Oh, wow, he got better. Oh, now he's a defender. Now he's a defender that I think even the biggest supporters of Keegan Murray didn't recognize headed into the first year. Yeah. And it's like, what could this young brother become for this team?
So in the same vein of what I talked about, what if he became Kyle Kuzma? Kyle Kuzma is a guy in this league. I think right now he's averaging 21 a night. And he's a good rebounder. Maybe a little better version of Kyle Kuzma because he's a better defender.
Because he's a better, yeah.
But I think people hear the name Kyle Kuzma just like, give a face.
Your original assessment on Kyle Kuzma is 100% accurate. People don't like him because of the way he dresses.
I think that's got a
no,
lot
I'm
to do
serious.
with it.
Like, I'm serious. I think people look at him and, he ain't about basketball because he loves the fashion stuff. Like, but he died. He's a little eccentric.
Yeah.
And I think that's Ty's outfit yesterday was wild. Ty, hey, as someone who's been known to wear some, interesting things once, salute. But even for me, I was like, Ty, hey, all right, bro.
That jacket was funny.
That jacket was like, it was the cut of the jacket that was weird because it made Tyrese look like this. And it was like, bro, I'd seen you. You don't look like that. Like, what is that? Does that jacket have shoulder pads in it? Like, what is that?
That jacket was hilarious. I like what Tyrese going for it. I ain't mad.
I'm with it though.
Hey, in New York City.
Hey,
come on now.
You?
I'm with all that.
You?
People might like be underwhelmed when I say Kyle Kuzma as far as what Keegan could be. Kyle Kuzma this year is averaging 22 points, 6.5 rebounds, 4.3 assists. Come on now. You tell me if Keegan Murray got to that, and 22 is 22 because he plays for the Wizards. Maybe on the Kings, Keegan's averaging 19. 19 with 6.5 rebounds and 4 assists, and he's a good defender?
Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
Come on, man. I love that.
So that's and that brings us to another point where we are, as a not just a fan base, but like just us, we're impatient in 2024, right? Everything is instant. Music, instant. News, instant. Well, look, the 49ers.
What the hell is this doing back on the screen? How did this get back here?
The Chiefs 49ers game is on 2 different TVs. Jimmy Garoppolo era.
Yo,
49ers.
you know, in the middle of this game, Jimmy went like 10 for 11 with 2 touchdowns. I mean, dude was cooking. There's no way we should have lost this game. 3rd and 15. They held Bosa. I don't know how the hell this happened. We were up 10 with 6 minutes to go. They held him.
It's good to see.
Come on.
No,
man.
you're handling this well. It's
we
good.
would have been going for 7 on Sunday.
But you're not. You're going for 6.
Look at him. This is a touchdown.
No, I
shoot.
No,
we picked off Mahomes twice.
Tune into ESPN 1320 and hear the play-by-play of a game that happened 4 years ago. But no, it's good. You're handling this well. It's good. Why are you upset about this? This was 4 years ago. You're in the Super Bowl.
It's one of them rings. It's one of them rings. You know what I'm talking about when I say it's one of them rings.
No, it's
one of them ones.
So at what point do you just lose a game?
Plenty of times.
Well, you just lost this one.
No, they had this game.
No, they had it, but they lost it.
They had it. It was right there for them.
Maybe
they can count it as a ring too. Hey, what game did the Raiders have, John Poles?
Hey, I'd be careful. Well, all right. I'd be careful. John Poles is wearing a hoodie that says "Smash them boys." Be careful. Just be careful. See, Joe was smart enough. Delivery Joe was smart enough. He didn't wear his. He just brought it in. John Poles got his on. John Poles had to walk past security with that on. John Poles got stopped at the Sky River door. Sir, all right, go. You're 6'8". Go ahead. It's fine.
By the way, it is secure here at Sky River Casino.
Yeah,
I had to take everything out of my bag.
Oh, did they do that to you?
Yeah.
Sir, I'm with the broadcast. Oh, go right ahead.
They hit me. I told them that too. They was like, yeah, we still need to see the bag.
Damn shame what happened. Well,
we need to make sure that's a laptop in there. All right. I mean, I'm not mad at it.
You ain't gonna get your light skin jokes off today, are you? You ain't gonna get it was funny a week ago on KSFM. Now it's not so funny.
A certain level of privilege that happened in that.
Hey,
little light skin privilege that happened at that entrance.
Man, hey, sir, I'm with the broadcast, and he let me right in. I don't know what happened. It was weird. But I brought up the 49ers for a reason as it pertains to the Kings. We'll talk about that. Kyle Madsen's here. Hey! Kyle Madsen, come on down. It's Stealing with KC live from Sky River Casino. We are here for the show. We are here for the Sacramento Kings versus the Indiana Pacers. We are so happy you're here with us, whether it's on 1320 AM, 98.5 FM HD2, whether you're on the Chatty House or live here at 32 Brew Street. We'll be back with more here on Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320. Oh, no, that's terrible. That's terrible.
How they lose? Sway.
Yeah. I'm just praying to get a pop every time you walk. Look at his hoodies.
Crazy, man.
You got the whole ass posse now. Where's Caroche?
Up to the right. All the way right.
Behind over there. Right by the window. Oh, there you go.
Yes, Charlie, I uploaded the podcast. Yeah. Yeah, I got the card numbers. Oh, my bad. Yeah. So I got those loaded in, and I put a bunch of stuff up on the podcast feed.
Hey, KC, can you stand there for 2 seconds?
Checked, because me forgetting that is 100% a thing I would do. Please acknowledge me next time as 98 Rock intern.
Do you want us to scooch in a little bit more?
I need to go.
What do you?
I need to come in.
You scoot over. You scoot over. KC.
I moved it a little bit.
Yeah,
already.
scoot this way. I'm gonna be a little snug, which is good because I can't hear Kenny. Katrina, clutch.
Yeah, big time.
Hey, that's big.
I
Yo.
did that half.
Want one? All right, right there.
I've had some.
Yep. Made the mistake of. I might need some water.
I hate this. Can Kyle Shanahan afford to lose? Yes. He'll wake up on Monday.
Jonathan literally doing everything, man. That is my man in $100 grand.
What's your favorite food?
Karosh!
I love those.
Karosh, what up, baby?
The 13 team was a lot.
Is that Aaron? I can't
but
tell.
I feel like in
That is
12,
the tribal
like,
chief.
defense peaked,
The tribal chief.
and
This team's up there too.
this team's a lot of fun.
This team, because they got a long history.
Hang on, guys. We are back here live at 32 Bruce Street inside Sky River Casino. Dealing with KC live. Man, we have a tremendous day. We are hanging out, watching Kings Pacers here. 70 TV screens.
Yeah, man.
And right next door
Oh boy.
is the Humidor Cigar and Whiskey Lounge. Now, there's going to be a little point, probably around the second quarter halftime, that old D-Lo and KC are going to disappear for a minute. And we're going to walk over there and get a little tour of that Humidor over there.
You guys got a booth?
A booth?
Yeah,
I don't know what we have.
you probably have a booth.
I don't know what we
I
have.
imagine.
But I'm going over there to see that joint. That's going to be the new D-Lo and KC hangout spot. We'll do shows here, and then we'll all go next door because a cigar and whiskey lounge, that's my vibe.
Yeah. That's a good look.
That's what you try and make your house.
I do.
Yeah.
Well,
the Damian Barling Cigar and Whiskey Lounge.
Normally,
house.
once the clock hits midnight, we have a few people over. We head out to the patio, and it is indeed the Cigar and Whiskey Lounge. It's a vibe. Yeah, yes, indeed. Hey, Kyle Matson with us, by the way. Kyle Matson of the Insiders.
Let's give it up for Kyle Matson.
I watched the beginning of the show.
Thank you.
You're welcome. It was great, as usual. I'm excited to talk trickle-down economics. Kenny.
Well, so, okay. All right, look. So I just saw a report that Travis Kelce's barber is out here telling people Kelce has made the fade haircut iconic because of Taylor Swift.
Yo, stop it. Stop it.
You want to know his name? Patrick Reagan.
Hey, see, we got to stop this.
Uh-oh.
Hey. Hey.
Everybody listening on the radio is so confused.
No. All I know, we've been on the air 3.5 years, and only one person has brought up Ronald Reagan before. And it was my man.
Shout out to RFK Stadium. That was, I don't know, that was one of the most interesting facts.
You were really taken back by RFK Stadium.
I said, wow, it's right down the street from the Capitol. This is amazing.
Again,
that's not even ranking came up.
Again, not to get all sentimental, but thank you guys for letting us be us. We literally spent 15 minutes on RFK Stadium yesterday, all because Kenny watched a YouTube video.
We got a call about RFK Stadium.
We did get a call about what was it? Rolling Stones? Oh, and a young Stevie Wonder.
Stevie Wonder.
Yes, indeed, and a young Stevie Wonder. Absolutely tremendous. Every time we do these shows, Kyle Madsen joins us. I'm reminded of the very first event we did here at Sky River Casino last March when Kyle's run at 95.7 came to an end days before this live show.
Yep.
And he showed up here and faced all of the people who called him into a meeting and said, sir, your services are no longer required. And here we are, a year later, because it was March.
Yeah,
it was March
8th.
Madness.
Yeah, March 8th.
Not that anyone's remembering.
Nobody's counting.
Well, I know. I remember when it happened. We were at AEW.
We were at AEW. That's right. We were right before you told your son to ask me a very unfortunate question. We had gotten a text from Kyle that said, hey, I got laid off today. So, if you need anything, I'm free. And we're sitting here like, wow, okay, let's get something figured out. Reese, ask Uncle D'Lo about that. And that just created the most awkward moment in Uncle D'Lo history. But I'm always reminded of that because, Kyle, Kyle's one of my best friends. And to see what the last year has meant for you, man, love it.
I'm in a better place now.
Love it when winners win. Yeah,
man,
you are.
I appreciate
I know where you were before. You're definitely in a better place.
Because friends there still.
No, so do we.
Okay.
But Charlie's never going to text you, hey, reel him in. Now, I might text you to reel James in once in a while, but Charlie won't.
No, and that's great.
And Aaron doesn't even listen, so it's fine.
No, it's so
that's
great.
Good.
This is Tribal Chief here?
No, he's here. He's right there. Hi, Aaron. It's fine.
The Tribal Chief is in the building, ladies and gentlemen.
Yes,
Acknowledge him.
So before Kenny went on this awkward tangent about a game from 4 years ago.
Not over it.
I was trying to draw a parallel. We were talking about Kevin Huerter, the upcoming trade deadline, Harrison Barnes, the Sacramento Kings, where they are right now, where we want them to go. And in a instant gratification society where everything's instant, Twitter, instant, music, instant. You want a song, you don't have to wait for it to come on the radio, though you should tune into 102.5 to see if it comes on. You can pull it up on your phone. But we take that same approach with our sports teams, and it's not realistic. And KC will be the first one to tell you, you said it this year. You didn't say it last year. You didn't say it the year before. But entering this season, you said, this is the year for the San Francisco 49ers to win the Super Bowl. And part of the reason is all of the hiccups and hangups that you've gone through in years past.
Yeah.
Part of it is the growing with Nick Bosa and Fred Warner and Eric Armstead. It's all of those experiences that have led you to this moment to at the beginning of this football season to say, nothing else will do. I dealt with them losing last year.
Yeah.
It will hurt and be wrong if they lose this year. Guys, that's not realistic with the Sacramento Kings. That's not where they are. So I love the idea of Kyle Kuzma. I love the idea of making a trade. Obviously, I love the idea of getting better, taking a very clear step forward. But if they don't, it's not the end of the world.
I agree.
No, I think the frustration lies in not that they're going to not win a title this year. I don't think that's anybody who had that expectation. Like you said, that was unrealistic for this year. But the idea behind the run it back thing was they would get better. You would see Keegan Murray take a step forward. And, Kevin Huerter had a career year last year. Now he can build on that. Harrison Barnes does he's just been as consistent as any player in the league for a decade. You know what you're going to get out of him. And De'Aaron can take this MVP leap. And all of that sounded great. And I think the problem is that those steps forward aren't necessarily happening. It's been far more lateral. And I think that's why it's frustrating, because they're sitting here about the same place they were last year. They're losing games they have no business losing. And yeah, they win a couple that, they beat Denver and they go into Minnesota and they beat Minnesota, and that's awesome. But they're not markedly better. And I think the expectation was that there would be tangible steps forward. We're here February 2nd, and we're looking at like, oh, this is basically the same team.
So, okay. So let me ask you, where do you think they were supposed to get better at?
No, I just said it. If you're going to run it back with the same players, you got De'Aaron Fox being a little better. You've got Domantas Sabonis being a little better. You got that. But Kevin Huerter, he's been worse. Keegan Murray's been a little better. He's better defensively, definitely, and offensively. You see him taking some steps.
Monk got better.
A little.
Harrison didn't.
Harrison's gotten worse.
Now that's something that
these leaps that I think people were anticipating haven't necessarily come to fruition.
I would say the fact that Harrison is a lot worse than you could probably ever imagine.
Yes.
That's hurt them more than
that was a wild sentence.
That
was a wild
he
sentence.
Is more ass than my
that is wild.
So what I mean by that, I know it sounds crazy, is like Harrison's like Harrison's gonna give you 15, right? And you're like, even if he takes a step back, he'll give you 11. Nobody imagined him having so many stat lines of 0 points, 0 rebounds.
No, I got you.
Yeah.
Like nobody saw that coming.
Yeah.
And the fact that that's been a consistent up until the last week or so, I think that's got as much to do, along with Kevin Huerter.
Yeah.
That has as much to do with them just kind of standing pat record-wise as anything else, because I think they have gotten better in those other areas.
The other thing I'm fascinated to see is, because last year one of the hallmarks of the Kings was that it was 48 minutes of basketball every night, no matter who the opponent was. Like, you had to play the Clippers, a double OT game against the Clippers. The Kings were down like 12 with like 2 minutes left.
Yeah.
That's supposed to be a loss. Yeah. But they kept playing, and they took it to OT and a double OT, and they win. This year, you don't see that same level of tenacity, and that's a big change for me. That was something I did not worry about coming into this year, was the Kings being a team that went, meh, not tonight. Like, that's that, and I don't have like empirical data for you. I wish I had a stat to give you, but it's a vibe. Like, you see that game the other night against Miami, like, that was there. That game was there for the taking. And I said before the game, you know what? They got a day off in Miami. If they come out flat, like that happens in the NBA, right? It's Miami flu. It's a whole thing. But they came out a little bit flat. They battled back from 18 down, and you love to see that. And then they just didn't make the plays down the stretch. And I feel like they're not locked in the same way, I guess. Is that a good way to put it?
No, it's fine. Yeah. I think some of that. I think some of that idea of leaps and improvement, a lot of that was our fault.
Yes.
Like our collectively fault.
Yeah.
And part of it was, and I get hung up on this a lot, part of it was the Kings season ends, and I think everyone is just kind of like accepting of like, it sucks, but like it's whatever. And then, man, I have never seen so many EuroLeague basketball experts convert at a single time in history to watch this kid Sasha play, or this grown-ass man play EuroLeague basketball. Yeah. And it was kind of like last year, Sasha's coming over. Is he? No. Well, he'd probably be the 14th player on the team. Yo, by the end of this run in EuroLeague, we were talking about whether he was going to take Harrison Barnes' place as the starter on the team.
Like, can he play the 4?
Yeah, so it's like, okay, hey, if we're having this conversation, our bad.
Yeah.
We got a little caught up with everybody else. Clearly, that wasn't a realistic expectation, which probably falls into line with some other things we've talked about.
Yeah.
The realistic expectation that you get improvement, right? You just laid this out. You got improvement from De'Aaron, Domas, and Keegan. KC, you say we got improvement from Malik. Great. You would need everything else to be flatlined at that point, and it wasn't. And it was, as Kenny said, just so horribly wrong with Harrison Barnes. And I think for a multitude of reasons, things were off with Kevin Huerter. And the moral of the story, I think we all set realistic expectations, and I want to make sure we don't make that same mistake again.
Yeah.
Headed into the trade deadline in 6 days. If they make a trade we'll use the example we were using earlier. I want to get your thoughts on this one. The Kevin Huerter, Davion Mitchell, Kyle Kuzma, Tyus Jones trade, right? I think there is a level of improvement with the Sacramento Kings team right there.
Yes.
Contender? Probably not. A level of improvement? Absolutely. But if they don't make a deal, the season hasn't gone to hell. Everything isn't a disaster, and it doesn't mean they can't win a series in the first round. Winning a series in the first round is more predicated on how regularly they're going to hit their threes and whether Kevin Huerter, Harrison Barnes, whether all of these guys can get on the same page at the same time.
No doubt. And I think
which it doesn't feel like they have it all this year, by the way, but go ahead.
Yeah, and I think that's the case whether they make a trade or not. Like, I don't think the move is out there where they're going to go, whoa, wow, the Kings are up there with Denver now. I just don't think it's out there. But if they go and make that type of move, like that's like, okay, now you're not only better on the margins, but your depth gets better with I love Tyus Jones.
Yeah.
I'm a big Tyus Jones guy. But your depth gets significantly better, and it's like, okay, you just feel better about a round one series, and you feel better about a second round series if you get that far. Like, okay, you like the team a little more. But no, if they don't make that move, if it's not there, or if Washington wants the world for that, if they're like, yeah, but you got to throw in unprotected first, no, then you punt and move on to next year and deal with it. I wouldn't say it's a disaster or anything like that.
I would also say, and I know this is just what we do. We talk, and we talk about things that have happened, and we assess them, right? But the story's still not written. You know what I mean?
Sure.
It could be a situation where they took 40 games to figure out where they were or to adjust to the new spot that they have as far as being a playoff team and being a team that people get up for. What could have took them 30, 40 games to like kind of get used to that. Maybe it took them back earlier, whatever the case may be. And now they get into a situation where, all right, we got our legs under us, and they go off and they play well, in the second 40 games, 45 games of the season.
Right.
So I think that team has that type of play in them to play well and to end up, what were they, 14 games over 500 last year? To end up 14, 15 games over 500 again this year. I think they have it in them.
Sure.
As presently constituted.
I do too. Yeah, as long as they're not at the end of the year on April 10th.
I don't know.
The last game?
16, something like that. No, 10. It's about right.
At the end of the year, sometime in the middle of April. Yeah. If they are about the same as last year and you're going into a first round series and maybe they're favored or maybe they're not favored, but you feel good about the matchup and they go to 7 games or win that series and you're out in 5 games in the second round, like it's not like it's a worse year. Even if you lose in the first round, it's not like it's oh man, blow it up, this isn't going to work. I don't think it's anything crazy like that.
But
April 14th.
April 14th. So about the middle of April.
We got to be exact here on this show.
No,
I like it.
Thank you. Accuracy is paramount.
I can't believe you ripped up Zay's sign.
That's
you know
crazy.
how much work they put into that?
That's
a lot,
crazy.
and I appreciate that.
That's a political statement.
I
You just
appreciate
It is.
that. But
Wow.
And the
That's
statement needs to be made. I made the damn statement.
Given the way yesterday went, I think that's probably a good call on your
We
end.
don't need any confusion around here.
It's probably a good call on your end. Unfortunately, there's a podcast for yesterday's show, and Kenny for Reagan will live forever. But one thing is, you mentioned the, April 14th comes and goes, and you don't feel like the Sacramento Kings are markedly better. However, things go for the Sacramento Kings in the playoffs. One thing it does do, now with a couple of years under your belt, it's not just a cute story anymore. It's like, okay, now the Sacramento Kings are a playoff team. Like now they're a real friend. Now the clock. Now the clock's ticking.
Yes.
Now that stuff Kenny talks about, where with the San Francisco 49ers about this year went this way, this year went that way. Like a lot of things have hindered the 49ers' ability to get to 6. Obviously, this game we got in front of us from 4 years ago.
It's still here, I don't know.
Like, I understand it's 3rd and 14. But can you make a play 10?
That was a
he was in
neutral
offside,
zone.
first of all.
He was in the
Make a
neutral
play
zone.
10.
This is amazing.
He was in the
What
neutral
is it?
zone.
I mean,
Was that pushed on?
reset your feet and throw the ball.
You
I don't know what he's
guys.
doing. Brock wouldn't have done that. But bro,
Brock's
he was
making
in
a
the
play
neutral
there.
zone.
Brock's making a play there.
He was in. Come on, man.
Sorry, keep going.
Oh my gosh.
You guys need help. This game was 4 years ago. Jimmy Garoppolo was on a whole other ass
It
franchise.
was 4 years ago, but it hurts like yesterday.
Look at him. Look at him looking simple. Just looking simple out there.
So I'm trying to work the 49ers into the conversation,
No,
but
you're fine,
he's
fine.
making it really difficult.
My bad.
No, it's fine. No, I'm glad I got 2 of you now. This is
15's
terrific.
coming. Hang on.
Yeah.
Nah, bro. Come
Buckle
on,
up.
man. Come on.
Why don't go just do play-by-play? Go ahead.
All right, here
We're
we go.
punting it now. Like what's
Wisnowski
going
awaits
on?
a snap.
Yeah, thank you.
I can't
A
believe
lot
that.
happened along the way with Nick Bosa, with Kyle Shanahan, with the really talented roster. You had the injuries to Nick Bosa, Jimmy Garoppolo,
Right.
to an extremely talented San Francisco 49ers team that kind of took things out. Obviously, you had the heartbreak of this Super Bowl right here. Things at some point need to fall into place for Sacramento to take those steps forward.
Yes.
And then when that happens, you might have to deal with something like this, right? This has
Right.
to be, we've got to be careful to not be so reactionary to our own expectations.
Yeah.
And I
But
think that's where we get really hung up with this Sacramento Kings team is we.
Okay. Right. But I'm going to try and work both teams in here. So the Kings make the playoffs for the first time in 16 years. And it was friends who are Kings fans. And I'm going, what's your expectation? Like, what's okay here? And they're like, you know what? Lose the series. It's fine. Made it. Good year.
Mm-hmm.
And that's great. You can do that again this year even.
Probably.
But it's last year you go to 7 and it's like, dude, you were the better team. Like you were the better team. And you went to game 7. It's like it was there. And then there were the Lakers who you went 3-1 against in the regular season.
Yep.
There were the Lakers who you beaten it. It's like, oh, it was right there. You're so I think last year they felt closer than they realistically were.
I think Denver was 2-2, if I remember right.
Something like that.
But
Yeah. So and so I think that's why this year was like there. I think the urgency was inflated because you're right. If
Gotcha.
they're out in the first round, like it's not like they're doing something wrong. It's still Sabonis. It's still Fox. It's still Murray. And after the playoffs, you kind of reassess and figure out what you need to do to kind of get over that hump in the postseason. And that's where the focus is. With the 49ers specifically, the reason it's so tough with them is because Kenny said it. They had this game. And then in 2021 with the Rams, Jaquiski Tartt holds onto the football. They're going back to the Super Bowl. In 2022, Brock Purdy doesn't get hurt. We'll see how. I don't know.
No, we all know. We all know what would have happened
I'll let
if
him
Brock
say
didn't
it.
get hurt. We would have smacked the Eagles around.
You just smashed them.
This would have been a Super Bowl rematch if Brock didn't get hurt. Them bums didn't deserve to be there.
All right, so
no, you handled it. Please, God, let the 49ers win the Super Bowl. Please. I literally ask for nothing in the sports world. Please let them win.
We all know how that game would have went if Brock played.
No, but that's just no. But forget how seriously, forget how it would have gone. You sat there for 3.5 quarters, like, well, damn, like this team's better than whatever performance this is. Whether they would have won or lost doesn't matter. They were better than the performance they put on in that game, right?
Right.
And so it was 3 out of 4 years of like, God, like you're right there. And the Kings had one of those last year, and I think that's why you talk about Kenny's urgency this year. Like, dude, you got to get it done now. And I think there was a little bit of that with the Kings this year. It's like, man, you have to be second round minute because you should have been there this year.
Yeah, but you don't. Yeah, but you don't.
Right,
like, that's the problem.
But fanatic. They're short for fanatic. Like, you're going to be a little bit irrational. But rationally, what you're saying is right. If there's nothing like rotten to the core with this team where you need to blow it up and start making major deals. It's just there's growth to happen.
I've cautioned everybody about this since the season ended. We go back to the greatest show on court, 99 season. You talk about how close the Kings were to beating the Warriors and advancing. Remember how close they were to beating the Jazz? You want to talk about giving away a game.
Yeah.
They were up 2-1.
Yeah.
Game 4 was at home. I think they were up with about a minute and a half to go. John Stockton hits the shot. They go back to Utah. Vlade Divac has a game-winning shot in Game 5 in regulation. He misses it. They go to overtime. They lose. That was just as close. They were the Jazz were the 1 seed.
Yeah.
They were just as close. And what did the Kings do the next year? They were the 8th seed, and they lost in the first round again. And that's what I keep telling people. These things take time. They take time. Hell, even the Warriors, I don't know if the Spurs were the defending champs or whatever, but you went around, you take them to 6, and you're feeling great. Like
They
we
should
should
have
be
won
going
game 1, by the way. Go on.
We should be. They should have. That was crazy. We should be going to the conference finals next year.
Yeah.
What did they do the next year?
Lost in the first round.
Lost in the first round. The NBA more than any other league, I think, is pretty consistent with how franchises build themselves. It usually takes 2 or 3 years to even think about getting on your championship clock. And I know you're not saying championship and other people, but sometimes it takes 2 years to get on your win around in the playoff clock.
Yeah, no doubt.
Yeah.
I think they're fine. Like, ultimately, what they're doing this year is good. Like, long term, over the next 5 years, I think this year has been mostly good.
And real quick,
and it also go. You go. It's your show.
What this year is that I think was their 2000 or 2001 year, it's a bit of evaluation of, all right, and I love this guy, and I know everybody else did. I know everybody in the organization did, but I think they were like, we love Jason Williams to death, but damn, we got to make a move. Yeah, and they may feel that way about Barnes, Herter.
I don't think they feel that way about Barnes.
Yeah, well, right.
They might feel it about Kevin Herter, but Kevin Herter's not Jason Williams, though.
Right. But like, damn, we love this guy a lot. But we've done this for 2 years now, and we got to make a move. And I think that's what this season might be about. Finding that guy where it's like, damn, we love it's because it's going to be somebody they love.
Yeah.
We love him, but if we want to go to another level, we got to move on.
Point out the obvious. I think that already happened. It was Tyrese.
Yeah, but they weren't good.
I agree.
No, it's not an apples to apples comparison, but they did get significantly better when they traded Tyrese.
Okay, that's a good point.
A player that they loved to get Domas Sabonis, a player that they need, who, by the way, is extraordinary.
Right.
He just doesn't appear on podcasts every week. I want to get your thoughts on that. Obviously, we had our feelings on it that we talked about it at the beginning of the show. By the way, you're just staying here, so I don't know what your plans were, but you're here now. It's D'Lo, Casey, and Kyle. The rest of the day, you're so happy. I do want to point out for those on ESPN 1320 and 98.5 FM HD2, for those in the chatty house, I haven't turned the camera on, which I'll do during the commercial break so you can see everybody. Manny walked in with a Smash Them Boys hoodie on. So I just want to be clear. If we've sold 4 of them, 3 of them are in the building. Again, I want to make it clear. Words have consequences, sir.
I don't know who told Dave Garcia to make that a shirt.
No, he did.
I don't know who told him that.
He did. And now look what happened. We'll come back. We're live from Sky River Casino, 32 Bruce Street, D'Lo and KC. We're watching Kings and Pacers tonight. Even if you're not at the live show, come through, watch basketball with us here inside the beautiful Sky River Casino on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Oh, Lord.
I've never rewatched this game.
No. Dear God, no.
Oh, my God.
Let's go live 13 grand.
All right, talk to me.
Live 13 grand.
Tyson Fury, am I right?
Tyson Fury got a knife cut, and now they postponed the Usyk fight on the 17th.
Hey, hold on, Ramsey, 1 second. He was held. He was held. Emmanuel Mosley, I don't know what Emmanuel Mosley was doing.
Unbelievable.
I don't know what Emmanuel Mosley was doing there.
Nothing. He wasn't doing anything.
And I love E-Man, but damn. All right, sorry about that.
When that happened live, I was like, it's over.
That's not a good feeling.
Unreals.
Ramsey, the heavyweight division died the day Deontay Wilder lost his belt.
True.
It died. I mean, this is a joke. Get Tyson Fury. Get that bum out of the sport. His eye gets cut all the time anyway. Get this bum out of here, man. I'm sick of seeing him. Let's get Big Baby Anderson in there. This guy, I seen some guy from Japan, I think. So I don't know if he's a heavyweight. Somebody sent it to me on Instagram. Get him in there. Usyk could stay. Get AJ back in there, whatever. But get that bum Fury out of here. He's ruining the whole damn sport with his shenanigans, holding the heavyweight strap while he just acts like a clown. Now look, I'm not gonna let my hatred for Fury shade the fact that this was an accident. Like it was an accident, it's a real cut or whatever. So it's not like he's tried to do this, but it's just more of the same with this bum. Get him out of here.
And now
get him out.
And now Usyk has the Croatian dude, Filip Hrgovic, who wants to challenge him and to take Tyson Fury's place on the 17th.
I saw that. Get Fury out of here. He's a bum. He's a bum. Yeah, that's the 13th round.
Facts.
How about Lewis Hamilton going to Ferrari? Am I right? Wild. The 13th round around the track.
Hey, matter of fact, who's Aaron? Aaron can talk about that.
Yeah, Aaron, hey.
Tribal Chief, your thoughts on Hamilton going to Ferrari?
Lewis Hamilton to Ferrari. Am I right?
Is that good or bad?
Are you a Mercedes guy? Wait, you're out on Lewis Hamilton? So? He has just has to drive a car. My grandma's 86 and she drives. It's the same thing. Yeah, no, I know. I watched Drive to Survive.
Ferrari's the Bulls, like what, they no good? Well, let's get that guy. Hell, get that out of here. Well, why don't you just say Ferrari's the, I don't know who is the team. And now was he that wide open? I mean,
it's unbelievable.
I mean, it was play action, I guess.
Unbelievable.
Okay. I'm sorry, Jason. I'm not happy.
Jason, do you want to come up here with us? I love Jason. Jason be out here.
Kwasi, make a play, dog.
Hey, that ain't happening.
Bro,
That ain't
you
happening for
two
real.
need to get over it.
Hey, they're going to win.
You guys got to get over it.
Hey, they're going to win on Sunday. They're going to win.
Sorry.
Niners are the better team. Niners are a better team.
Top to bottom for sure.
15 seconds.
Chiefs have a better defense though, and a better quarterback.
They got a better defense, but you can run on them.
A little bit. Will Shanahan run it though?
Yeah, I think he will.
Talk about it next week.
Once again, just a quick thank you to a couple of people. Our man Jesse.
Yeah. Shout out to
Jesse, the true star of the show.
Indeed.
Come on.
Shout out to Mr. Tapia, who's in the building.
Mr. Tapia in the house.
Hey!
I follow you on Instagram.
Shout out to our man Jonathan, our engineer. None of this works
Big
without
ups to
Jonathan.
man. For sure.
And our man Joe. My man Joe handling
Joe,
everything
what up,
in the
Joe?
studio
I see
all
you,
by
Rook.
himself.
I see you, Rook.
Yeah, man. Joe,
Go ahead. Sorry.
No, Joe's the rookie. He's got to bring donuts, man. That's rookie initiation right there.
I see you,
Facts. I
Rook.
made him carry my backpack upstairs.
I like it. I like it.
Chick-fil-A,
No,
what they make him do?
When I left today, because I was at the studio, I was doing my thing, and I was like, "Hey, you got it?" And he's like, "I go, all right." I go, "You want me to stick around?" He's like, "No." Did the thing where he's not looking at me, he's looking at the board, like he's locked in. Put the hand up. He's like, "No."
Oh yeah,
He's
Joe's
like, I got
locked
it.
in.
I'm like, all right, bro.
Joe-
The rookie locked in.
Yeah, Joe the
He's
one.
dialed.
Joe Keegan Murray.
Yeah.
He Keegan Murray in there, man. He doing
All
that
Oh,
right,
work.
well, hey, relax.
He doing that work in there.
Relax.
He doing that work in
I
there.
got Colby Jones.
And of course, no.
Stockton's promotions.
No.
least he's not
And obviously, thank you to
my
Sky
boy,
River
too,
Casino for having us out here. Thank you to Sky River Casino
Big up,
for
Sky
being
River.
such an incredible partner.
Big ups.
And I can tell you, I think I could speak for both of us, all three of us. It never gets old driving into these events and seeing the D-Lo and KC logo
Never.
on 99
Yep.
And pulling into the building and seeing, D'Lo and Casey's logo right there on this beautiful casino's billboards, man. We couldn't ask for a better partner than Sky River Casino. We're excited about everything that we're doing right now.
Mm-hmm.
And wink, wink, we're really excited about the things that are happening in the future.
That's right.
Because I don't know if y'all know this, but D'Lo and Casey got 2 shows now.
That's right.
On 2 different stations.
That's right.
And I think Sky River Casino is going to be a big part of those 2 shows and 2 different stations moving forward.
Those are our people, man. Those are our people. Shout out Kerry. Shout out my man Jerron. Shout out to the whole crew, man.
Shout out to the actual tribal chief.
Shout out to the real tribal chief.
Hey, Seuss, what up, baby?
What up, big dog? Yeah, man. I love it here.
Yeah,
I love it here. I say this all the time. I'm a South Side kid. Moved to Elk Grove a few years ago. And when they talked about building, they've been talking about this forever. And I was like, yeah, it's going to happen. It's going to happen. But when they actually got it done, this is even better than I imagined. Sky River Casino is the truth. It's the truth, man. I love it here.
It's a great time.
Just wait for the humidor to open.
Yeah, man.
Because it's lights out for these hoes after that thing open. We going over there to see that bad boy today.
The second down right
Did he bat it down?
Yes.
Are you serious right now?
No. Is this the one where Kittle was wide open, though?
Yeah. All right, so you're going to get to 2nd and 5.
We
I
got 7
apologize.
yards on this
I'm
play.
so sorry
You
to
got
everybody
7.
listening on the
It's
radio.
2nd and 3 at this point.
These 2 are
Should be an easy
watching.
first down. Easy first down. That takes another 2.5 minutes off the clock.
They're watching a game from 4 years ago. I do want to talk.
Just
I have one more
nobody.
Kings thought, if that's okay.
I believe in Jimmy.
I need to watch this play real quick, though.
I believe in Jimmy, man.
Because everybody talks about the overthrow to Emmanuel Sanders, but it's this one. Mike Person, the right guard, is going to get pumped.
There's Kittle in the
George
slot.
Kittle in the slot.
Kittle in the
He's
slot.
going to get matched up against Terrell Suggs. He's going to cook his ass. Anyways, all right, we back.
Are you two?
I'm back. That's the play. You see it.
It's like you just saw it for the first time.
Okay, so I don't remember what happened on 3rd down. Why can we not still get the first down?
I mean, come on. Anyways,
Jimmy. I was a big Jimmy defender. But the guy inspired nobody. Not too long ago, I went back and watched some games from 2019. Just passes at people's feet, behind them. Oh, the poor Emmanuel Sanders. And I'm a Jimmy defender. I like Jimmy, but damn, it's night and day between him and Brock.
It's
really
not even
is.
close. It's not even close. Anyways, can we talk about the Kings?
No, this is a preview of what next week is going to look like. This is it. 5.
Make a play, Jim.
Did you call that man Jim?
Yeah.
That's hilarious. Jim,
Brock making a play.
James, Jimothy.
Hey, Jim Garoppolo is a Hall of Famer.
Hey,
Jim,
Brock that play right there, Brock making a play. Brock is making a
1,000%.
play.
That's this.
That's
Who's
why they
open?
winning.
Who's open?
No,
That's why
this
they
is-
winning on
no,
Sunday.
this is
Look,
fun.
Brock
This is
is
great.
escaping.
Open.
Brock is escaping anyway. That's why they winning next Sunday.
10's trash.
You got
Sherman gets beat, bro.
It's unbelievable.
Sherman,
No,
they
you
had
can't
the best-
cook.
They had the best
Yeah,
pass.
get it.
just
Sammy
bring.
Watkins?
No, it's fine. Yeah, thank you. Just just bring like 7 more. You said you
Someone
want
hit me with a track 7. I have a tab open under my name. Thanks.
You had a King's take.
Yeah, well, I wouldn't call it a take.
Oh, okay. Thought
But everything,
an idea.
No, everything we were just talking about with the improvement this year. Is it the same? Is it different? Do they need to make a deal? All this stuff. Everything about the Kings now, for me, with what I've seen through last regular season and through 48 games this year, 47 games.
Sure.
Well, however many games this year,
Yeah.
45 plus games this year. I care about what they look like in April and May. Like that's at this point what matters to me. If they are worse than the regular season this year, they're 14 over last year, you said?
Yeah.
If they're 9 games over at the end of the year and they make the playoffs, but they cook in the first round,
Sure.
I will feel dramatically different than I do now.
That's fair. Yeah.
If Kevin Huerter can come out and have a great playoff series, like, hey, there we go. That's something to work with. If Domas comes out and looks like he does right now, like a should-be all-star, should-be all-NBA, then you feel better about it.
Yeah.
But if we come out of the playoffs, they could be 20 games over at the end of the year.
Right.
And if they go into the playoffs and Kevin Huerter's non-existent and Domas looks like kind of a lesser version of himself, now you have a problem going into next year.
And what you said is key too, because that changes everything about the way we talk right now. Because right now they could be 20 over, and everybody will be happy.
Yeah,
everybody will be like, this team has grown.
Yep.
They've done so much. They've improved. They've built on what they did last year. And in that scenario, they lose in 6 in the first round.
Sure.
Did they really get better? Or do changes really need to be made?
Yeah.
And you can flip that on its head like you just did. If they're, looking somewhat the same right now, and then you get into the playoffs and they, March and April, and they hit a stride, changes everything. So what you said is essentially like, hey, let the story play out. Let's see what happens. We can project. We can talk about how we feel. There's nothing wrong with that. But we just with the thought in the back of your head that the story's not done.
Yeah. I'm going to react every game. I'm going to have a thought, and maybe the world's ending, maybe it's not. But zooming out in a world where we don't have to talk for 2 or 4 hours on the radio.
Yeah.
I mean, this league is about what you do in April and May and June. That's everything that matters.
But zooming out is difficult.
Yeah, well,
right. Like that's the tough part,
Being
right?
a sports fan would suck if you're sitting here and you're an NBA fan and it's February 2nd, you're like, I don't care.
Yeah.
I'll watch games in April 16th.
Right.
That's
like,
what
that
Warrior
sucks.
fans do. They don't watch the NBA till April 16th.
Yeah, wait.
Oh.
Not this year. Oh boy.
Yeah, I mean,
stink. Anyway, sorry.
Do they really? Yeah. Or are they just making the wrong decisions?
No, they stink.
They're making the play-in. They're making the play-in, right?
They're way back. If Jonathan,
they're not way back. What,
like
2.5
games? I think, right?
3
they're
games?
Like 4 games back of a
4?
Of the
10?
Yeah, they're way out there.
Wow.
Yeah. Anyways.
They can make.
I feel like I don't think their roster is bad. I think their decision making is bad.
I would agree. And
but that's just not going to change, right? That's just
No.
well.
They're only 1 game back of the Jazz.
Oh, really?
They're 2 in the loss column. They're 1 game back of the Jazz. Now Houston's in between them, so they got to jump Houston.
Oh. All right.
Houston's an interesting team. Like they seem to be trying to set themselves up for the future, but I didn't know what they look almost exactly like I thought they would in the offseason.
Mm-hmm.
Like, because they were really bad last year, right? And then you go get Fred VanVleet, you go get Dylan Brooks, and Dylan Brooks comes with good and bad, but he's for the most part is productive on the basketball floor on a couple of different levels. They're about exactly what I thought. I just don't know what's next. I don't know what's next for Houston, and if they just kind of maintain this, I expect Golden State will be able to turn it up at some point.
Yeah,
they don't just have to turn it up a lot, though. They only have to turn it up a little bit.
I think Houston's showing the value of a good coach.
Yeah.
I think Ime Udoka knows what he's doing.
Yeah.
And just the value of having vets and then letting Jalen Green go play and be Jalen Green and letting Tari Eason go play and be Tari Eason. Who's their rookie? Cam Thomas.
What is this?
Cam Whitmore. Yeah, thank you. Shout out Jesse. He knows everything.
Good ball player.
Yeah, like he can play. They just got a lot of young dudes who can play. When you supplement that with a good coach and some vets.
I'd be shocked if the Warriors didn't make the play. I'd be shocked.
Yeah, I'd be a little surprised too.
I could see them losing in the play-in, but I'd be shocked that they were completely shut out from postseason basketball.
Yeah, I mean they're definitely playing better right now, but that whole thing where they lead by 9 with 4 minutes left and then are tied with 48 seconds left is a real issue. Like if you can't close out games, like it just doesn't matter.
Oh, by the way, Joe Lacob, stop riding the 49ers coattails, trying to insert yourself into this championship run. It's got nothing to do with you.
5 for Steph.
Vivek should invite him out.
He should. Well, we don't have no home games. Before they're already gone now.
If they win, Vivek should invite him out.
Oh yeah, for sure. Oh yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Black HBCU night. 49ers get invited.
I'll be there.
The 49ers on HBCU night with Brock Purdy and Christian McCaffrey.
George Kittle.
Sam Darnold.
That would be like Eminem on KSFM's Black History Month post today.
They're like, hey, welcome to
I don't
Black
even
History
think-
Month on KSFM. May I have your attention, please?
Yeah. I don't even think we took it because I didn't want to take it down because I didn't post it. So I sent it to Complex and said, I don't like this post. Like the first person I saw was Eminem. And he saw it and he was like, oh man, like I see it. I didn't see that before. And yeah, it's still there.
Yeah. Take it down like we're the San Jose Sharks.
Well,
It's like Eminem, Pat Riley.
This is
No. We just
like I've said
just
this
lost
for
the lead.
years. Like I low key hate Black History Month because of this stuff. Like there's just so many like little missteps along. Like there are a lot of people are very well intended. No, it's fine. It's good. That's a good idea. That's a good idea. That's mine. There's a lot of really well intended businesses that just kind of like, whoops, didn't mean to do that. Yeah,
That
that's fine.
reminds me, shout out to Lonnie Johnson. And no flags on this play. This is serious. Lonnie Johnson was the man who invented the Super Soaker water gun, the water gun. And he
Okay.
was awarded $72.8 million in a Hansborough settlement for unpaid royalties.
You said
Love that.
billion?
Congratulations.
Million.
Oh, million.
72 million. So shout out to Lonnie Johnson this day in Black History Month.
I love the idea that this Super Soaker is a $72 billion enterprise.
They said it's the number one selling toy of all
Super,
time.
yeah, Super Soaker almost
Above
feels.
the hula hoop?
That's a good question.
No
But yeah,
chance.
that's what they said.
Super
No
Soaker, Super Soaker almost like has that like Kleenex effect where it feels like synonymous with a
Yeah,
water
water
gun.
gun.
Every
is called
water
a
gun is
Super
Super Soaker.
That's
except
what
for
it
the
feels
water
like.
Pistol, which is just a get that out of my face.
Yeah, just the flaws in all of this, like a water pistol. It's like, wait, what? Like that's not cool. Like what?
Damn, that's crazy.
Like, that is
I was
wild.
thinking about that now as a kid.
Yeah.
We're running around like, let me fill this up and let me go shoot my friends.
Yeah.
What? That's crazy. Anyways,
80s were different, man.
It was different
They
time.
were different.
90s,
They were
but
different.
Shout
yeah.
out Lonnie Johnson though.
Well, not for all of us. Hey, shout out Lonnie Johnson.
and Lonnie Walker.
And that's
Shout out
fine
Lonnie
too.
Walker. I like Lonnie Walker.
Well, Lonnie Walker, get your walking papers ready because you could be on the move here soon. Anytime LeBron James tweets, you're in trouble.
well, Lonnie
already in
Walker's
Brooklyn.
on the
Nets.
net.
Oh, he's in Brooklyn.
Yeah.
That's right. Hey, salute. Sam Pat, bro. Oh, that's what I wanted to. Did you see the Dorian Finney-Smith stuff?
No.
They turned allegedly.
Oh yeah, I did see that.
Allegedly.
Come on, man. Stop.
Allegedly,
Stop.
they turned down 2 first-round picks
Stop.
for Dorian Finney-Smith.
Come on,
Why do we
man.
do this?
Come on,
They're
man.
so full of crap.
In the NFL
This
draft?
league is so full of crap. 2
Come
first-round
on,
picks.
man.
Hey, you know what? Hang on. Oh, I just got this. I just got a text.
Oh no, I can see your phone. You didn't, but
No, I
that's
didn't.
fine.
It's a bitch.
Oh, got it.
Okay, here we go. I said it's a bit. Shh. Did you hear James call him bitch minutes the other night?
He called you what?
No, he tried to say bench minutes.
Oh.
And he went big bitch minutes.
Oh, man.
Oh.
Whoa!
James, woo.
Wow.
James has James gotten a little edgy hanging with D'Lo and KC.
I have a text here from a source. The Kings turned down 4 first-round picks for Kevin Herter.
Well, tweet
Hashtag
it.
King.
That's crazy. I'm
Tweet
tweeting
it.
it out.
Hashtag King.
4
Tweet it.
first-round picks for Kevin Herter. Kings
The
eager
funny-
to hang on to Herter and Harrison Barnes.
The funny
Send.
thing about when teams do this and they go and make a deal for less than what was reported, it's like, yo, we knew you were lying from jump. Like, what are you talking about? 2 first-round picks for Dorian Finney-Smith. They've already backtracked on the 2 first-round picks for Kyle Kuzma.
Yeah.
If I was an
Who's the GM
NBA,
in Brooklyn?
huh?
Who's the GM in Brooklyn?
It's still Sean Marks, isn't it? Right. That's what I'm saying.
If I was an NBA GM or in a front office, I would leak the wildest stuff you've ever heard in your life. I would just anybody
Hey.
who would listen.
Some of these insiders would fall
what's our
for
guy
it.
with Jake Fisher from Yahoo?
Yeah.
Like my man doesn't confirm anything. He's just like heard this. Send it. All right. Thanks, Jake.
Yeah, that was. I
Well,
saw
you-
that. I'd had to do a double
Turn
take.
down
You could
Jason Tatum for Harrison Barnes and Kevin Herter.
do the
Well, you know, Boston wants Harrison.
Send that out.
Oh my God. Oh my God. That's where I learned the NBA was a work. The whole, was it Scalabrine? Brian Scalabrine was doing this whole campaign about how badly the Celtics wanted Harrison Barnes. Got a call. You'll never guess from who at the time saying, yeah, no. No. The Celtics are, well, Jesse was one of them. The Celtics are not even remotely interested in Harrison Barnes. There has been not a single discussion between the Celtics and the Sacramento Kings revolving around Harrison Barnes. That was just Brian Scalabrine talking, and because it's Brian Scalabrine, people thought it was true.
Obviously.
Come on, man.
If Brian Scalabrine says it, I'm in.
Yo, Brian Scalabrine calling a game is one of the worst experiences in the NBA. Next to Charlotte, it's one of the worst experiences in the NBA.
I thought the Charlotte guys used to be fun.
No, they're not. They're a lot. They're a lot to deal with.
That's why you just watch the highlights on Twitter.
We all know which one.
Yeah, I ain't going to say who, though.
On mute.
It's the worst.
Well, we might be talking about two different people.
No, we talking about the same.
Oh, we are? We're just not going to say who, right?
No, I ain't
Are
gonna
we
say,
talking about?
I ain't gonna say you.
Okay, yeah, no, that's the right way. We're not going to say who.
I'm not going to name names.
Yeah.
It's just his last name rhymes
Oh.
with Schmitz.
Oh, we're definitely not talking about the same person.
Oh, okay. Are we talking about the same person? The person I'm talking
No,
about.
the Warriors stink. No, that's fine. Why are we protecting that? The Warriors are terrible.
Watch Draymond Green put Rudy Gobert in the rear naked choke when he's playing Peacemaker.
Yep.
What?
Well, it's clear to me.
You know what?
He's playing Peacemaker in this one.
My low-key favorite part about that is Draymond didn't even put the chokehold on right because Rudy was just like, yo, what's this dude doing? Like, yo, get this idiot's hands off of me.
It's like when no one's going to do anything?
You want me to take your beer?
Sure, thanks.
Bro, they got some midfield, man.
That bartender asked me if I wanted 16 or 20.
Hey, man. Hey, they got some midfield down four.
Hey.
I know.
No, that's good. I'm glad you guys
read
are still.
about it at NinersWire.com.
Hey, this roster's way better, bro. Kendrick Bourne.
No chance. Stop it. No chance. Quarterback. Run through it.
I saw you had a podcast talking about this.
I did. Listen to it.
Quarterback is better.
I hate this job sometimes, dude. I swear. I'm just gonna come sit down there with you guys.
Is probably worse.
It's a wash. I think it's a wash. It's about a wash.
Tight end's the same, obviously.
No, it's great radio.
This team better.
No, it's fine. It's fine.
Oh, this team's better.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought you meant that team's
better. No.
This team's better.
This team way better.
I thought for the most part it's a wash. There we go. All right. Hey, welcome into Kyle and KC. We're out here at Sky River Casino.
Hey. Kyle and Kenny.
Oh, Kyle and Kenny.
I heard about the idea, and I agree with that.
Okay, yeah,
Kyle
no KC. No KC until February 12th.
That's right.
It's Kyle and Kenny. We're out here, Sky River Casino. Come hang out. We're here till 4. Watch party. King's the place to be. Can't wait till what's the bourbon and cigars? The Humidor. Bourbon and cigars next door.
Look, he almost got Kendrick Bourne killed just now.
It's dude, and another pass got deflected. Golly.
Why would he make that pass anyway? That should have got
ridiculous. Hey, make sure to check us out too. 4 to 7 on KSFM.
Sanders, ain't it? 3rd and 10.
3 to 7 KSFM.
Emmanuel Sanders right here.
Is this a play?
I don't have a big problem with somebody overthrowing a pass though.
No, that's not a high percentage throw for sure.
That should have been who was our speedster at that time? It should have been the speedster running that route.
Richie James?
No, it was the track star. What's my track star's name? Goodwin?
Marquise Goodwin?
Yeah,
I don't even know if he is healthy.
He should have been running that route.
I don't think he was healthy. I'm gonna guess he's not healthy in this game.
Damn, he had him, bro. Come on.
He had him. He's open.
Oh.
Purdy's bouncing that off of the guy's helmet and into D'Lo, help! I don't know what to do now.
D'Lo gone.
He's out here? All right, that's fine. That's fine. No, it's Kyle and Kenny.
While I got you here.
On ESPN 1320. Check us out.
While I got you
it's
here.
The Outsiders.
Since you'll be on next Friday, we could talk about the Super Bowl then.
Yeah.
Your thoughts on the NFC Championship game?
That's great. It's incredible. Are you kidding me?
Did you ever give up?
Yes. Did I give up at halftime?
I wouldn't say I gave up. I was on my way out at halftime. Like I told everybody, I went to shoot. I shot free throws.
Yeah, if I wasn't there, not to brag, if I wasn't there, I'm not like turning it off.
Yeah.
But I'm at halftime. I'm talking to Nick Wagner from ESPN, and we're like, Lions are getting 6 yards before contact. Like I don't know what adjustment they're going to make up. Even if they play better, they got to make up 17 points.
I didn't know how they was going to stop things.
Hey.
Somebody in the crowd wants to talk. Yes, sir.
What'd you say it was?
This show isn't nearly as good as it was a few minutes ago.
Oh, when we were doing the play. Okay, you're right. All right, God, Jim's got it. The offensive line stunk. The offensive line lost.
Well, look at this little double.
Thanks, Damon.
Where did you get that cardigan?
My mother got it for me for Christmas.
Just boo!
You're boo. Wow. My mother went out and bought this for me, and you're gonna boo her? I'll let her know.
I can't believe
I'll let her know.
This game, man.
Do we have to break?
I love your mother.
Bitch. Are we breaking? Do we have to break? Oh, I thought. Okay, my bad.
Hey, David,
all right, my bad. Here we go.
Just got on the stage like Undertaker gets in the ring, bro. That was pretty, as Showers would say, athletic.
You two are a mess.
Yes.
You two are going to be unbearable next week.
Next week's going to be. I already told James. The Kings don't exist for me next week. I'm sorry.
Hey, they
It's going to be
winning.
James talking Kings and me interjecting with 49ers opinions.
Shout out to the two Riches in the building. Niner fans, what up? They're not paying attention.
Oh, I thought you said
Rich
the two
and
rich.
Rich.
I thought you said the two richest, and I was like, yeah, D'Lo and KC, give it up.
That ain't me. That's him. That ain't me.
Sorry. Hey, man.
Hey, let's just go to break. How about that? That would just make all of this easier. Let's go to. This is actually
Do you know why? Because Anthony Zettel was playing defensive end. Nick Bosa got hurt.
They got a better defensive line?
No. Now? No chance.
I agree. I'm just checking. Oh, yeah, Buckner was there. Buckner was there.
Do you know what else I like about this station?
Yeah.
Defoe was
If
there.
you had broken at 241, Jesse's not getting a text like, why'd we break? Why are we out of here? What happened?
Maybe we can talk about the current version of the San Francisco 49ers.
The team that's going to win the Super Bowl, absolutely.
Okay, that's fine. Instead of focusing on this game that they lost 4 years ago.
There ain't nothing
That's
to watch.
fine. It's almost
There ain't
over.
nothing to watch no more.
It'll be over by the time we get back to
Great.
break.
Thank God. It's D'Lo and KC live at 32 Broove Street inside Sky River Casino here on Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN
Can't believe that
1320.
happened.
What happened? What happened? Oh. Zebra PT. Zebra PT. What's up, buddy? Oh, man. Everybody good? Good. Anybody staying for the game? Yeah. Oh, that's what's up, man. That's awesome. We're going to have ourselves a little time today. Yeah, we're going to have ourselves a little time today. I really do hope the Kings beat the crap out of the Pacers tonight.
Warren in the
Did
house.
anybody get chicken wings? Warren! What up, boy? Go ahead. Yeah. You want it for the radio or you want it right now?
Well, hold it for the radio.
No, hold up. Yeah, hold it for the radio. Yeah, hold it for the radio. It's on. You might not be able to hear it, but it's on. Hold it for the radio. Hey, anyone get the chicken wings? Did anyone get chicken wings? No one?
Chicken wings are bomb.
I really want some chicken wings. I just want to know if they're fire or not. Rich, you got them? Yeah, okay.
I can't tell who that is, but he looks like LA Knight.
Who?
Guy that just walked in. What's up, big dog? Well, when he
Oh, I'd be really careful. He does not look amused by us at all.
LA Knight is my boy. That's my boy.
No,
That's a compliment. I like LA Knight.
Okay. Hi, sir. Sorry, we don't want any. Don't mind us. We're just doing a show. Happy Black History Month, sir. It's fine.
Yeah.
I can't stress enough. I hate that guy. I don't get it. I do not get LA Knight at all. I do not get it.
Yeah.
It is so cheesy to me. It is so cheesy.
LA Knight.
Yeah, whatever, dude. Like, I don't get it.
You don't like his shoes? You see how he got the patent leather joints?
No, I don't like anything about him. It feels like a parody.
It is a little bit.
Hey, Lizzie, did Ramsey do a video? Wow. Ramsey low-key hates D'Lo and KC. Oh, yeah, facts. Y'all see that on the screen? Biggest all-star snub was the Kings. That's facts. Yeah. Oh, it sure as hell isn't. He probably wants 4 more Knicks on there and Mikal Bridges. What are those things called? What is it? Oh my God, that's amazing. That is so good. Okay. Back here live, 32 Broome Street, inside Guy River Casino. Yes, sir, yes, sir, yes, sir. CeeLo and KC, we welcome everybody listening on 1320 AM, 98.5 FM HD2. Shout out to everybody watching on Twitch, YouTube, and Twitter. And most of all, thank you to everybody who came out on this Friday. We're so happy to get a watch party and a live show on a Friday here at 32 Broome Street. Man, we're going to have a good time. I guess Kyle just said to hell with this show and left, which I understand. Like, I can't be mad at him.
It happens.
But finally, we're hitting the streets. Our man Warren at the mic here at 32 Brews. What's up, Warren?
Hey, what's happening? What's going on? How you guys doing? Chatty House?
Chatty House, yes, sir.
Big ups, big ups.
Hey, my question is kind of a multi-part question with the NBA trade deadline coming up. Number one, do we think Monty will actually pull off a trade? And at what point do we think that he may not pull off a trade?
I don't think he will. Well, okay. With a caveat, we keep talking about Herter, Barnes. We keep talking about Kyle Kuzma, but I don't think that's happening. I do think he's going to try to work on that bench a little bit. He's going to find more guys that Mike might like on the defensive side of the ball, maybe guys who could play on both ends at a slightly higher level than some of these other guys. I think they like Chris Duarte. I don't think it has really worked for them. I think they may have tried to force him into a role that he didn't need to be in. But my guess is we see a trade or perhaps trades of that level and nothing on the level of like a Kyle Kuzma, Kevin Herter type deal.
I think that it almost feels like, and I like your idea of working on the bench, but almost feels like Kuzma or nothing. If they can make a deal with Kuzma, I think he'll do that in a heartbeat. If it's not Kuzma, I think they stand pat, even with the spotty bench.
You got a thought on that?
I would agree.
Okay.
Yeah, really. Outside of any other move they make that's not Kyle Kuzma, to me is going to be like Kessler Edwards type move.
Sure.
Where it's end of the bench, maybe he contributes, maybe he doesn't.
Yeah. Hey, Warren, we love you, brother, man.
Warren, day one, man.
Yeah.
Love, man. Hey, Warren is a Raiders fan, and he will wake up and watch 49ers game day. He'd watch it.
No, Warren's a podcast supporter. Like Warren been riding with us since the very beginning. Warren was one of the maybe 4 people I text, John Bull, Jill Adge, maybe 1 or 2 others when we posted that teaser that something was coming to ESPN 1320 4 years ago. Warren was one of the few people that, hey, we got something brewing here. We got something brewing here. Jason, what's up, man?
Yeah, I just got a quick question. If there's a trade that's going to happen for the Kings, does Atlanta, like the Atlanta deal that happened last year, do you think it has to be, they have to give up a trade for any kind of trade to happen, a major trade, like, give them a first-round pick for that deal with Herter or not?
Oh, do they have to give up a draft capital? Sure. Yeah.
Like, if we hear that, then there's some kind of trade going to happen.
Yeah, I got you. Yeah, I mean, if it's along the levels of what we've been talking about with like Kyle Kuzma and guys like that, yeah, there's probably going to have to be draft capital involved.
Yeah, I think so too. But it might. I don't know if it's going to have to be substantial. I think you can. If you
they turned down 2 first-round picks for Dorian Finney-Smith.
This is true.
And 4 for Kevin Herter.
That's what's reported.
King's Muse reported that, right?
I saw.
Oh, that's tremendous.
I love
King's Muse so much.
I also hate Kings fans.
No, I love King's Muse so much. I love King's Muse so much for that.
Yeah. So I think if you're putting in players, especially a starter like Herter, I don't need to give you a first rounder. I can give you some of the plethora of second rounders that I got. So.
Yeah. Happy ass Leezy. HAL. Look at that. The guy hyping up the crowd. Like, look at this guy. What's up, Leezy?
Yo, D-Lo and KC.
Leezy
What's
night.
good, guys? Hey, we're talking. Don't boo me.
Oh no! Oh, there's a fade sign. Oh no!
It be young people. Hey, D-Lo and KC. We're talking about the All-Stars. We're talking about All-Star snubs with Fox and Sabonis. One person I've been advocating that could be a big player on the Kings, Keegan Murray. Do you ever see him being an All-Star in the West where it being so stacked and loaded?
Man.
Am I allowed to answer the question too?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Well, I would prefer you did. Why don't you answer first?
Because he said D'Lo and KC.
Well, that's his gimmick. That's his bit. D'Lo, KC. Like he's not used to D'Lo, KC, Kyle. That's all it is. Like, it's fine. No, that's fine. You answer first.
I don't. I think it depends on.
Oh, that's a great take to have.
Maybe.
You want to answer first.
D'Lo,
it depends.
No,
that's tremendous.
I did not want to answer first. I just wanted to answer. I think he can. And honestly, so I'm of the mind with the whole All-Star thing that we've been talking about all day, right? I'm of the mind that if the Kings had gone to the conference finals last year, Domantas Sabonis and De'Aaron Fox are All-Stars, right?
Yeah.
So I think if Keegan Murray is going to be an All-Star, reach an All-Star level, I think it means the Kings are probably going deep in the playoffs consistently. And for them to do that, Keegan Murray needs to be an All-Star caliber player. So I feel like the two go hand in hand. And so I think he can, and I think he will get there.
Casey?
All-Star's tough, man.
Yeah.
All-Star is tough. That's saying that he's going to beat out, right now, Kawhi, Paul George.
They're out of here in 3 years.
Okay. I'm trying to think of who might be coming behind him.
Here's my thing with it, is if you're on a great team, you need to have an okay year. Andrew Wiggins was an All-Star 2 years ago.
Yeah.
Like
Jalen Williams is going to be an All-Star.
Oh, he sure is. Yeah, for sure.
But I'm not even.
But the
saying all
trajectory
that
of that, to Kyle's point, the trajectory of that team is important, and
Right.
I guess that was the point of Leezy too. The trajectory of the Sacramento Kings is important to whether Keegan Murray becomes an All-Star.
He can.
But
if we're talking about the numbers that I just mentioned earlier with his Kuzma-like comparison,
yeah.
It's like 18, 19 points, 6 rebounds, go along with top flight defense. Yeah.
You have to be on a good team.
You know what the problem with that is? What just happened? We talk about Keegan Murray being an All-Star. We can't get De'Aaron Fox as an All-Star. We can't get Domantas Sabonis as an All-Star. And we're talking about Keegan Murray?
Right, but no, I understand that. And I totally get it. And that's why I put the caveat on if they continue the trajectory they're on, where, okay, you know what, going into every year, it's not, hey, if the Kings are healthy, maybe they're okay. It is every year like, man, hey, the Kings are a contender in the Western Conference. And I think for them to get there, Keegan Murray has to be an All-Star caliber player.
Yeah.
I don't disagree with any of that. But there's a difference between being an All-Star and an All-Star caliber player. I think I might have to answer Lizzy's question is no.
I understand
So
why
you
you said
hate Keegan Murray?
No,
put it
I
the way you
don't.
put it.
I think the
Finish your
league
thought, and I have a
doesn't. I
question.
don't think that because is Keegan going to make it over Domas or over De'Aaron in 2 years? Because look at where De'Aaron is at. Look at where Domas is. Is it going to make it over one of them in 2 years?
And look, and to your point too, I'm talking about Paul George and Kawhi. Look at what they doing. Keegan gonna do that. I think the highest,
but think about what you just said though. You said Kawhi Leonard and Paul George. That's Domas and De'Aaron.
right.
But unless
your
Keegan
point
is going to supplant one of them.
Exactly. Your point is right. Like your original point of Fox and Sabonis couldn't even make it. How is Keegan gonna make it? And then when you think about, all right, how is he gonna make it? Like all these guys are putting up 25. I don't see Keegan Murray averaging 25 points a game.
I think
I'm not
could.
putting it. Yeah, I hear you.
I don't think he's built like that.
That's one.
I don't think he has that
reasons
mindset.
Well, I think we saw that the other night when he was cooking, and he was arguably the only one cooking.
Yep.
And he's not the type of guy who's like, "Yo, give me the ball.
Yep.
I'm the one right now. Let me do it."
Well, he did curse out Mike Brown.
As he should. Well,
Gosh,
Mike, I swear Mike told that story like 50 times. He should have cussed him out again.
Yeah.
He should have cussed out De'Aaron too. Yo, give me the ball.
Yeah. Right. And I just don't know if he's built like that. Like if he has that mindset.
And
so here's my.
Maybe he can though, because we've seen, in my opinion, a dramatic evolution in Keegan Murray in 1 year.
Yeah.
Maybe that is the next part of the evolution, or maybe the evolution after that. I don't.
So we're back to maybe.
Well, the guy.
It's just. I'll say. I just feel like it's really hard to see right now.
I agree.
Okay.
I agree.
Okay.
The guy that he's compared to a lot is Chris Middleton. Chris Middleton's a what? 2-time, 3-time All-Star
On a great team.
Yeah.
On a team that's contending for finals. And that's what it's going to come down to.
How many times is
think-
Drew Holiday an All-Star?
Maybe once or twice.
Maybe
Maybe
just
twice.
one.
So is he more Drew Holiday or Chris? I know what your point was,
Yeah.
but in the structure of the team, is he more Drew Holiday or Chris Middleton?
Drew.
Right now, he's Drew.
Yeah.
I could see him being Chris, and I can't see him jumping Domas.
I could too, as a scorer,
Okay.
Yeah.
which is ultimately what matters. But
Look at all-star voter right here scoring. This
dude,
is
hey,
No, but
your vote counts for triple on Wednesdays. I'm in there. I'm sending the texts.
No,
I downloaded the NBA app.
I'm glad you did. No, there's a bug in here. That's weird. I don't know how this bug got into this.
We got a
this is-
question. We got a
let's see.
question.
I know.
To say about Keegan.
Okay, go ahead.
Manny's hanging out on hold like he did for us today.
That's
Appreciate you,
wild.
dog.
Manny's the only person. He gets a pop when he walks in. He gets a pop when he walks to the mic. It's very weird.
So if you think that Keegan Murray is never going to be an All-Star, why are you not trading him?
Because that's they're being an all-star and being an all-star caliber player are not the same thing. Let's be real with what we're talking about. De'Aaron Fox and Domantas Sabonis are now all-star caliber players and not all-stars.
And they were All-Stars last year.
They're all-star caliber players and not all-stars.
Right, but they made an All-Star team. The question was not.
No.
The question was not. Will he be an All-Star 10 years in a row? The question was, you just set your glass down. That's scary. The question was, will he ever be an All-Star? And it's like, well, De'Aaron Fox was an All-Star.
Right,
Domantas Sabonis
and it
an
was
All-Star.
almost like let's throw Sacramento a little bone here because they're third in the West and not acknowledge how great these players have been. And what would the Sacramento Kings have to do for them to acknowledge what is right now the third player?
Contend for titles.
The other thing about
Okay,
it, though,
you're right. Sorry, you're right. Contend for titles, and then the next year they would have to do it again. They would have to be in contention by the time February gets here for Keegan Murray to get that look.
Right,
And I don't know how realistic that is.
I don't think it's necessarily about February. It's about going into the year. Are you a team that nationally, because that's what matters, nationally, are you a team that going, yeah, hey, in the West, it's Denver, it's Sacramento, it's Dallas.
No, I don't agree with
OKC.
that.
Kyle,
I don't
to,
agree.
to answer your question, you're not trading him because an all-star hasn't been presented as a trade piece. Pascal Siakam and OG Anunoby, I wouldn't trade them for Keegan Murray for them because I know
the ceiling's
Pascal's
high?
made it,
Yeah.
but they're in the same category as Keegan Murray.
Okay.
If just throwing a name out there, if the Clippers are like, we'll trade you right now, Paul George for Keegan Murray. Yeah, you make the move. That's a verified, bona fide all-star.
Okay.
Now you got to deal with money and salaries and stuff like that.
Age.
But the reason why you talk about why you're not trading them is the right trade partner hasn't come to the forefront and may never come to the forefront. And that doesn't mean people aren't trying to trade for him. Toronto wanted to trade for him. Pascal not going to get it done for me.
Yeah.
OG ain't going to get it done for me.
At least not with Keegan Murray not on the roster.
Exactly.
Right. Okay. That's fair.
Let's get back to these streets. Manny, the Serial Connection. What's up, baby?
I don't know why you got that hoodie on.
Talking to the mic, Manny.
Let's stay on the All-Star theme, right? There's been a lot of great, potentially great players in Sacramento. So in your opinion, what's better? Cinnamon Toast Crunch or Fruity Pebbles? And why is it Fruity Pebbles? If you need to know why, follow the Serial Connection on YouTube.
Well, I'll answer your question, man. Neither one of them. I don't know why you like those.
But let's not. I don't want to James Ham this and get A or B and be like, we'll see. It's Cinnamon Toast Crunch is the correct answer. Cinnamon Toast Crunch is the superior cereal.
I mean, neither one of them.
But
I mean,
what's
wrong with a Captain Crunch Crunch Berries? What's wrong with a Fruit Loops?
Nothing.
You know, they did change the Cookie Crisp cookies. Manny, can you confirm this? The Cookie Crisp cookies used to be different. I got a box, I don't know, 4 or 5 months ago, and it wasn't the same. It was actually not good at all.
No,
this man
you're
did
right.
me.
It is nowhere near as good as the actual. They've changed the formula because of the changes in the ingredients now.
Yeah.
So it doesn't change. It doesn't taste like your childhood anymore.
Well, it's trash.
You know,
now.
you have to thank for that. You know, you have to thank for that. Why people are changing their ingredients to make things cheaper? Ronald Reagan.
Well, that ain't my boy. You see what happened? You see what happened? That ain't my boy. That ain't my boy. They also and Trix is also in the top 5 category as well.
Pause, sir.
Trix is the name of the cereal.
Ernie
Trix
Johnson,
is top 5.
relax.
Trix is good late at night more than in the morning.
Well,
though,
see
I would
now,
have to say.
if I
Sit down. Sit down.
If I would have said that,
Sit down.
The boss is here, Manny.
If I would have said that,
I hate this show. I swear to God. I hate
I mean,
this
that's
show.
the question. I had to answer.
Aaron.
Hey,
Aaron, I want to go to 98 Rock.
I'm already there.
We got another
my
question.
internship.
Hold on. We got another question.
Oh, hey.
Yeah.
So it's not really a question. It's more of a statement about the De'Aaron Fox and Sabonis not being All-Stars.
Yeah.
Where were the Sacramento fans voting? I voted 20 times and made sure every triple point day I voted. So where's everyone who's complaining? Where are they at when you're voting for them?
Well, I'll say there's 2 things that went on here. Number one,
Wow.
I mean, I
What's
think
your
they
name?
voted, but we can't compete with Daryl in Wisconsin, who's voting for Austin Reeves. You know what I'm saying? We don't have a Daryl in Wisconsin voting for De'Aaron Fox.
So I think what it is Sacramento, and this is one of the big frustrations with these guys not making the All-Star team again, is they're not a national team yet.
Yep.
And those Steph Curry votes, those Austin Reeves votes, those Anthony Davis votes, the Los Angeles Lakers votes, all of that stuff, those that's the Lakers, that's the Warriors, that's the Bucks, that's teams that are on national stages. Go ahead.
So when you watch the Kings games, there's plenty of Kings fans all around at other arenas. So I know we're a smaller market, but we can't complain until we do more to change what we have.
So are there a lot of Kings fans at other arenas, or is the camera showing the Kings fans that are there?
I guess
You know what I mean?
I get what you're saying, but
like there are certainly some there. It's not like there's none, but
you hear the Light the Beam chant and everywhere when they win. So there's definitely fans everywhere.
Can I
go ahead?
Can I
of
real
course.
quick? You just mentioned the Warriors. The Warriors have not always been that. The Lakers are always going to be that. The Celtics are always going to be that. The Warriors won titles. The Cleveland Cavaliers got Mo Williams into an All-Star game because they were contending for titles. That's what this all comes back to.
Yeah.
Is if you continue on the trajectory that the Kings believe they're on, and in 2020, what's next year, 4 or 5? 2024, 25, you're in the conference finals. And then the next 3 years, you're either in the finals or the conference finals. You're going to have Keegan Murray an All-Star, Domantas Sabonis an All-Star, De'Aaron Fox an All-Star, because you're there. You're on national TV. You're front and center year after year, and that's how you get Damian Lillard into the All-Star game this year. Now, granted, he's with Milwaukee and had his time in Portland.
Well, but that's the thing. But that goes back to the De'Aaron Fox conversation we were having earlier. He's certified now. Dame Lillard is certified. He's deserving. Don't confuse me with saying he's certified with he's not deserving.
Sure.
He doesn't have to have the most Dame Lillard season of all time to get to an All-Star game. He needs to have a good season. Hey, Dame's balling out there. Let's make sure he gets into the All-Star game because he's certified. De'Aaron can't get that certification now because he hasn't made 2 All-Star teams in a row. Domantas Sabonis, the same thing.
Dame was going in Portland.
You're right, but he got certified in Portland and it took a while for him to miss it. Once he made it, then it just became one after the other, after the other, after the other. He missed a couple, went nuts the second half of the season. And I think some of these voters were like, well, we look like idiots keeping Dame Lillard out of the All-Star game.
He went to 2. So rookie year, went to 2. I think missed the next 2 and has gone every year since. So it's not like you go once, you don't make it, and now you're done forever.
No, and that's not what I'm saying. But I'm saying you do have to make it consistently.
Right.
You need to, and Dame, the crazy thing with Dame is Dame was putting up like monster numbers. The Blazers were making the playoffs.
Yeah.
But no one ever said the Blazers are the team to beat.
Yeah, but because they re-signed like Kyle Krabs.
Wow, that was unnecessary. What'd he do to you?
Kyle Berkeley,
I see him every
Kyle.
Thursday at the meeting of Kyle's. It's fine.
Who else is at that meeting?
Kyle Nelson, former 49ers long snappers there.
Very good.
Great guy. Really great guy. Kyle
thing?
Farnsworth was uninvited. We don't associate with him. Okay. His name is Doug now.
Do we allow Draper in?
Kyle, well.
What? I was asked what?
Speaking of which, you know what? No, never mind. Hit me when this is done.
No, what Kyle was going to ask is when did Draper morph into Gus Johnson? That's what you were going to ask, right?
A little.
I love Drapes.
Well, hey, no.
My man.
The chameleon.
Drapes is my man.
Call him the chameleon.
Drapes, man. That's my
because if your favorite broadcaster has a signature call, you'll hear it on a Kings game.
Oh, no, man. Come on,
I
man.
heard a bang the other night.
No, come on, man. No, we ain't doing it. Not the Drapes, man. That's my boy, man. We ain't doing it. That's my boy.
What?
Hey, let's go to Jason.
Am I wrong?
Jason's got another question. Hey, just for the record, Drapes. Happy Black Hit. Well, no one's watching, so it's fine. Go ahead, Jason.
Okay, so you guys have been talking about All-Star, Fox, and all. Is it, to my knowledge, if Fox makes NBA All-American or NBA All-Team this year, does he qualify for a major contract?
So that's a good question. So that's right. So going back to the ridiculous Andre Iguodala podcast, where he's like, "Oh, Fox turned down the extension." There are financial reasons for De'Aaron.
Not enough.
There are financial reasons for De'Aaron Fox to turn down the extension.
Right.
Now, obviously, All-Star games have nothing to do with all NBA nods, but I mentioned this earlier. The idea that no media voted for De'Aaron Fox at all, and it's like not even one, like even like just a cursory nod, like no one. That does give me a little concern about all the like. Think about it: if things stand pat and the Kings finish, let's say 5th or 6th, playoffs, but 5th or 6th, do Domas and De'Aaron get the same postseason recognition that they got last year?
Probably not.
Because they didn't get it in the midseason. Will they get it in the postseason? And as Jason points out there, Jason, sit down. As Jason points out there are serious financial ramifications for him not being elected to the All-NBA team. For both of them being not elected to the All-NBA team.
You know what's funny is he said right.
I told Jason if he just wanted to join the show, just come up here.
So part of me wants to be like, if he averages what's Domas at 20, 13, and 8 right now?
Yeah.
And part of me wants to be like, well, if he averages that, of course he's just going to be All NBA because people are going to look. But I also was like, of course he's going to be an All-Star. So
right.
But it's different people is the thing. It's not like the media voted him 12th. You know what I'm saying?
But to Damien's point, the media didn't give Fox any votes. Like they didn't look at him and say he's deserving of any type of recognition. So If they didn't do that for All-Star, how are they going to do it for All NBA?
And the All NBA criteria now is like All-Stars, right? It's 2 and 3.
Yeah, it's just no positions.
Yeah,
it's no positions at all.
This year. That's
At all?
Yeah.
At all.
Just top 15.
So you really got no chance at that point.
Do you know what Domas needs to start doing? I swear to God, and I mean this. He needs to shoot threes. Like a traditional big man who's going down and scoring 20 in the block and in the restricted area.
He averages.
That's so much different than averaging 20 if he was knocking down.
I know what you mean. The guy shot 70% from beyond the arc. In January, he's averaging I think he's like 45% from
but he's shooting a 3 a game.
He needs to start dunking and crotch chopping these hoes. That'll get him on SportsCenter. That's what he needs to do.
Another great point.
See, he started dunking more.
If he
needs to.
If he hit a 3 and did the
it's in his veins.
Yeah, maybe that's what he needs to do. Maybe that's what he needs to do.
That's the dumbest thing. Sorry, Cohen.
I just want to see Domas and De'Aaron go out over the next 2 weeks and humiliate the NBA.
That's it. Thank you.
Just pound the crap out of everybody they get in front of and say, this is what you made happen.
And
that's
bro,
it. That's it.
And this comes back to check out The Insiders 10 to noon Monday through Friday.
It's a very good show.
ESPN 1320. It's an okay program. And this is my point at the top of the show today was like, this is ultimately, I know we're going to talk about it and it sucks because Domas is an all-star. De'Aaron Fox is an all-star, flat out. Whether they were all-stars or not, they should have been, right? This is good. This is a good thing. A, they get a week off, chilling. B, what our guy just asked us or talked about, saying, dude, they need to put this chip on their shoulder and go kick some ass. That's great.
Yeah.
This is all good. Okay, we're missing Domantas Sabonis hanging out on the perimeter for 9 minutes during the All-Star game. Great.
There's a problem with that, though. We talked about this to start the show. I don't think they're wired that way. To his point.
Then you have a way bigger problem.
No, I don't think so.
I think you have a way bigger problem.
I don't think so. I don't think so.
Because that may not be what fuels them.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like
hate fuels me.
Recognition.
It might not fuel them.
Recognition might not matter one way or another to them. Just flat out winning. Like they could come out tonight and be like, I don't care about that. All I care about is beating the Pacers. Almost in a Brock Purdy sense, like I don't care how we do it. I just want to beat the Pacers.
You think? Okay. I think Brock Purdy very much knows what people think about.
No, I think he does, but he's not going to come. He's not going to get out of character.
But I think that's the problem because we sit here and they lose 1 or 2 games a week. Where we're like, what are they doing losing that game?
So,
then use this. Use this to go win those games that they have no business losing.
But here's what I say about that though. I think they care to a certain degree, but if I score 40 and we lose, if you give them the option, I score 40, make these people look embarrassed and look ridiculous, and we lose, and I score 17 and we win, they always gonna take 17, even if it's a measly February game against the Pacers. They're like, I'm always taking 17 in the W. And I think that they'll just go for whatever it calls for that night. If it calls for me to go 40, cool. If Keegan is cooking, they didn't do it the other night. But if Keegan is cooking and I just need 17 and need to feed him the rock, all right, cool.
Okay. I think you're probably right. And I don't know if that's good or not. It's my thing.
Well, I'm at the stage of drinking where I want to tell everyone I love them.
Damian Bosa. Hey, did you ever have any lack of confidence?
Hey, leave me alone, Nick. Leave me alone, Nick. No, we'll come back. Kyle Madsen's here with us. D'Lo and KC live at Sky River Casino, 32 Bruce Street. We're watching the Sacramento Kings take on the Indiana Pacers tonight. We hope you'll come through, hang out with us. Shout out to everybody here. Shout out to everybody watching. We'll come back. We've got much more ahead. Kenny's just out. No, see you, Kenny. No, it's good. No, it's good. No, James Ham Caraway over here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. I love this. This is so much fun.
I have such a good time.
We'll see.
We'll see stats.
Come on,
We'll see stats. Not one person.
Oh, we don't need to see it.
I hate these people.
In the back there too.
Hannah. I thought you said Ham's there in the back too. I was like, oh, James came out.
How's it going, Kyle? Nice cardigan.
Yeah.
I heard him gives your cardigan a hard time. So I had to go in first thing, compliment the cardigan. Yeah.
I really like this one. It's crazy. You can feel the difference. Hey, just have here. I'll dip it.
I'm talking Tyus Jones stats.
Hey, if he's talking Tyus Jones, then I guess I'll hang out. I gotta tell my wife where I'm at.
Oh, you need to leave.
I don't.
You gotta leave.
I don't got it.
You do whatever you want.
I don't have anything going on. I finished my writing. You know what I did today during the Bailey show? I finished on my writing. Check out internships.
We'll be a little snug, but
I'll just stand up.
You'll what?
I'll stand up.
No, you sit. I'll stand up. Sure. Yeah, please. Sit down. All right. There we go. Sit over here. My man Will Z.
Hi, everyone.
Will Z.
How you doing? I'm great, man. How are you? Good. We went up to the...
Mrs. Will Z is here. Can y'all give some love for Mrs. Will Z?
She's going to be so uncomfortable with that. We went up to the snow this morning.
What?
I took the whole day off. Just drove up 50.
Really?
Yeah.
How was that?
It was good. There was like no traffic, so it was a good day to just go up and get out.
That's awesome. Not my bag, but that's awesome for you. Drive into the snow and then right back. I like it. Since he ran away.
Yeah.
Sure. Matter of fact, I'm just gonna put this in my bag. Nothing to see here. Hey, salute to the chatty house. We miss y'all. I mean, we wish you guys were here is what I mean. We're good. I'll stand up. I ain't gonna say nothing for the next 45 minutes. Yeah, I know this isn't the I'm done. My day's over.
I could see the look on your face.
Okay.
I could see the look on your face earlier.
We don't have any.
Yeah. Stuff. Yeah.
Presented by Sky River, live at Sky River Casino out at 32 Brew Street. Real quick, for everybody on the radio and in the stream, can y'all make some noise real quick? Can y'all make some noise? Can everybody in 32 Brew Street make some noise? As a matter of fact, my partner take over on that mic.
What we got going on up here, man? Hey, remember,
Can y'all make some noise?
we don't have the open mic no more. You see we out here. Baby. We were gonna have we had the open mic set up, and I was saying, everybody asking us the sports questions. That's awesome, but you could ask us anything. Like you could ask Damien, what bag did you come to Sky River with today? I mean, ask him the question. It is what it is.
What bag did you come here with, Damien?
Well, that man of the people mic has disappeared. So. Hey, Mark Jones told me to wear my blessings,
Hey, man,
I don't
come
know
on,
what
man.
to tell with y'all.
I can't keep up. You see what this guy's doing? I can't keep up.
Oh, yeah? We doing that?
What
Are you
talking
sure?
about?
Are you sure? Because the designer of our bag is the exact
Nah, don't
same
do that.
designer.
Don't do that. Don't
I
do
just
that.
want to be clear. I'm just going to ask you one time. I'm going to ask you one
This is the
time.
third one this week, though. I only got the same
I'm going to
one.
ask you one time. Are you sure you want to do this?
I only got one.
Okay.
This is the third one this week. I can't keep up. Like I said.
Nobody believes you. You're a liar. Everybody knows that. Just lie. Hey, our man Will Z, the Statty Batty,
Hey, Will
is
Z.
up here. It wouldn't be a live show without our man Will Z.
Yes,
and obviously, we're getting ready for the Sacramento Kings. Let's start with this. Obviously, we're getting ready for the Kings and the Pacers tonight, which we're watching here together on over 70 TV screens.
Yeah, man.
At 32 Broome Street inside Sky River Casino. But let's start with what we learned last night. And obviously, it's been the focal point of the day. We ain't going to stop talking about it now. The fact that Domantas Sabonis and De'Aaron Fox aren't all-stars. We asked Will, and that's the beauty of Will Z. I love this man so much. We know Will's in the chat. Hey, Will, can you look up ... And Will stops and he looks it up real quick. So we said, hey, Will, real quick, could you look up the last time a player had 20, 13, and 8? The numbers Domantas Sabonis is putting it up. And Will came back and said, hey, I looked these numbers up and I couldn't find a player who had missed the All-Star game with these numbers because no one's done it except for Will Chamberlain.
And he did, in fact, make the All-Star team that year.
And he made the All-Star team.
Yeah.
And now you have an individual who is averaging 20, 13, and 8, not making the All-Star team.
It's people love scoring, and he's not a scorer. And it's as simple as that, I think. And there's so many high-volume scorers in the league now where that's all they turn to. Like Cat's nice, but he's not he doesn't have the whole game that Domas has. And it's just unfortunate that people don't appreciate it. And you always talk about it, how Jokic does everything Sabonis does, just a little bit better. I had people in my mentions because Jokic had those numbers, but with 7.9 assists. So everyone got pissed at me. They were like,
you're lying to the people.
Oh, I am such a liar. But it's just that Jokic has done all these things, so they don't care that Sabonis does them, but not quite as well.
And
that's
I'll say,
that's a shame. He just doesn't score as much. That's really what we're talking about.
He would be an all-star if he was, you said 20, 13, and 8?
Yeah.
If he was 23, 13, and 6.
I'll go. I think it'd be 21. And he would 21 or 22, and I think he would.
I mean, you guys are spot on. We're bailing out the level of incompetence that we're seeing out here right now. I mean, that's just what it is. It's a level of incompetence, and there's a lack of. I think there's a lack of critical thinking, inability to decipher this playoff performance that somehow became the worst playoff performance of all time, as opposed to what we're seeing this year. I think that played a huge factor into all of this. People continuing to talk about, and coaches feeling the same way, continuing to talk about this playoff performance that he had last year.
Yep.
I also wonder if we're putting too much stock in coaches, like because the coaches select the reserves.
Mm-hmm.
I think we might be putting too much stock in the idea that head coaches are like poring over their list and like, wow, who really deserves to be in? Like they legit probably hand it to like a ball boy or something and they're like, here, fill this out.
Could be like
fill out this ballot.
Like the top 25 for college football.
Right, something like that.
Do you guys think that they just split the vote too much?
No, that's ridiculous.
No, because Cat and Atman didn't split the vote.
Yeah,
because even
they're the 1 seed though. Them having
Paul and
two
Kawhi
All-Stars
didn't split the vote.
So let's do this because we keep, what's the number? 14 losses. They're 34-14. The Sacramento Kings are 27-19. We're talking 5 games in the loss column. You know, they're not the 73-9 Warriors. That's not what we're talking about right here. It's a good basketball team. I'm not trying to discount Minnesota, but it's not like, oh my God, they're winning at such an amazing clip. They should be rewarded for that.
Yeah, but they're the 1 seed.
Are you being serious or are you playing with me right now?
No, I'm telling you like the logic. I'm not.
But
agreeing with it.
But the logic is flawed.
Totally, it's flawed that De'Aaron and Domantas aren't in the All-Star game.
Oklahoma City.
It's stupid.
Oklahoma
Thank you,
City is 33-15. They got 1 All-Star.
Right. Well, they deserve to have 1 All-Star.
The Phoenix, exactly. But that's the point. Minnesota deserved to have 1 All-Star, and it's Anthony Edwards.
I mean, the bottom line to all this
Karl
is
Anthony Towns is very good.
I was shocked
Rudy
that it
Gobert
was
had a
him.
nice season. It doesn't mean they're all-stars.
the bottom line to all this is that these coaches got to answer to this. I was half joking. I'm dead serious now. Tone, I already talked to Tone, James Ham, Hunter Patterson. I'll do it when I'm at the games. They got an answer to this. They've got to answer. Like, you can't let them off the hook for this.
I think the better question, because it's like, okay, now you're going to an opposing coach press conference. We're like, yeah, hey, because their next home game is until February 7th.
Yeah.
You're on February 7th, be like, hey, that thing that happened a week ago, can you tell me?
Absolutely. No, we're going to do that into April. We're going to do that into April. Absolutely.
I think you can ask Mike Brown what the process is.
I got an idea. Tell your podcast partner in Indiana tonight to ask the vice president of the coaches or the president of the Coaches Association, hey, who'd you vote for?
Okay, hang on.
Simple as that.
You want me to hold your beer while
I
you
love
send
it.
the text?
Do you want me to call him right now?
Anyone that comes
no,
in.
he can get in trouble if you call him. Don't call him.
Hey, 8 more days.
Well, there was a phone call made on air one time.
No, that's facts. There was.
But
hey,
no, absolutely.
call
Every coach that comes through Sacramento, they're going to have to answer that question. If it's up to me, they're going to have to answer that
You're not going to be
question.
able to hear him. Oh, God, I just hit my face on the mic.
So for those who are unaware, Chris Biederman is contractually not allowed to appear on our show because another radio station that is scared to death of ESPN 1320 pays people to stay away from us. So we're going to call Chris Biederman and tell him to ask Rick Carlisle if he voted for Domantas Sabonis and De'Aaron Fox.
They all need to answer that question.
And by the way,
coach
we'll
for
know
the rest of the season needs to answer that question.
Should I leave a message?
We'll know the level of this Yeah, you should leave a message. But
okay,
boy, if he sends you to voicemail, you guys
I got sent right to voicemail.
You've really overplayed your relationship over the years.
I mean,
look,
I'm sorry, wasn't this man in your wedding?
Yes.
To his defense,
so were you though.
He may be talking to Mike Brown right now.
Hang on one second.
That's true.
It's like 30 minutes before the game.
Hang on. Hey, Chris, it's Kyle from ESPN 1320.
Also, Sky River Casino is
also
here.
I'm live at Sky River Casino with the Chatty House and everybody else listening to D-Lo and KC. If you could, you'd be a peach, if you could just ask Rick Carlisle tonight at the Kings-Pacers matchup, if you could just head into Rick Carlisle's presser and ask him why he did not vote for Domantas Sabonis and De'Aaron Fox. That's Kenny Caraway of KC, of D-Lo and KC fame. They would like to know why, if he voted for them, and if not, why he did not vote for them. All right, if you want to give me a call back, my number is 555-5555-5555. All right, thanks, bud. See ya.
Hey, just a quick show of hands. When was the last time anyone actually left a voicemail?
It's been a while.
Me, yesterday.
It's been a while. It's been a while.
I do it to be annoying.
But just for those who can't see, literally no one's hand went up.
It's been a while.
I do it as a bit, like, because you don't answer my call. Okay, now I'm going to be a jerk about it.
Do people ever get back to you?
What the hell is this?
Yeah, I'll get a text. It's like, why did you leave a voicemail?
That's
Well,
fair.
look, that's better than calling me back to back.
Oh, dude, if someone calls me back to back, I think someone died.
And then I pick up and nothing's the matter. Oh yeah, I'm gonna get upset. Don't call me back to back. I'm so offended.
Oh, you should call Chris right back. That would be funny.
Bro, it's an emergency. Tomas and Jared got snubbed.
but they all need to answer. Like I said earlier, I need answers, and they better be the truth. Hurts like a bad tooth. We lose a mad youth.
Bars.
I think Jada said that. No, that was Styles P.
Will, I looked this morning. De'Aaron Fox is the only top. Well, there's a asterisk to this.
Mm-hmm.
I think that Trae Young is going to take Julius Randle's spot on the Eastern Conference side. Once that happens, I think De'Aaron Fox will be the only top 18 scorer not in the All-Star game.
I think if he's cool with it, I'm cool with it. I'm personally more upset by the Domas.
My man. This guy gets it.
Look, it's fine.
I used to think that
It's
too.
the accolade, though, too.
Yes,
like he's missing out on the accolade.
That's it.
And
It's not the experience.
Yep.
He had the experience, and I fully believe him. I had it once. I don't need it. There's some. I've experienced some really dope things in my career. I went to the Grammys. Grammys are amazing. I actually went twice. I don't ever need to go again. It's not the most enjoyable thing in the world. You don't need to do it. To do it once, though, is awesome. There are certain things you do it once. It's amazing. There's no accolade with going to the Grammys. There's an accolade to being an all-star. And him not getting that all-star acknowledgement again is a problem.
And
apparently
to
not
the
to
point,
him.
well, look,
For this franchise, I believe it's a problem.
but that's what I'm saying. If 1025 was like, hey, we're kind of hoping that you're going to the Grammys, because if you're there representing 1025s, it will bolster our profile.
Yeah.
You go.
That's facts. That's why I went a second time.
You know what I'm saying? Like
Kings wanted them.
Sometimes there's a greater good that you can do. Like we said earlier,
100%.
LeBron don't want to go to the All-Star game.
You could
Steph
tell the
don't wanna
Kings
go to the
wanted
All-Star
them
game.
to be all-stars so bad. Not just for them, but for their franchise and the recognition. Exactly like you're saying.
Well, on a grander scale, LeBron and Steph don't want to do the All-Star stuff again, but they know that's the league needs them to do that.
Yep.
For the greater good of the league, they're doing it. They're playing their role, doing what they got to do. If they had the choice of spending a week at home, LeBron would go drink wine and do all this other stuff for a week. Of course he would do that. But there's a bigger thing.
Steph is thinking bigger picture, and that's that's where we talk about that face of the league conversation. De'Aaron's just not wired that way.
Mm-hmm.
At least everything we know about De'Aaron Fox to this point is he's not wired that way. Steph is there. He's doing this thing with Sabrina Ionescu.
Mm-hmm.
That's great for Steph. That's great for Steph's brand. That's great for Under Armour. That's great for everything that Steph Curry stands for, and he knows it helps grow the game a little bit. De'Aaron's like, cool. Nah, it's whatever. It's cool. And there's nothing wrong with either of those dispositions either. There's absolutely nothing wrong with either of those dispositions. My concern comes more into play with, one, what you brought up the other day, KC, when the quote first came out from De'Aaron Fox about not caring about making the All-Star team. If I'm Rich Paul, like, hey, that's not the route you want to go, especially after this Under Armour deal we just signed. Mm-hmm. This stuff helps. Mm-hmm. It's kind of a necessary evil in all of this. Yeah. And then from the position that I took earlier, if I'm Vivek Ranadive, hey, bro, sorry, man, I know you don't like this, but it really helps our franchise to say, hey, we got 2-time, 3-time, 4-time, 5-time All-Star De'Aaron Fox on our team. Yep. I know it's not the best, but, man, it really does us a solid when you do that.
Yeah. James brought this up today, too. I wonder if, and I think he's dead on, I wonder if De'Aaron at that point when he talked to Chris Biederman in the B, if at that point he knew he wasn't an All-Star. And so that's why he came out and was like, I don't care. Whereas if he had known he was going, he would have given the PC answer of
like very well
it would be an honor to be among, the best in the game and da-da-da-da. Whereas he knew he wasn't answering. He's like, screw this.
Certainly possible.
So that is something I think might have happened.
No, that's a great point.
Yeah,
it's a great point. Possible. It sucks, man. It sucks because even if he doesn't want to go, he is deserving of going.
Yes.
And even more than that, or I shouldn't say more than that, but just as much as that, Domantas Sabonis is deserving, and they deserve to get that type of recognition. I would love for them to get that type of, for their sake, I would love for them to be able to get that type of recognition and not have to go. That would be great, but that's what comes of it. So I want them to get that type of recognition because they played on that level this year and they deserve that type of accolade.
It's a consolation prize, but like they were the first names. Like they're everyone's top snubbed players.
Yes. It's not even close.
Consolation, but like they are the next two pretty clearly across the board. Like,
well, that's because they're the only team in the playoff picture that doesn't have an All-Star.
Yeah.
They're the only team in the top 6, and they're 5th. They're the only team in the top 6 of either conference that has no representation at this game.
Part of me goes back to the beginning of the year with the preseason analysis of the Kings. It was always I think people were picking them 10th, 11th in the West.
Yep.
Because they go, oh, well, no way they'll be healthy again, so just write off the Kings.
Yep.
And so I think really to start this year, even though they had that magnificent year last year, and they make they go to the playoffs and they go to 7 games, I think they started this year at the same square they were at last year because nobody really believed that last year was serious. Last year was a fluke because everybody was healthy, and so they're fighting the same uphill battle they were fighting a year ago.
Yeah.
Nationally, anyway.
Yeah.
Well, let's talk about tonight. In fact, it's not even tonight. It's like an hour from now.
Yeah.
It's the Sacramento Kings.
Start. I'm going to be smashing an edible.
What?
Nice.
Oh, the Kings in an hour. The Kings in an hour.
What did you say?
You just said talk about tonight.
How's laying out his plans?
Hey.
No, that was
I
good.
said it was gonna smash an animal.
Yeah, that's good.
Well,
Yeah.
let's just talk for a second.
All right.
It's the Sacramento Kings and the Indiana Pacers. Coming up just
Christian
about an hour from
McCaffrey,
now.
bro.
We're going to be watching here at 32 Brew Street inside Sky River Casino. If you're in the car, if you're in the Chatty House, you want to come through, you want a place to watch games with the most passionate fans in the world, come through. We're going to be here. I know you spent the day at the snow, but the Sacramento Kings have seen the Indiana Pacers before. From a numbers perspective, what does this game look like for these two teams?
They've got to be ready for the high volume of passing that the Pacers do. They really broke them down. We saw it with the Heat as well, with the, I think 38 assists is what they ended up.
Yeah,
42
out of 42.
Yeah. And Indiana, they're so well-rounded. Anyone on the team can score like 1 through 10, and they have such a free-flowing offense that scares me for the Kings. Because that means every single person on the floor has to defend and has to defend well. If they break down, Indiana's going to find it. So be ready for the passes, the cutting, all of the role players for the Pacers to come out. And just can your bench, that's the other question that I have, is can the Kings bench match the Pacers bench or at least be close? Because it's been rough lately.
Yeah, it has.
I don't have the numbers in front of me, but Monk has been in a big slump. There hasn't been
one double-digit game, I think, in the last 6 games.
I think Jill Adge in the chat the other day said he's at 5.5 points per game in his last 5.
Oh, it's brutal.
That's not going to get it done.
And the assists are down too. Turnovers are up. I don't know. I want to look up.
iPhone 1 you have?
It's a 12.
Oh.
12 mini.
That might as well be a one.
Wow,
iPhone.
that's a Kenny Caraway model.
It's got a
right
nice
there.
feel to it.
No, it's
got a nice feel to it.
Bro.
It
Hey,
I have a question
I
for you.
guess
Will.
size doesn't matter, bro. Do
So
your thing.
you mentioned the Pacers passing.
Yeah.
James and I had this discussion today on the Insiders, 10 to noon on ESPN 1320. He believed that the Kings need to get out and run tonight and make the pace frenetic and crank the pace up as much as they can.
Yeah.
I was of the mind that you need to do the opposite. You need to slow things down, cut them up in the half court, and then play good off-ball defense when they try and get out and run. What's your take on that? And why am I right?
I like that. I think I like it because I don't think the Pacers have the half-court defense to stop down the Kings' half-court offense.
Sure.
But I think they have the pace to stick with the Kings. So the Pacers' transition defense, I think, can match the Kings' transition offense. But the half court, I don't think can match up.
Sure.
Does that make sense?
Yes, definitely.
So
Definitely.
you know the Pacers are going to get out and run. The Kings have done a great job limiting fast break points this year. I think they're at the bottom or maybe the bottom team. I'd have to double check, but they've done a great job of that this year. So can you kind of make it a combo where you're stopping the Pacers, run when you have opportunities, but don't push it just to push it.
Yeah.
Push it on good looks.
Right.
Maybe limit some of those turnovers that we've seen lately when the Kings get in trouble.
Yep.
But I like kind of a mix or leaning towards your approach just based on the Pacers defense.
I would look
I hope
at this.
everybody heard that. I was right. James wasn't.
Sorry, James.
I would
First
look at
time
this
ever.
situation in 2 ways here. Number one, don't let the Pacers off the hook for being the bad defensive team they
That's
are.
it. Yes.
Attack the basket, get the ball to Domas, go downhill on the pick
Well,
and
you
roll.
mentioned attack the basket. Our outside reporter who's keeping us updated on everything without our computers in front of us, Joe Adge. Miles Turner's out tonight.
Oh, dang.
But that doesn't make us feel good.
Well, no, it doesn't. But it ties in with what you just said.
Yeah.
Attack the basket.
Attack the
Domantas Sabonis.
Let
Go
him go to
stun
work.
on him.
You got Jaden Smith in there. Is it Jalen or Jalen? Jalen. You got Jalen Smith in there. I like him as a ball player. So
Obi
you know,
Toppin's been really good this year too.
Yeah, he's serviceable, but who's his backup in this situation? The other thing, I'm gonna keep the same energy that people would probably keep if the Kings were the worst defensive team in basketball, we'd probably look at them as like, hey, play the Kings, they're a limo team. That's just what the doctor ordered. Well, I feel that way about the Pacers. Malik Monk is struggling. Hey, make sure all the Pacers get to the game tonight.
Yeah.
I've been struggling. I'm gonna get cooking tonight. I'm gonna start feeling good about myself after tonight's game. So I expect a big game from Malik Monk, and I don't want them to take them off the hook. Make them defend every single time attacking the basket.
And that's just to expand on that point and expand on what you guys are talking about, getting to the rack. The Pacers are 28th in the league in fouls per game. They will foul you if you try and get to the rack.
It's where you want to see Harrison Barnes get to the line more.
Yes.
Like,
yes, dude.
That was the biggest thing. His first breakout game, he went 8 of 8 from the line, and suddenly the Kings have surprised like an 89% free throw percentage. Those two things makes that that's not a coincidence.
He's one of their top 3 free throw shooters on the team. Except for the time when he airballed the Tech the other day. I cannot believe that happened.
Brutal.
That was
Can
crazy.
you not believe it, though?
I can't believe that. Who airballs a Tech?
Airballing a Tech's tough.
At least it hit the net a little.
But no, I agree. Get to the line. Harrison specifically get to the line in this.
Here's another component thinking about, or a frustrating component thinking about this game tonight, is we go back to the last one. TJ McConnell, no Tyrese Halliburton. Remember, this game's at the Golden One Center. TJ McConnell ate up the Sacramento Kings, and you got Mike Bibby on the studio show. Studio show. Yeah. Well, it wasn't just the post game. It was halftime. It was in the middle of the game. Hey, what would you do with TJ McConnell? Well, he's not going to shoot the 3. Play back. You got Mike Bibby, and we all know what a juggernaut Mike Bibby was on defense. Mike Bibby saying this, just play back. Like, he's not going to shoot the 3. There's no history of him ever shooting the 3. Game's over. 5 seconds later, Mike Brown is at the podium saying, well, we were trying to play back on TJ McConnell, but we just kept crowding him. And it's clearly Mike Brown is telling them to do something that they're not doing. And the TJ McConnell thing was one of the most frustrating examples of it, because you had a former player screaming what to do as it was happening. And then you had Mike Brown after the game saying, this is how we were trying to guard him. And it bears no resemblance into how they actually guarded him that day.
The worst part of that is TJ McConnell cooked everybody.
Oh, yeah.
Every defender who stood in front of TJ McConnell.
No one could stop
got blown by for a layup.
Yeah.
It was ridiculous.
He's 2 of 17 from 3 this year, by the way.
I think it would almost help the Kings if Tyrese Halliburton plays tonight.
That's what I was thinking last game.
He's a game time decision.
Right.
Back to back for Indiana.
Fingers crossed.
That's right.
Fingers crossed for the Kings that he plays.
I seriously wonder that.
How to know how to handle it.
Because Tyrese has got to play defense on a tough hamstring.
Well,
That's the other thing. Tyrese don't defend.
Talk about it.
Should be barbecue chicken if Tyrese is out there trying to defend on the perimeter.
Yeah, we know he's a great passing lane defender. He's not a great on-ball defender.
Right.
Tyrese.
And we love Tyrese. I say that affectionately.
But he's also one of those guys who probably loves the idea and the experience of an all-star game.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right? You don't want to get hurt over that.
Yeah.
Not that he played defense at the beginning of the year, but that's
it's in his hometown.
Yeah. Oh, for sure.
Like
Tyrese being a part of the All-Star game is a huge deal.
Yeah.
For him and Indiana.
Right.
Yeah.
That's a very, very big deal.
Can't wait for Wiggins to make it next year in Golden State.
Okay. Anything we got to keep an eye on tonight as we get ready to watch Kings basketball coming up here in about 45 minutes? I know you don't have swing stats and all those normal things. What do we need to watch tonight with the Sacramento Kings and the Indiana Pacers?
I was thinking about the swing stat, and I think tonight it's who is going to be the leading scorer, and that's going to be the swing stat. With Fox and Sabonis being snubbed, they should come out and try and show the whole NBA world that they deserve to be an all-star. So just go out, have the leading scorer of the game, and if you can do that, then I think that means at least one of them will be
leading
going.
scorer, not just the Kings.
Overall. Because beat out Pascal. Again, the Pacers are such a well-rounded team that maybe it's not the most, like the Kings could have the leading scorer and still lose, and that's fine. But it's just the intensity and the mindset that I'll be looking for tonight from those two.
Oh, okay. I feel like we're trying to force De'Aaron and Domas into a role that they don't want to play.
What role is that?
Super villain. Let's go out there and attack everyone who's wronged us.
But it's just like with Domas specifically, dude. I go back to that Suns game where they smoked that late lead, and the Suns are just on a run, and you've got Domas catching at the elbow, taking a dribble up to the three-point line, and giving it to Kevin Huerter and setting the screen. Like, dog, get your ass under the basket and go get a bucket. The Pacers cannot stop Domas. No. Like, flat out. They have nobody who can stop him. He should score 40. I know he's not going to, but he could if he went out and put up enough shots. Mm-hmm. I would love to see that mindset from him. Just, hey, it may not be like, yeah, I'm going to go show them I'm an all-star, da-da-da. But, dude, sometimes the Kings need Domas to go score to win the game.
And it makes sense with the Pacers defense, especially with Turner out.
Right. Feed it down to Domas. I understand the dribble handoff offense. I understand all that, and I get it, and I get why it's valuable. I'm not trying to knock it at all. But, like, sometimes in a night like tonight, no Miles Turner, let Domas hang out on the block, get him the ball, and let him put the ball in the hoop.
I'm with that. I have no qualms about that. Like you said, though, for better or for worse, it's never been here. It's never been here. So I don't expect that to change today.
That's a problem to me. That's a way bigger picture problem than we have enough time to talk about.
Well,
But
we could
that's
be
a-
wrong. Like they could both come out and score for it. Like we could be wrong. I just don't think there's any evidence to show us that we're wrong.
No, I think you're totally, you're right that you're wrong. No, but that's what I'm saying is I think that's a problem for me anyway. The fact that when the Kings are like, yo, this is a night these dudes need to take over. And you just don't. Domas is going to go out and he's going to run the offense. Okay, great.
So-
You're going to have your 20, you're going to have your 16, you're going to have your 12. And they're 7 and 6 when he has a triple-double, man. Like, I don't care anymore.
Really?
So
Yeah.
so look, I'll say this, and this is understand what I'm saying when I say this, right? I'm not calling him the greatest player or in the conversation to ever play. But isn't that the thing they always talk about with LeBron, though? They're like, LeBron, you just need to say, to hell with everything, be like Kobe and shoot over 3 people for them to win the game. And LeBron's like, no, I'm going to do what I feel is best for us to win. And if that means make a pass, run the offense, that's what we're going to do. And to a certain degree, he's right. And everybody else is kind of right, too.
But when
you know what I'm
his
saying?
team needed a bucket, LeBron is going to get it.
He passed it in the bubble championship game. We did an impromptu show because he passed it with the game on the line.
Yeah, okay, with the game on the line,
Still think that
it's
was out of
so
line.
different from a guy who averages, what's he at, like 25 for his career, 27?
Yeah.
25, 27 points. Like, that's such a different thing.
Domas also isn't that type of scorer, though.
But
Like he
so-
averages 20, but I don't think he's necessarily the guy that you give to the ball and like let him go to work. Yo, why? What the hell is ESPN doing? Why the hell are they doing that?
It's good. No, it's good. It's just
Like,
That was
why
great
did that
radio
happen?
earlier.
It's just a
Hey,
4-hour
I saw
bit.
something
No, it's
earlier. This is crazy. The
You're a jerk for
49ers. The 49ers.
I thought we were doing a bit together.
No,
when
we
weren't.
had him on
Look.
track.
No, I know.
It's
I thought we were
almost
doing
over.
a bit together.
No.
And we weren't.
Did you know
Hang
the
on, I don't-
49ers?
Can we talk about this after? And can you finish your King's point? I don't want Damien to be mad at me.
Real quick.
If Damien's mad at me, it's going to ruin my
49ers have been
day.
favored in every game this year. I didn't know that. Okay,
Yeah, yeah.
don't even
Okay,
respond
no,
to it.
go ahead.
Don't
Yeah,
even
yeah.
respond to it.
Keep going with what you're saying.
I'm just
Domas
saying, I
not
don't
that
think
type of
Domas
scorer.
is that type of scorer where you just dump it down to him and he gets 40. I think he gets 40 through like rebounds, through Malik Monk pick and rolls, things of that nature.
It's a lot of offensive rebounds.
Right.
You can go get him tonight, though. I
You can.
don't know, man. Like,
I think it's for me, it's the matchup base. Like if you know, that's what I always go back to it. The Kings were so good last year, taking advantage of the matchups that favored them. And I don't think they've done that as much this year. Like tonight is a matchup that favors Sabonis inside. If you're playing Anthony Davis, maybe that's not the case. But
Well,
when,
definitely the case with Domas.
I know he always wins. But
Beats his ass every time.
if you're facing a stout defender inside, like maybe don't do that. But if you're facing a team that doesn't have the ability to stop you and it's going to result in you getting easy buckets around the rim or getting double teamed and kick it out to the open shooters, then do it.
yeah.
You said you wanted to see Domas, Kyle. You said you wanted to see Domas go out there and score, get buckets. Let me ask you all a question. Knowing the way the Pacers play, if Domantas Sabonis is the second leading scorer for Sacramento, did they win or lose?
Behind who? Because if he has 22 and De'Aaron has 23, then yeah, they could definitely lose that game.
Mm-hmm.
But if he has 28 and De'Aaron has 35, then no, the Kings are winning.
It's impossible to tell. Because what if he's the second leading scorer at 22?
This one, I wish I had my laptop.
Look at your board in front of you.
Okay, I've got you on this. Actually, we looked this up. When Domantas Sabonis scores 24 points or more, the Kings are 10-2.
Okay, but his average is 20 points per game.
But this is what I'm saying. This is where I say don't let him off the hook. Domas could have 20, but if Harrison's got 17, Herter's got 17, Monk has 18, Fox has 26, the Kings are winning, and the Pacers are bad enough to allow that to happen.
Yeah, I agree.
This is so hard because I know exactly what I would do with my laptop, exactly where to go, how to bring it over to Excel, do some formulas, and I got nothing.
Can you look up how many times Domantas Sabonis has been the second leading scorer on the Kings?
Yes. It would take some time. I don't think I can. It would. I don't think I can do it in 5 minutes.
But look,
I can try.
No.
But this is what I'm saying about this game, though. I think there's too much emphasis on what Domas does inside or whatever. That team sucks defensively. Everybody needs to eat.
Yes.
Everybody needs to be aggressive.
Yes.
Everybody needs to look at this as an opportunity to, I need to get right. Malik Monk, this is a get right game for Malik Monk.
Yeah, but we said that last game.
Miami is not Indiana. Miami is not Indiana.
But,
in multiple ways.
But what was the fault in Miami? Their
interior
interior
defense.
Oh, yeah, that.
Yeah, yes.
And they killed it inside. They shot so well in the paint. They just missed their threes.
But he didn't.
Nope. Not on a high enough volume.
So, but you said the word right there. Be aggressive.
Everybody. Don't let them off the hook. This should be a game where the Kings are in the locker room like, everybody's sitting there. Harrison, Malik, Trey Lyles, I'm about to eat tonight. This is type of stuff we talk about with the Kings all the time, right? Like people are like, oh, we can't wait to play the Kings because they don't play no defense. So I'm about to eat. This is how everybody in that locker room should be thinking. Like, I'm about to eat tonight. I'm gonna get so many open looks. I'm gonna be able to get to the cup. And no Miles Turner, I'll be able to finish at the cup. Like everybody, I should see 5 guys in double figures tonight, minimum.
Yep. And the reason I bring up the Domas Cook, like Domas needs to go eat, is the All-Star thing.
Oh, for sure.
Like it's like, dude,
absolutely.
if you want to stick it to it, then go score 35 tonight with
I
your
hope they
18
do.
and 14.
I hope both of them do.
Yeah.
I would just be surprised if they did.
Yeah, right.
Not that
frankly, I would be too.
Like I could see what 20 and 27 are their respective averages. I could see that tonight. What I want to see is 40.
Same.
Hell yeah.
That's what I like. I
Dude, get
want
a
to
little
see.
bit of that dog. That's all I want.
Yeah.
That's all I want.
We're probably going to get a Trey Lyles 30 piece after all this conversation.
I don't care.
Sasha, give him 18.
Yes.
I'll take it.
Harrison's known to put up 30 nowadays.
Well, he's being aggressive, which at this point, it's all you can ask for. He was shooting 2 shots a game a week and a half ago, and now he's shooting 15 times, even when the shot's not falling. I'll take it. I ain't gonna be mad at him for that.
His 13 shots the other night, even though he went 4 for 13 and 0 for 6,
something like that
from 3. I was like, yes, good. Like the shots are gonna go down. He's a good shooter.
Yep.
Same
So keep doing that. Like keep doing
I'm
that.
standing up applauding like Morgan Freeman, like that gift. Just
Want to remind everybody, by the way, real quick, 4 o'clock coming up on ESPN 1320, the Purple and Black pregame show.
Let's go.
Kyle Madsen and James Hamel.
Let's go. Raise the roof. Raise the roof.
Don't ask us how.
Oh, by the way, we got a lot of sports on this weekend. UConn and St. John's, Lakers, Knicks, Duke, North Carolina, St. Mary's, Gonzaga, Pro Bowl festivities. We got a lot going on these.
The reason there was no times on that is because
Charlie.
you should just have it on all the time.
That's right.
Just leave it on.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Charlie asked me to do it.
No, y'all delivered that message like there's 90 seconds left in the show.
Oh, I thought there was.
No, there's not.
Oh.
Now what do we do?
We can talk about how
y'all
many.
just blew past the final 2 minutes of the show.
How many?
30 seconds. Now what do y'all want to do?
Thank
How many
everybody that
threes?
came out to Sky River
Shout out to
Casino.
Track 7. We love Track.
We
Shout out
thank
Track
32
7.
Brews. We thank Sky River Casino. We thank everybody that came out to
Longest
Sky River
compliment
today. And let them know, if you're listening right now, we're not leaving 32 Brews. We'll be here to watch the Kings Pacers We here for another couple hours. We got a humidor situation that me and Damien got to go to. It's going to be a good time. It's a Friday night. Pull up to Sky River Casino right now, baby.
Can I real quick before we get out of here?
That's good. No, you guys are masters. No, you guys are masters at killing time. This is amazing. This is incredible.
Hey, Steiny from
I'm
95.7
literally
The Game.
useless on this show now. It's fantastic.
Steiny from 95.7 The Game would be like, hey, how much time we got, guys? We're like, 8 minutes. Like, you got time, bro. Like, let's go. I hate somebody that we all know who works at another radio station.
Damn.
Because after I called Chris Biederman, I got a text from somebody else that went, why'd you call me? Why'd you leave me a weird voicemail? Because that person's listening to this show and wanted to mess with me like I called them instead.
That's very good.
Because they've called me Kyle accidentally trying to call another Kyle a bunch of times. And I hate that person. I don't want them to know that, but I'm not going to say their name.
That's good. That's good.
Their name rhymes with Smith Smerlod.
That's good. No, he is. There, no one will get under your skin quicker than that guy at WCW.
Immediately. You know, it's right here. Thank you, Ricky Stark.
No, you guys did a great job of killing the final 2 minutes of the show. Thank you, guys. Thanks to the Chatty House for tuning in. Most of all, thanks to everybody at 32 Broome Street.
Yeah.
Shout out to Jesse for handling all the business over here on the controls. Our man Joe back in the studio.
Big up,
Jonathan for making sure everything's set up. To Carrie, thank you so much for Sky River being such an amazing partner. We're so excited to see the humidor. We're so excited for that to open up. Leezy, we're going to head over to the humidor here in about an hour. Game time coming up in about 30 minutes. The Purple and Black pregame show next here on Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320.
Vamos Kings, light the beam. I don't know if Joe got that. Joe don't know. You got it.
Hey, Damien.
Okay. Got you.
Hey, Damien, real quick. You forgot to read the weekend schedule.
That's good. That's very good. Hey,
I forgot Kansas and Kansas State.
1 second.
Sorry.
I gotta talk to Joe for 1 second. Joe, can you hear me? Joe, you got me? Joe, there's the computer that I sit at where James is. When you're all done, go in, X out the screen, and log off. Can you do that? My man. Thank you, brother.
Because you can see Joe. In
Thank
the
you guys so much, man.
Love you, Joe. Appreciate you, dog.
Hey, y'all are the best, man. We appreciate you. We're going to hang out. We're going to have some fun. We're going to watch Kings basketball. We're going to have a lot of food and a lot of drinks, man. So thank you guys so much for being here. And Chatty House, we love y'all, man. We miss you guys. 209 boys, we miss you guys. Jilly, we love y'all.